Act 1, Chapter 1. The pain came first, a white flash that tore through his skull like a kunai drag behind the eyes, and then the sound came, a roar of voices and steel that did not belong to any battlefield Naruto Uzumaki had ever stood on. He opened his eyes and the sky above him was the wrong color, a hard clean blue with none of the haze that always hung over the land of fire in his own time, and the smoke rising at the edges of his vision smelled of pitch and horse and old blood in a way that felt older than anything he had known. He tried to sit up and his body obeyed too easily, too smoothly, muscle answering command before he had finished forming the thought, and when he looked down at his own hands he stopped breathing. They were not his hands. They were broader, the knuckles thick with old callus, a faded scar tracing the back of the left one in a shape he almost recognized, and the fingers were longer than his own by half an inch, wrapped now around the haft of a wooden practice sword that had splintered clean through. He turned the hands over slowly, searching them the way a man searches a stranger's face for something familiar, and found nothing of himself in them at all. Hashirama! The voice cracked across the clearing like a whip, and Naruto's body, this body, turned toward it before he had decided to move, some deep muscle memory answering to a name that was not his own. A young man came sprinting through the tree line, white hair cropped close, red markings under crimson eyes, armor plates rattling against the lean frame, and there was real fear on his face, the kind that only came from watching someone he loved almost die. Get up, they are flanking from the ridge, we have to fall back to the river line now. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, anything, to explain that there had been some mistake, that he was not whoever this Hashirama was supposed to be, and what came out instead was steady and low, an older voice than his own throat should have been able to produce, carrying an authority he had spent years learning to fake and had apparently, in this body, been born already owning. How many? The word left him before he had chosen it, and something in him settled even as it did, the way muscle remembers a jutsu the mind has forgotten it ever learned. He felt it clearly now, underneath the panic. A second set of instincts layered beneath his own like a current running under ice, and he understood with a kind of vertigo that this body was not empty. It had a life in it already, old and vast and patient, and it was letting him steer for now the way a rider lets an experienced horse take the first few strides before taking up the reins. 40 at least, maybe more behind the tree line, Kagami saw banners. It is the Uchiha again, Hashirama. If we do not move now they will pin us against the water. Uchiha. The word detonated something in his memory that was entirely his own, images of a boy with the same crimson eyes standing atop a valley of carved stone faces, of a war that had nearly ended the world he came from, and for one disorienting second the two lives tangled together so completely that he could not tell which grief belonged to which century. He looked past the white-haired boy, who he understood now, with the same eerie certainty as the name, was Tobirama, his brother, and saw the tree line shaking loose black armored shapes that moved with the low predatory economy of trained killers. Real Uchiha. Not memory, not myth, not the clan reduced by history to a handful of survivors and a single tragedy. An entire clan at war, coming through the trees at him in numbers he had never had to face all at once even at the height of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Something in his chest that was not fear, or not only fear, began to burn. He had spent his whole life as Naruto Uzumaki chasing strength that would let him protect people, clawing it out of failure and mockery and 9 tails of borrowed fire, and here, in a body he did not choose and did not understand, that same hunger rose up to meet an old and terrible instinct that was not entirely his own, and the two fused into something new. Tobirama. Get the wounded to the second position. I will hold the ridge. Alone? Hashirama, that is insane. There are 40 of them. I am not planning to fight 40 men with a sword, Naruto said, and heard, distantly, how strange it was that he already knew this to be true, that some part of this body's memory was already reaching for a strength that had nothing to do with steel. He looked down at his hands again, and this time he did not search them for himself. He searched them for what they knew. Chakra rose in him unbidden, and it was wrong and right at once. Wrong because the flow of it moved through channels that did not match the map he had spent a lifetime memorizing in his own body, and right because it was enormous, a reservoir so deep it made the fox's chakra feel almost modest by comparison, an ocean where he had only ever swum in a lake. It surged up through him, and some instinct older than thought guided his hands together into a seal he had never in his life been taught, and somehow already knew. The ground answered. Roots tore up through packed earth in a widening ring around him, bark splitting into being where a heartbeat before there had been only soil, and the ridge that Tobirama had said the Uchiha would use to flank them began, and possibly, to grow a forest that had not existed a minute earlier. Trunks as thick as siege towers punched skyward, branches lacing together into a wall no blade could easily cut, and the charging line of black armor broke against it in confusion, men shouting, horses rearing, the whole shape of the battle bending around a single technique the way a river bends around a boulder. Tobirama had gone very still beside him. "You have never shown me that scale before," he said quietly, and there was something in his voice that was not quite fear and not quite awe, something that sounded almost like grief, as though the sheer size of what he had just witnessed reminded him of exactly how much was still to be lost in a war like this one, no matter how strong his brother became. Hashirama. What was that? Naruto did not have an answer that would make sense to either of them, so instead he said the only true thing he had. "I do not fully know yet either. But I am not going to let it become a way to end more people than it saves." He meant it as comfort, but it came out sounding like a vow, and something in the air between them shifted, as though the words had weight enough to be remembered. The wall of roots held the Uchiha line just long enough. Tobirama peeled away with the wounded, shouting orders in a voice gone raw with adrenaline, and Naruto turned to face the rest of the charge alone, feeling the size of the chakra inside him the way a man feels the size of an ocean the first time he swims out past where his feet can touch, both exhilarated and afraid, and beneath both of those, burning steadier than either, the old familiar drive that had never once left him no matter which century or body he woke up in. Protect them. Whatever else is true, whoever I actually am right now, protect them. He met the first wave of Uchiha with wood dragons coiling up out of the broken ground, guiding them not to kill where he could help it, redirecting blades and pinning limbs, some instinct in this borrowed body already shaping technique around restraint even in the middle of a war that had clearly never once asked for restraint from anyone. He was fighting with power he had not trained a single day for, and yet none of it felt stolen. It felt, disturbingly, like coming home to a house he had never seen the outside of but somehow already knew every room in. The fighting lasted the better part of an hour before the Uchiha line broke and pulled back into the tree line, dragging their fallen, and when the last of them vanished into the shadow of the forest, Naruto sank down onto a fallen trunk and finally let his hands shake. Footsteps approached from behind, careful, and he turned to find a woman he did not recognize and yet somehow did, deep red hair bound back from a face set hard with the discipline of someone raised to command, eyes the color of dark wine taking in the ruined, forested ridge with an expression caught somewhere between suspicion and something warmer. "They are already calling this the day the ridge grew a forest," she said, planting the end of a naginata in the dirt beside her. "Word travels fast when it involves you, Hashirama." He knew, with the same uncanny certainty that had told him her brother's name, that this was Mito, and that this body, whoever it truly belonged to, already carried some tangled history with her that he had not yet lived through and could not yet explain. He searched her face for a beat too long, trying to read what he was supposed to already know, and something in her expression flickered, curious, as though she had noticed the searching and found it strange coming from a man she clearly expected to already understand her. "I am glad you came when you did," he said carefully, which was true regardless of anything else he did not yet know. "You always say that," Mito said, "and you always mean it, and it is the only reason I keep answering the summons instead of leaving you and your brother to your endless wars." She studied him another moment, head tilted slightly, red hair catching the light. "You look different today, Hashirama." "I cannot say how. Just different." Naruto held her gaze and did not trust himself to answer that honestly, because the truth was that he had no idea who Hashirama Senju had been before this morning, only that he was now expected to become him, in front of a woman who was watching him with the particular attention of someone deciding whether to trust a change she could not yet name. "Maybe I am," he said at last. Maybe today changed something. Behind them, the forest he had grown in a single terrified breath stood swaying gently in the wind, roots still settling into ground that had never held them before, and somewhere far off through the trees he could hear Tobirama's voice organizing the wounded, and further still, the sound of an entire era of endless clan war grinding on exactly as it had for 100 years before he arrived in it. He did not know yet how he had gotten here, or whether there was any way back to the Leaf Village he had spent his whole life fighting for, or what had happened to whatever version of himself had been left behind in his own body wherever it now was. But he knew the shape of the fight in front of him, because it was the same fight it had always been, the same fight he had chosen back when he was a small boy who no one believed in. Too many people were dying who did not have to. He was going to do something about that, in this body, in this century, with power he barely understood and a name that was not his own, because that was the only thing about him that had never changed no matter what else the world took and gave. Mito was still watching him. "You are staring at your own hands like you have never seen them before," she said, not unkindly, more curious than concerned. Naruto laughed, low and a little rough, and for a moment something of himself, his own real self, showed clearly through Hashirama's borrowed face. "Maybe I am seeing them for the first time," he admitted. "Bear with me. I think I have some relearning to do." She did not press him further, though the look she gave him lingered a moment too long to be simple acceptance, and together they turned back toward the smoke rising over the Senju camp, toward a war that had been waiting 100 years for someone willing to end it instead of simply surviving it, and toward a future that neither of them yet knew he intended to build. Chapter 2. The Senju compound was not what he expected, though he was not entirely sure what he had expected in the first place. It sprawled along a river bend in a loose collection of timber halls and watchtowers, more fortress than village, with training yards churned to mud by generations of booths and a perimeter wall studded with lookout posts manned around the clock. Everywhere he looked he saw the architecture of a clan that had never once been allowed to feel safe, and it struck him, walking through the gate at Tobirama's side, how strange it was that this place, this rough-armed camp bracing for the next attack, was the seed that would one day grow into Konohagakure, the village he had spent his whole life defending. He was going to have to build it. Somehow. From here. The thought should have terrified him more than it did. Instead it settled into his chest like a weight he already knew how to carry, because building something worth protecting out of nothing but stubbornness and hope was, when he thought about it honestly, the only thing he had ever actually been good at. "You have been quiet since the ridge," Tobirama said as they crossed the yard, voice pitched low enough that only Naruto could hear it over the clatter of the camp. "Quieter than usual, and that is saying something given how loud you usually are about everything." "Just thinking," Naruto said, which was true enough. "About the technique?" "About a lot of things." Tobirama studied him sideways, red eyes sharp with the particular suspicion of a younger brother who had spent a lifetime learning to read every shift in his older brother's mood. "You have that look you get before you announce something everyone else thinks is impossible." Naruto allowed himself a small, tired smile at that, because it was such an achingly familiar accusation, one he had heard in some form or another from Sakura, from Kakashi, from half the shinobi world at one point or another. Some things, apparently, did not change no matter whose body carried them. "Maybe I am," he admitted. "Tobirama, how many more years do you think this war has left in it, if nothing changes?" Something in his brother's face went carefully blank, the mask of a man who had learned early to guard his hope the way other people guarded weapons. "Forever, probably. It has outlasted our father. It will probably outlast us. What if it did not have to?" "Hashirama, I am serious. What if the clans stopped burning each other's fields and started building something together instead? A place strong enough that no one clan could take it by force, so no one would need to try." Tobirama stopped walking entirely, turning to face him fully in the middle of the yard, and for a moment his expression cracked open into something raw and young beneath the trained composure, something that looked almost like hope fighting very hard not to be hope, because hope had been dangerous his entire life. "You have said things like this before. When we were boys. Before father died. You know how that ended." "I know." Naruto held his gaze steadily. "This time I actually mean to finish it." He did not know, in that moment, whether the conviction in his voice belonged to him or to Hashirama, whether it was his own hard-won belief in bonds and stubborn hope bleeding through, or some deep current of the man whose body he now wore, who had apparently spent his whole life dreaming the exact same dream and never quite managing to build it. Perhaps, he thought, it did not matter which of them the dream truly belonged to. Perhaps that was the point. Two men from two different centuries, arriving at the exact same conclusion about what the world needed, was not a coincidence so much as it was a kind of proof. They found her in the practice yard behind the main hall, sparring against a pair of clan guards with a taijutsu style so precise and economical it looked more like a dance than a fight, each strike landing exactly where it needed to and nowhere else, no wasted motion, no wasted breath. She was tall, dark-haired, with a Senju crest worked into the shoulder of her training gear, and when she caught sight of them approaching she ended the spar with a clean sweep that put both guards on the ground at once, and turned to face them without so much as raising her breathing. Toka, Tobirama said, and something in the easy familiarity of it told Naruto this was another name he was supposed to already know intimately. You heard about the ridge? Half the camp heard about the ridge, Toka said, dark eyes settling on Naruto with an assessing weight that reminded him, oddly, of the way Tsunade used to look at him before deciding whether he had earned an actual answer or only a lecture. A forest grown in under a minute is not the sort of thing that stays quiet. It surprised me too, Naruto admitted, which was, if nothing else, completely true. Toka's brow lifted a fraction. You are admitting that? You usually spend a week insisting you knew exactly what you were doing the whole time, even when the rest of us can see you did not. Naruto laughed before he could stop himself, because that too sounded uncomfortably familiar, and something about hearing it aimed at a version of himself he had never met made the strangeness of his situation feel, for just a moment, almost bearable. Maybe I am trying something different today, HM. Toka circled him once, slow, the way a sparring partner sizes up an opponent whose stance has suddenly changed without explanation, and he held still and let her look, because he understood instinctively that trust here would have to be earned all over again no matter what history this body carried with these people. You even stand differently. Is that a bad thing? I have not decided yet. But there was the ghost of something warmer under the dry assessment in her voice, something that told him whatever history existed between this body and this woman ran deeper than simple clan loyalty, and he filed that thought away carefully, unsure yet what to do with it, only certain that he intended to treat it with more care than he suspected the original Hashirama, dream-chasing and endlessly distracted, might have managed. That night, alone in the sparse wooden room that apparently belonged to him, Naruto sat by a low fire and finally let himself think through the shape of what had happened, turning it over and over like a puzzle box with no obvious seam. He remembered a ritual, dimly, something involving old Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scrolls he and a small team had been translating in the aftermath of the war, sealing formulas so old even the archive elders had not been certain what they did, something about soul anchoring and dimensional resonance that Kurama had warned him not to test without proper preparation. He remembered warning lights. Kurama's voice, sharp with alarm. A flash of white. And now this. A body 100 years and an entire unlived life away from anything he understood, a brother who loved him fiercely, and did not yet know his name was a lie, a woman with wine-dark eyes who was watching him like she already suspected something had changed, and an entire era of war stretching out in front of him that history said would not truly end until Hashirama Senju built a village and Madara Uchiha eventually turned against it. He had read every account of the founding of Konoha that survived into his own time. He knew, in broad strokes, what was supposed to happen, the peace treaty, the village, the eventual rift between the Senju and Uchiha that would poison two clans for generations to come. He had grown up in the wreckage of that rift, had lost people to it, had bled to close it. And here he sat, inside the very man who was supposed to build the thing that eventually broke. If he could not get home, if this body and this life were somehow the only ones left to him now, then he was not going to let history repeat itself blind. He knew things Hashirama never had the chance to know. He knew exactly how badly this all could go wrong, and exactly how much it would cost the people he had not yet even properly met. He was going to build the village anyway. But this time, he decided, watching the fire burn low, he was going to build it better. A soft knock came at the door, and when he opened it Mito stood in the corridor with a folded cloth bundle in her arms, expression unreadable in the dim light. You left your training gear on the ridge, she said, holding it out. Along with, apparently, several people's understanding of what you are capable of. Thank you, he said, taking it, and their fingers brushed for a moment longer than strictly necessary, either of them pulling away first. You really are different tonight, she said quietly, studying his face the way she had on the ridge, searching for something she could not quite name. Not bad different. Just new. I have decided some things, Naruto said. About what I want this life to look like. Mito tilted her head, curious. Such as? He thought of Tobirama's guarded hope, of Toka's careful assessment, of an entire compound full of people who had lived their whole lives bracing for the next attack, and he thought, too, of a village he had grown up loving fiercely enough to nearly die for more than once, a village that in this world did not exist yet at all. Such as an end to all of this, he said simply. A real one. Not a truce that lasts until the next insult. Something built to hold. Mito was quiet for a long moment, red hair falling loose around her shoulders in the firelight, and when she finally spoke her voice had lost its dry edge entirely, replaced with something more careful, more genuine. Every man in this camp has said some version of that sentence to me at some point, usually right before asking for something. You are the first one who said it looking like he actually believed it was possible. I do believe it, Naruto said. I have seen what it costs not to try. She held his gaze a moment longer, something shifting behind her eyes, and then, unexpectedly, she smiled, small and real. Then I suppose I will have to stay a while longer and see whether you can actually manage it, Hashirama Senju. After she left, he stood in the doorway a long time, watching the compound settle into its uneasy nighttime quiet, watched fires burning along the wall, sentries pacing their rounds, an entire clan sleeping lightly because peace had never once been safe to trust. Somewhere out past the tree line, the Uchiha were doing the same, bracing against a war either side had chosen and neither side knew how to end. He was going to end it. Whatever it cost him, whatever strange twist of fate had put Naruto Uzumaki's mind behind Hashirama Senju's eyes, he intended to spend every ounce of that borrowed strength making sure that the next generation, whoever they turned out to be, would never have to grow up the way he did, alone and unwanted and starving for a bond that should have simply been given freely. He closed the door, banked the fire, and for the first time since waking on that blood-soaked ridge, allowed himself to sleep. Chapter 3. The summons to Uzumaki arrived 8 days later, carried by a hawk with a whirlpool crest burned into the leather message tube, and Tobirama read it twice before handing it across the war table without a word. Your father wants a formal audience, he said finally. Which means Mito's father wants to look you in the eye and decide whether the stories about the ridge are true or exaggerated. And if he decides they are true, then he will want to know what you intend to do with that kind of power, and whether it makes you an asset to the Uzumaki or a threat. Tobirama's mouth thinned. Uzumaki has stayed neutral in our war for 2 generations. They will not want that neutrality tested by a Senju heir who can grow a forest out of bare rock in under a minute. Naruto turned the message tube over in his hands, feeling the weight of it, and thought about Uzumaki the way he had always known it, a name from old scrolls and older grief, a village of red hair and sealing masters that had been wiped from the map generations before he was ever born, its ruins nothing but broken pillars and drowned foundations by the time he was old enough to understand what had been lost there. His own mother's clan. His own blood, in a roundabout way that this body's borrowed memories could not possibly know. He was going to walk into that village while it still stood, whole and proud and humming with fuinjutsu that would one day be studied like scripture by scholars who never got to see it working. The thought settled somewhere deep and quiet in his chest, a private ache that had nothing to do with Hashirama's dream and everything to do with his own. I will go, he said. Alone. If that is what they want. Not alone. Toka's voice cut in from the doorway, arms crossed, expression already daring him to argue. If you are walking into Uzumaki to be assessed like a piece of livestock, you are taking an honor guard. I am not asking permission, Hashirama. I already told the quartermaster to prepare travel gear for 4. He looked at her for a moment, this woman who apparently already knew him well enough to make decisions on his behalf without blinking, and felt something warm and unfamiliar and entirely welcome settle into the strangeness of his new life. 4 sounds good. The journey to Uzushio took the better part of 3 days, cutting east along river valleys thick with cedar, and Naruto spent most of it quietly cataloging every difference between the world he remembered and the one he now walked through, the sheer density of untouched forest, the absence of any of the great villages he had grown up taking for granted, the way every settlement they passed bristled with watch posts because no one, anywhere, had yet built anything that could be trusted to hold a real peace. Uzushio rose out of the sea mist on the third morning like something out of a dream he had only ever half believed, spiral towers wrapped in seal work that glowed faintly blue even in daylight, bridges strung between islands wreathed in barrier techniques so dense the air itself seemed to hum, and for one unguarded moment Naruto simply stopped walking and stared, throat tight in a way he had not expected and could not entirely explain to the others. You look like you have never seen it before, Mito said quietly, falling into step beside him. I have not, he admitted before he could stop himself, not like this. She gave him a curious look but did not press, and he was grateful for it, because there was no version of that explanation he could give her that would not require unraveling everything he still did not fully understand about his own arrival in this era. Mito's father received them in a hall lined with sealing scrolls stacked floor to ceiling, an older man with the same deep red hair and the same assessing eyes as his daughter, flanked by a pair of elders who studied Naruto with open suspicion the moment he crossed the threshold. Hashirama Senju, the elder Uzumaki said, not rising from his seat. We hear remarkable things. A forest grown from bare stone. An entire Uchiha vanguard turned back without a single Senju death. Word like that tends to grow taller with every retelling, so I will ask you plainly instead of relying on rumor. What exactly did you do? Naruto considered his answer carefully, aware that every word here would be weighed and remembered, and decided, in the end, that the only path through this kind of suspicion was honesty. I used a technique I did not know I had until I needed it. Would release, drawing on both nature energies at once. I am still learning the shape of it myself. And your intentions with it? To stop killing people who do not need to die, Naruto said simply. I do not want a weapon. I want an end to the reason weapons like that keep becoming necessary. The hall went very quiet. One of the elders exchanged a sharp glance with the other, and the older Uzumaki leaned forward slightly, studying Naruto with new and careful attention. That is not the answer of a man hungry for conquest. I have seen what conquest costs, Naruto said, and meant it more than any of them could know, thinking of a war 100 years and one entire lifetime away that had cost him nearly everyone he loved before he ever managed to end it. I would rather build something that makes conquest pointless. Bold words from a Senju, the second elder said, not unkindly, more thoughtful than hostile now. The Uchiha have said similar things before, and it has never once held. Then maybe it needs someone stubborn enough to make it hold this time, Naruto said, and something in his own certainty surprised even him, because he realized as he said it that he believed it completely, not as Hashirama's borrowed dream but as his own hard truth, forged across an entire life of refusing to let hatred win the last word. The elder Uzumaki studied him a long moment longer, then, unexpectedly, let out a short laugh, dry and surprised. Mito. You did not tell me he had gotten more interesting since the last time you saw him. I did not know he had, until recently, Mito said, glancing sideways at Naruto with an expression he could not entirely read, somewhere between amusement and genuine curiosity. The formal audience shifted, after that, into something looser, an actual conversation rather than an interrogation, and by the time evening fell over the spiral towers Naruto found himself walking the seawall alone with Mito, watching lanterns kindle along the bridges one by one, the whole village lighting up like something out of legend. My father likes you, Mito said, leaning against the rail, red hair catching the last of the sunset. That is rarer than you might think. He has turned away Senju envoys before without so much as an audience. I am glad it went well. You keep saying things like that, she said, turning to face him fully, something searching in her expression. Small, careful, honest things. The Hashirama I grew up hearing about from my father's letters was loud. Reckless. Always talking about grand plans and rarely finishing any of them. You are different. Quieter. More certain, somehow, even though you keep telling everyone you are only now figuring things out. Naruto held her gaze and, for the first time since waking in this body, felt the full weight of how much he wanted to simply tell someone the truth. He could not yet, not until he understood it himself well enough to explain it without sounding as though he belonged in an asylum instead of a war council. But he could give her something true, even if it was not the whole truth. I think, he said slowly, that something changed in me on that ridge. I cannot fully explain it. But I know I want different things now than I think I wanted before. I want to build something that lasts. I want the people I care about to stop having to bury each other. Mito was quiet for a long moment, the wind off the sea pulling strands of red hair loose around her face, and when she finally spoke her voice had gone soft in a way he had not yet heard from her. You said something like that on the ridge too, my brother told me. About not wanting the technique to become a way to end more people than it saves. She looked at him directly. I have known a great many shinobi who talk about peace as a strategy. You are the first one who talks about it like a wound he is trying to close. Maybe that is exactly what it is, Naruto admitted quietly. She did not ask him to explain further, and he did not offer, and they stood together at the rail a while longer in a silence that felt, unexpectedly, comfortable rather than strained. Two people from very different worlds finding some quiet understanding neither of them had words for yet. When they finally returned to the guest quarters, Toka was waiting in the corridor, arms crossed, expression unreadable. The elders spent an hour arguing after you left, she said without preamble. Half of them think you are the answer to 50 years of war. The other half think you are either lying or dangerously naive. What do you think? Naruto asked. Toka studied him for a long moment, dark eyes sharp in the lantern light. I think, she said slowly, that I have known you since we were children, Hashirama, and I have never once heard you sound as certain about anything as you sounded today. Whatever changed on that ridge, I am not sure I fully believe it yet. But I want to. That is more than fair, Naruto said, and meant it. She held his gaze a moment longer, something unreadable passing behind her eyes, and then, quietly, do not make me regret wanting to. I will try not to, he said, and the promise settled into his chest with the same weight as the one he had made to Tobirama on the ridge. One more thread in a growing net of trust he intended to spend the rest of this borrowed life proving worthy of. That night, alone again with the sound of the sea moving beneath the spiral towers, Naruto allowed himself, finally, to grieve a little for the life he had left behind, for a village not yet built, for a fox he could no longer feel humming beneath his skin, for friends who did not exist yet in this century and might never know he had ever lived at all. But grief, he had learned a long time ago, did not have to be the end of a story. It could also be the reason a person decided to build something new. He fell asleep to the sound of waves against ancient sea walls, and for the first time, the strangeness of his new life felt less like an exile and more like a beginning. Chapter 4. The attack came on the fourth night, while the Senju delegation was still within Uzushio's outer waters, and it did not come from the Uchiha. Naruto woke to the sound of alarm bells rolling across the spiral towers, sharp and continuous, and by the time he reached the seawall in half-fastened armor he could already see the shapes of unmarked ships cutting through the mist toward the eastern docks, low and fast, oars muffled with cloth in a way that spoke of long practice at moving unseen. Kiri raiders, Toka said grimly, falling in at his side, blade already drawn. They have hit the outer islands twice this year. Uzushio's seals keep most of the village safe, but the eastern dock quarter sits outside the main barrier lattice. How many people live there? Enough. That single word was answer enough. Naruto was already moving before he had finished forming the decision, chakra rising in him with the same startling ease it had on the ridge, and this time, with a few days of quiet practice behind him, he understood at least a little more of what he was reaching for. Get the Uzumaki guard mobilized, he said to Toka. I am going to buy the dock quarter sometime. Alone? Hashirama, you barely understand your own technique. Then I will understand it a little better by the time I am done, Naruto said, and did not wait for her argument, breaking into a dead run along the seawall toward the eastern quarter, sandals slapping stone, the alarm bells still rolling overhead. He reached the docks just as the first raiding boats grounded, black-clad figures pouring out onto the wooden piers with the brutal efficiency of men who had done this many times before, torches already lit, blades already drawn, and behind them, In the narrow streets beyond the docks, he could hear people screaming, doors slamming, children crying in the dark. He did not think. He simply reached for the same chakra that had grown a forest out of bare stone on the ridge, and let instinct, this body's old deep instinct, guide his hands through a seal he somehow already knew. The piers themselves answered first, wooden beams splitting and twisting upward into thick coiling roots that snatched raiders off their feet before they had gone 3 steps, wrapping limbs, pinning them fast without crushing, restraint built into the very shape of the technique the same way it had been on the ridge. A second seal sent a wall of tangled branches rising along the shoreline behind the docked boats, cutting off any retreat, and a third, formed almost without conscious thought, sent roots snaking up through the streets beyond to encircle the fleeing villagers in a loose protective ring, sheltering them from stray arrows without trapping them in. The raiders, disoriented, began shouting to each other in a dialect thick with the coastal accent of the land of water, and Naruto strode down onto the docks through the middle of his own rapidly growing forest, feeling, for the first time since waking in this body, something like true confidence in the power he now carried. "Whoever is in charge here," he called out, voice carrying easily over the chaos, pitched with an authority that felt, once again, both borrowed and entirely his own, "call off your people now, and I will let every one of you leave this island alive. Keep fighting, and I promise you will not enjoy how this ends." A tall man near the lead boat, scarred across one cheek, sword already drawn, spat onto the pier and laughed. "Uzushio has never had a shinobi who could grow a forest before. What are you, boy, some kind of demon?" "I am someone who is done watching people die for no good reason," Naruto said, and let the chakra surge a little further, roots thickening around the raider's pinned limbs, close enough now to feel the tension in the wood itself, the barest threshold of a warning. "This is your only chance to walk away." The scarred man hesitated, gaze flicking across the ruined dock, the pinned men, the wall of roots cutting off his ships, and something in his face shifted from bravado to genuine calculation. "You would let us go? After we hit your allies' village? I would rather you go home and tell every raiding crew in Kiri that Uzushio is defended now," Naruto said. "That is worth more to me than corpses." For a long, taut moment nothing moved except the torches guttering in the sea wind, and then the scarred man let out a slow breath and lowered his blade. "Release my men." Naruto did, the roots unwinding carefully, one raider at a time, and watched as the shaken crew scrambled back into their boats, casting wary glances at the forest that had appeared out of nowhere around them, and pushed off into the mist without another word, oars cutting hard and fast for open water. By the time Toka arrived with the mobilized Uzumaki guard, the docks stood quiet, ringed by an impossible new forest, villagers emerging cautiously from doorways to stare at both the retreating boats and the man standing calmly in the middle of it all. "You let them go," Toka said, stopping short at the edge of the tree line, breathing hard from the run, taking in the scene with open disbelief. "I stopped them," Naruto corrected. "And I made sure this village never gets hit by that particular crew again." A story like this spreads fast among raiders. Fear of a defended target does more long-term good than a pile of dead men would have. Toka studied him for a long moment, something working behind her dark eyes, and then, slowly, she began to laugh, low and disbelieving. "You grew an entire forest around the eastern dock quarter in under 10 minutes, talked down a Kiri raiding captain without spilling a drop of blood, and you are standing there explaining it to me like it was the obvious choice. Wasn't it? For most people, no," Toka said, shaking her head, though there was real warmth under the exasperation now. "For you, apparently, yes." She stepped closer, studying the forest around them with new appreciation. "The Uzumaki elders are going to hear about this within the hour. You do understand that, do you not? A Senju heir just single-handedly defended their most vulnerable quarter without asking permission or waiting for orders. Is that going to be a problem?" "No," Toka said, and something in her voice had gone quieter, more serious. "I think it is going to be the opposite of a problem." She was right. By dawn the entire island was talking about the Senju heir who had grown a forest to protect the eastern docks and let the raiders walk free rather than slaughter them, and when Mito found him standing at the edge of his own impromptu forest, watching the sun rise over the sea, she did not say anything for a long moment, simply studying him with an expression he had not seen on her face before. My father wants to see you again, she said finally. Immediately. The elder Uzumaki received him this time not in the formal hall but on the seawall itself, standing over the newly grown tree line with his hands clasped behind his back, studying the ring of protective forest with an expression somewhere between wonder and calculation. You defended a quarter that was not your responsibility, the old man said without preamble. You showed restraint against an enemy most shinobi would have simply killed. And you did it, from what I am told, without a single order or a single moment of hesitation. Was that wrong? No, the elder said, turning to face him fully. It was exactly the kind of thing that makes an old man start believing dangerous things again. He studied Naruto a long moment, something shifting behind his eyes. I am going to make you an offer, Hashirama Senju, and I want you to understand it is not one I make lightly. Uzushio has stayed neutral in your war for 2 generations because we did not believe any Senju or Uchiha vision of peace was worth risking our people for. You are the first one in 50 years who has made me reconsider that. Naruto felt something settle in his chest, quiet and certain. What kind of offer? An alliance, the elder said. Not a formal treaty, not yet, the clans would need time to accept something that large. But a private understanding between our houses. Uzumaki seal work in service of whatever you intend to build, when the time comes to build it. And my daughter's continued presence at your side, if she is willing, as more than simply an envoy. Mito, standing a few paces back, did not look surprised by this, which told Naruto that whatever history existed here ran deeper than he had yet understood, and when he glanced her way she met his gaze steadily, something warm and unguarded in her expression that had not been there on the ridge 4 days earlier. I would be honored, Naruto said, and meant every word of it, thinking of a village that did not yet exist, built one bond at a time, one act of restraint at a time, one small stubborn refusal to let fear win the last word, and understanding, with growing clarity, that this was exactly how peace was supposed to be built. Not through grand declarations. Through people deciding, one at a time, to trust each other anyway. The elder Uzumaki nodded once, satisfied, and turned back to study the forest along the eastern docks, already humming faintly with the first threads of new seal work being woven into its living wood by Uzushio's own sealing masters, eager to study a technique unlike anything they had ever documented. Then it is done, the old man said. Go home, Hashirama Senju. Build whatever it is you are building. And when you are ready to call it something more than a dream, send word. Uzushio will answer. They left the island 3 days later under a clear sky, the eastern dock quarters new forest already thick with morning birdsong, and Naruto stood at the stern of the departing boat a long while, watching the spiral towers shrink into the mist, one hand resting unconsciously over his chest where, in another lifetime, an entirely different kind of power had once lived. Mito came to stand beside him at the rail, close enough that her shoulder brushed his. You are already thinking about the next fight, she said, not quite a question. I am thinking about how many more fights it is going to take before people stop assuming fights are the only answer, Naruto admitted. That could be a very long road. I have time, he said, and something in the certainty of it made her smile, small and genuine, the sea wind pulling at her hair as Uzushio disappeared behind them into the mist, and the road home, and everything still waiting to be built along it, stretched out ahead. Chapter 5. Word of Uzushio's private alliance reached the Senju compound before they did, carried faster than any traveling party by the simple fact that gossip among shinobi clans moved quicker than diplomacy ever managed to. By the time Naruto crossed the gate, Tobirama was already waiting in the yard, arms crossed, expression caught somewhere between pride and disbelief. You secured an alliance with Uzushio Gakami in under a week, he said, falling into step as Naruto crossed toward the main hall. Father spent 30 years trying to get so much as a trade agreement out of them. I think they were waiting to see if anyone would ask the right way, Naruto said. And what is the right way, according to you? Showing them you mean it. Not saying it. Tobirama studied him sideways, the same careful assessment he had been giving Naruto since the ridge, searching for whatever it was that had changed and had not yet stopped changing. You keep doing that. Answering like the question was simple, when nothing about any of this has ever been simple. Maybe it does not have to stay that complicated, Naruto said. Maybe we have just been treating it like it does because that is all anyone has ever tried. They found the rest of the household gathered in the war hall that evening, elders and captains alike drawn by the news from Uzushio, and Naruto stood at the head of the table and, for the first time since waking in this body, said out loud the thing he had been turning over quietly for days. I want to build something more than a fortified compound, he said, and the hall went still, dozens of eyes fixing on him at once. I want to build an actual village. Not a Senju stronghold. Somewhere the Uchiha could live too, if they were willing. Somewhere any clan willing to lay down the endless raiding could send their children to grow up without learning to flinch at every shadow. The silence that followed was heavy enough to feel physical. One of the older captains, a grizzled man named Kingo who had fought in this war since before Naruto, before Hashirama, before either of them had been anything but a boy learning to hold a blade, finally broke it with a short, disbelieving laugh. You want to invite the Uchiha to live beside us? After the ridge? After everything they have done to this clan for 3 generations? I want to stop the reason they keep doing it, Naruto said evenly, holding the older man's gaze without flinching. Hatred like this does not come from nowhere. It gets built, generation after generation, by people who never once tried anything different. I am done inheriting a war I did not start, and refusing to try ending it just because it has always been this way. And if they refuse? If Madara Uchiha spits on the offer the way his clan has spat on every offer before it, then I will have lost nothing but an afternoon and some pride, Naruto said. But if there is even a chance he says yes, is that chance not worth taking, against the alternative of another 100 years of this? Kingo studied him a long moment, weathered face unreadable, and then, slowly, inclined his head. You have never sounded quite like this before, Hashirama. Whatever changed in you out on that ridge, I find myself hoping it stays changed. The meeting broke well past midnight, plans half formed for a formal approach to the Uchiha, and Naruto found himself, finally, alone on the training yard under a clear cold sky, letting the weight of the day settle over him. You really mean to try it? Toka's voice came from the shadow of the yard wall, and he turned to find her leaning there, arms crossed, watching him with an expression that had softened considerably since the ridge. A village. Senju and Uchiha, side by side. I mean to try it, he confirmed. You understand most of this compound thinks you have lost your mind. I am aware. And that if it works, Toka said, pushing off the wall to close the distance between them, if it actually works, it will be the single largest thing anyone has ever built in this era. Bigger than any clan war. Bigger than any single victory. I know that too. She stopped close enough that he could see the firelight from the distant hall reflected in her dark eyes, and something in her expression, careful and searching since the moment he had first stumbled off that battlefield a week ago, finally settled into something warmer, something that looked, unmistakably, like trust. I have known you since we were children, Hashirama, she said quietly. I watched you dream this exact dream a dozen times before, and I watched it die a dozen times before that, because you never quite had the discipline to see it through past the first setback. But this time is different. You are different. I do not fully understand why, and maybe I do not need to. I just know that whatever changed in you, I want to be there when you build it. I would like that, Naruto said, and meant it completely, feeling something in his chest loosen that he had not realized was still coiled tight since the moment he had woken on the ridge into a life that was not his own. Toka studied him a moment longer, then, unexpectedly, reached out and rested a hand lightly against his chest, over the place where, in a body 100 years and one whole lifetime away, an entirely different kind of strength had once burned. Whoever you have become since that ridge, she said softly, I am glad I get to know him. He did not correct her. He was not sure, standing there under the cold clear sky with a village not yet built, and a war not yet ended stretching out ahead of him, that there was anything left to correct. Naruto Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju had, somewhere in the space of one impossible week, stopped feeling like two separate men occupying the same borrowed body, and started feeling, instead, like the same stubborn hope wearing two different names across 2 different centuries. 3 days later, a messenger hawk arrived from the Uchiha camp, carrying a single terse line requesting a meeting at the valley between their territories, signed with a name Naruto had spent his entire first life fearing and mourning in equal measure. Madara Uchiha. Naruto stood alone in the war hall that night, the message unrolled on the table before him, and felt the full weight of everything still ahead of him settle across his shoulders, a village not yet founded, a friendship not yet forged, and an entire tragedy from another lifetime hanging over every word he would need to choose carefully in the meeting to come. He was not going to let history repeat itself blind. Whatever it cost him, whatever careful, patient work it took, he intended to build something strong enough this time to hold. Outside, the compound slept its uneasy, watchful sleep, and somewhere past the tree line, an entire clan of crimson-eyed shinobi did the same, both sides bracing, as they always had, for a war that had never once been given the chance to end any other way. That was about to change. Chapter 6. The valley chosen for the meeting sat exactly between Senju and Uchiha territory, a wide bowl of grassland ringed by low hills, neutral ground by old and uneasy tradition, the kind of place where past generations had occasionally managed brief truces before the next betrayal shattered them apart again. Naruto arrived at dawn with only Tobirama and 2 guards at his back, deliberately small, deliberately unarmed beyond the blades every shinobi carried as a matter of course, because he understood, with a certainty that felt older than this single lifetime, that the first gesture would matter more than any words that followed it. Madara Uchiha was already waiting when they crested the last hill. Naruto had expected, on some level, to feel fear at the sight of him, memory of a masked figure commanding a beast the size of a mountain rising unbidden from another lifetime entirely. What he felt instead, looking down at the young man standing alone in the center of the valley, was something closer to grief. This Madara was not yet the tragedy history had made of him. He stood tall and proud in dark armor, twin blades crossed at his back, crimson eyes fixed on the approaching Senju party with open wariness, but there was nothing yet broken in his face, nothing yet twisted by loss into the shape it would eventually take. He looked, more than anything, like a young man exhausted by a war he had not chosen and had never once been given a real chance to end. You actually came, Madara said as they closed the distance, voice flat, testing. I half expected an ambush. I did not come here to ambush anyone, Naruto said, stopping a respectful distance away, hands open and visible at his sides. I came here to ask you something I do not think anyone from my clan has ever seriously asked yours. And what is that? What would it take for this to stop? Something flickered across Madara's face, too quick to fully name, gone before Tobirama or the guards could have caught it, but Naruto saw it clearly, because he had spent a lifetime learning to read the exact shape of a person's buried grief. It was disbelief. And beneath the disbelief, something rawer and more dangerous. Hope, badly wanting to be believed and terrified of being disappointed again. You ask that like it is simple, Madara said, voice hardening again, guard rising back into place. Your clan has burned my clan's fields 3 times in the last 2 years alone. Your clan has done the same to mine, Naruto said, not as an accusation, simply as fact laid plainly on the table between them. I am not here to argue who started it, or who has the larger grievance. I do not think either of us could win that argument, because I think we would both be right. And I think that argument is exactly what has kept this war alive for 100 years. Then what are you here for? To ask if you would be willing to try something neither of our fathers ever tried. Not another truce that lasts until the next insult. Something built to actually hold. A place where our clans, and any others willing to join us, could live without needing to bury a child every season. Madara studied him for a long, silent moment, crimson eyes searching Naruto's face with an intensity that felt, uncomfortably, like being seen all the way through to whatever strange truth lived underneath his borrowed skin. You are serious. Completely. Why now? What changed, Senju? Your clan has had 100 years to make this offer and never once did. Naruto thought of the ridge, of the forest grown in a single desperate breath, of Mito's careful searching gaze and Toka's hand resting over his chest and Tobirama's guarded, fragile hope, and understood that the true answer, the impossible answer involving another century and another name and a war not yet fought in this timeline at all, was not one he could ever give this man. So he gave him the truest thing he could instead. I watched people die on that ridge a week ago who did not have to, he said quietly. And I decided I was done accepting that as simply how things are. That is the whole of it, Madara. No grand secret. Just a decision I finally made and intend to keep. The valley was quiet for a long moment, wind moving through the tall grass, the sun climbing higher over the low hills, and Naruto watched Madara Uchiha wrestle visibly with a hope he had clearly buried a long time ago for his own protection, watched the exact moment it began, cautiously, painfully, to surface again. My clan will not simply agree because a Senju asks nicely, Madara said finally, though the hard edge in his voice had softened by a fraction that meant everything. There is too much blood between us. Too many dead who would have to be answered for before anyone trusts a truce. I am not asking for trust today, Naruto said. I am asking for a chance to start earning it. Slowly, if that is what it takes. However long it takes. Madara studied him a moment longer, and then, unexpectedly, something that was almost a smile, tired and wary and real, ghosted across his face. You are either the most naive man I have ever met, or the first Senju in a century who actually means what he says. Maybe both, Naruto admitted, and this time Madara did laugh, short and surprised, as though the sound had escaped before he had given himself permission for it. I will bring the offer to my clan, Madara said finally. I cannot promise they will accept it. My uncle alone will likely argue against it for a week. But I will bring it, and I will argue for it myself, because I find that I am tired, Senju. Tired in a way I have not let myself admit out loud in a very long time. That is all I am asking, Naruto said, and meant it completely, feeling something settle into place in his chest that felt, for the first time since waking on that bloodied ridge, like the true beginning of the thing he had actually been sent here to build. They parted as the sun climbed toward noon, no treaty signed, no alliance sealed, only a fragile, cautious agreement to speak again, and as Naruto turned to make the long walk back toward the Senju compound, Tobirama fell into step beside him, expression caught somewhere between disbelief and something that, for the first time in a long while, looked genuinely like hope. He did not try to kill you, Tobirama said quietly. I half expected he would. He is tired of the war, Naruto said. Same as us. Same as everyone. He just never had anyone offer him a real way out of it before. And you think you are that way out. I think I am willing to try being that way out, Naruto said, for as long as it takes. Behind them, the valley stood empty and quiet under the climbing sun, grass rippling in a wind that carried no smoke, no screaming, no sound of steel meeting steel, and for one brief, unguarded moment it looked almost like the kind of place a village could actually grow. Naruto meant to make sure it did. Whatever the road ahead cost him, whatever careful, patient work it took to earn the trust of a woman with wine-dark eyes in a village of spiraling towers, of a warrior with dark hair and a hand that had rested, once, gently over his chest, of a young man across an old and bitter war who had just, for the very first time, allowed himself to hope out loud. Naruto Uzumaki intended to spend every ounce of his borrowed strength making certain that this time, finally, the dream held. The road back to the compound stretched out long and quiet ahead of them, and somewhere far past the horizon, an entire future waited to be built, one stubborn, patient choice at a time. Act 2, Chapter 7. The Senju War Hall had never gone quiet the way it went quiet the morning Naruto stood before the assembled captains and elders and told them, plainly, that he had met with Madara Uchiha and proposed an actual village, one where Senju and Uchiha might live behind the same walls. Kingo was the first to break the silence, dragging a scarred hand down his face. You told him. To his face. About the village. I told him, Naruto confirmed. And he did not kill you on the spot. He listened. That single word did more to unsettle the room than any argument could have. Naruto watched decades of hardened distrust ripple across the faces gathered around the table, men and women who had buried brothers and fathers and children to the crimson eyes of the Uchiha, and he understood, with a patience that felt older than the week he had actually spent in this body, that convincing this room was going to take considerably longer than convincing Madara had. He listened, one of the elders repeated slowly, as though testing the words for some hidden trick. And what, precisely, did he say in return? That he would bring the offer to his clan. That he could not promise they would accept it. But that he was tired of the war, same as the rest of us, and that he would argue for it himself. Madara Uchiha does not get tired, Kingo said flatly. He gets patient. There is a difference, and it usually ends with a knife in someone's back. Naruto held the old captain's gaze without flinching, understanding the fear underneath the cynicism, because he had spent a lifetime learning to hear the grief hiding inside other people's suspicion. I am not asking any of you to trust the Uchiha yet. I am asking you to trust me long enough to see whether the offer holds. If it does not, we lose nothing but a season of caution. If it does, we lose a war that has already cost this clan 3 generations. Tobirama, seated at Naruto's right hand, had been quiet through the entire exchange, red eyes fixed on the table, jaw tight in a way that told Naruto exactly how much internal argument was happening behind that careful composure. Finally he looked up, and when he spoke his voice was rough with something that was not quite anger. I want to believe you, he said. Do you understand that? I have wanted to believe some version of this dream since we were boys, since before Father died trying to protect us from exactly this war. I have simply learned, the hard way, every single time, that wanting to believe it is not the same as it being safe to believe. I know, Naruto said quietly. I am not asking you to feel safe yet, Tobirama. I am asking you to help me build something worth eventually feeling safe in. Something in his brother's face cracked, just slightly. Old grief and old hope tangled too close together to easily separate, and after a long moment he exhaled and nodded once, sharp and final. Fine. I will help you build it. But I am not lowering my guard around a single Uchiha until they have proven it, again and again, with more than words. That is more than fair, Naruto said, and meant it, because he would have expected nothing less from the man history remembered as the architect of Konoha's earliest defenses. A man whose caution, in another lifetime, had saved the very village Naruto had grown up in more times than most people ever knew. The council meeting stretched long into the afternoon, plans forming and reforming around the table, arguments rising and settling, old grudges surfacing and being set carefully, painfully aside one at a time, and by the time it finally broke Naruto felt the particular exhaustion of a man who had spent hours holding a room together through sheer stubborn will. He found Toka waiting outside the hall, arms crossed, watching the captains file out with an expression he could not quite read. That went better than I expected, she said once the last of them had gone. Kingo still thinks I have lost my mind. Kingo thought you had lost your mind when you were 12 and tried to negotiate a truce with a bear that had wandered into the training yard, Toka said, the corner of her mouth twitching. He came around on the bear eventually too. Naruto laughed, more freely than he had in days, and something about the easy warmth of it settled between them comfortably, the way it always seemed to when Toka was near. I will take that as encouragement. You should, she said, falling into step beside him as they crossed the yard toward the training grounds, the afternoon sun slanting long and gold over the compound. For what it is worth, I believe you can actually do this. I did not at first. I thought it was another version of the dream you used to chase as a boy, the one that always burned bright and never quite survived contact with reality. But you are different now. Steadier. I do not fully understand why, but I have stopped needing to understand it in order to trust it. That means more to me than you probably realize, Naruto said, and it was true in a way that reached back through an entire lifetime of people who had needed proof, endless proof, before they were willing to believe in him at all. Toka studied him a moment, something warm and quiet passing behind her dark eyes, and then, without quite seeming to decide to do it, she reached out and took his hand, lacing her fingers through his with the easy confidence of someone who had wanted to do exactly this for longer than she had let herself admit. Then let me help you build it. Not as a soldier following orders. As someone who actually believes in what you are trying to make. He held her hand, warm and steady in his, and felt something in his chest settle that had been unsteady since the moment he woke on that bloodied ridge into a life he had never asked for. Whatever strange twist of fate had brought Naruto Uzumaki into Hashirama Senju's body, whatever cost it might eventually demand of him, this, at least, felt like an honest kind of good fortune, the sort he had rarely been allowed in his own original life. I would like that, he said quietly. More than I can easily say. They stood together in the golden light a long moment, the compound settling into its evening quiet around them, watch fires not yet lit, sentries not yet pacing their nervous rounds, and for the first time since arriving in this century Naruto let himself simply exist inside a moment of peace rather than immediately planning the next fight to secure it. It did not last, of course. Peace like that never lasted long in a world still at war. But a messenger arrived at the gate before sundown carrying word that would prove, in the days to come, to matter more than either of them yet understood, word that Madara Uchiha had, against every expectation the Senju Council held, actually brought the offer before his own clan council, and that the arguing inside the Uchiha compound had already begun. Naruto read the message twice, feeling the fragile shape of everything he was trying to build tremble somewhere between hope and disaster, and then folded it carefully and looked up at Toka, who was watching him with the same steady warmth she had shown him all afternoon. It has started, he said. Then we had better be ready for whatever comes next, Toka said, squeezing his hand once before releasing it, already turning toward the armory with the brisk efficiency of a woman preparing for a long night ahead. Whatever it is. Naruto watched her go, then turned his gaze east, toward the tree line that separated Senju land from Uchiha land, toward a compound where, even now, a young man he had once feared more than almost anyone else in his old life was fighting a battle Naruto could not help him win, a battle fought entirely with words, against an entire clan's worth of buried grief and hardened distrust. He hoped, more fiercely than he had hoped for almost anything since waking in this borrowed body, that it would be enough. Chapter 8. The Uchiha Compound, when Naruto finally saw it 3 days later under a flag of parley, looked nothing like he expected and exactly like he should have known it would, a fortress of dark timber and steep tiled roofs built into the shadow of a mountain, every wall bristling with the same nervous vigilance he had seen in the Senju compound, the architecture of a clan that had also never once been allowed to feel safe. Madara met him at the outer gate alone, which Naruto understood, even before Tobirama's sharp intake of breath beside him, to be a significant gesture in itself. No guard, no honor detail, only the man himself, arms crossed, expression carefully neutral in a way that did not quite hide the tension underneath it. My clan is still arguing, Madara said without preamble, falling into step as he led them through the gate. I will not pretend otherwise. My uncle has spent 3 days telling anyone who will listen that this is either a trap or a delusion, and he has not entirely run out of listeners yet. And you? Naruto asked. I have made my position clear, Madara said, something tight in his jaw. Whether that is enough remains to be seen. They found the Uchiha Council already assembled in a long dark hall lined with painted screens, and the moment Naruto stepped through the doorway he felt the full weight of 100 years of buried grief turn to look at him. Dozens of crimson eyes fixed on the Senju heir who had walked, uninvited by anyone but Madara, straight into the heart of their fortress. An older man rose from the head of the table before anyone else could speak, tall and hard-faced, a long scar tracing one side of his jaw, and Naruto understood instantly, from the way the whole room seemed to brace, that this was the uncle Madara had mentioned. You have some nerve, Senju, the man said, voice low and cold. Walking into our home and asking us to forget 3 generations of dead. I am not asking anyone to forget, Naruto said evenly, holding the man's gaze without flinching. I would never ask that. I am asking whether the dead we have already lost are worth adding to, generation after generation, when there might be another way. There has never been another way, the uncle snapped. Every truce your clan has ever offered mine has ended in betrayal. Why should this be different? Because I do not intend to let it end that way, Naruto said. I understand that is not proof. I understand you have no reason yet to believe a single word out of my mouth. So I am not asking for your trust today. I am asking for the chance to earn it, slowly, however long that takes, starting with something small enough that even if I fail, it costs your clan nothing. The uncle's eyes narrowed. What, precisely, are you proposing? A shared border patrol, Naruto said. 1 Senju, 1 Uchiha, walking the contested tree line together for a single season. No weapons drawn unless attacked from outside. If it goes well, we discuss something larger. If it goes badly, we have lost nothing but a season, and you will have proof, real proof, of exactly what kind of man you are dealing with. A murmur went through the hall, some of it skeptical, some of it, Naruto noted carefully, quieter and more thoughtful than he had expected. Madara, standing near the doorway, was watching the room with the particular tension of a man who had already spent every argument he had, waiting to see if it had been enough. It was a younger woman near the back of the hall who spoke next, rising from her seat with a composure that immediately drew every eye in the room, dark hair bound back in a practical braid, the Uchiha crest worked into the shoulder of her armor, a naginata resting easily against her shoulder. Naruto did not know her, and yet something in the room's collective attention told him her opinion carried weight beyond her years. "I have walked that tree line for 6 years," she said, voice clear and steady. "I have buried 2 cousins along it. If the Senju heir is willing to risk his own life walking it beside one of us instead of sending soldiers to do the risking for him, I do not see what we lose by testing whether he means it." "Aiko," the uncle said sharply, "you are not seriously suggesting—" "I am suggesting exactly that," the woman, Aiko, said, holding her ground with a steadiness Naruto found himself immediately respecting. "We have fought this war my entire life and my mother's entire life before that. I am tired of losing people to a fight neither side can actually win. If there is even a small chance this ends it, I would rather take that chance than keep doing what has never once worked." Madara caught Naruto's eye across the hall, something unreadable passing between them, and Naruto understood, in that moment, that Aiko's voice had shifted something in the room that his own words, however carefully chosen, had not quite managed to shift on their own. The argument that followed lasted the better part of 2 hours, voices rising and falling, old grievances aired and half resolved and aired again, and by the end of it the uncle, though clearly still unconvinced in his heart, agreed, grudgingly, to allow the shared patrol as a trial, if only because enough of the younger council members had sided with Aiko that outright refusal risked a deeper rift within the clan itself. "One season," the uncle said finally, jabbing a finger toward Naruto. "If a single Uchiha life is lost to Senju treachery during that season, this entire arrangement ends, and I will make certain my clan remembers exactly why they should never have trusted a Senju again." "Understood," Naruto said. "I would expect nothing less." The council dispersed slowly afterward, tension bleeding out of the hall in uneven waves, and Naruto found himself, unexpectedly, face to face with Aiko near the doorway as the others filed out around them. "That was a bold thing to say in there," he said. "It was a true thing to say," Aiko corrected, studying him with the same frank assessment she had shown the whole room. "I meant every word of it. I am tired of burying people for a war that has forgotten what it was even originally about." She tilted her head slightly, dark eyes sharp. "You surprised me, Senju. Most men who talk about peace are really talking about surrender dressed up in prettier words. You are not doing that. You actually mean the whole of it." "I do," Naruto said simply. "Then I will be the one walking that tree line with you," she said, not quite a question. "If you are willing." Naruto considered her a moment. This woman who had just risked her own standing in front of her entire clan council to give his fragile proposal a chance, and felt something settle into place that had nothing to do with strategy, and everything to do with the particular respect that grows between 2 people willing to risk something real for the same impossible dream. "I would be glad of it," he said, and meant it completely. Madara caught up with them as they crossed the yard toward the gate, expression somewhere between exhausted and cautiously hopeful. "You have no idea how close that came to falling apart in there." "I have some idea," Naruto said. "Thank you for arguing for it as hard as you did." "Do not thank me yet," Madara said, though the warning in his voice had softened considerably from the wariness of their first meeting in the valley. "One season, Senju. If it goes wrong, my uncle will make sure this is the last time either of our clans ever considers trying again." "Then I suppose we had better make sure it goes right," Naruto said. Something that was almost a real smile crossed Madara's face, brief and startled, as though he had forgotten, somewhere in the last 100 years of war, that hope could still occasionally feel this way, cautious and fragile and entirely worth the risk. "I suppose we had," he agreed, and for the first time since Naruto had woken in this borrowed body, he allowed himself to believe, fully and without reservation, that the impossible thing he had set out to build might actually have a chance of standing. Chapter 9. The season of the shared patrol tested Naruto in ways he had not fully anticipated, not because the walking itself was difficult, but because every single day of it carried the quiet, grinding weight of 2 people from opposing sides of a 100-year war learning, one careful conversation at a time, how to simply exist beside each other without flinching. Aiko Uchiha, he came to learn over the long weeks of walking the contested tree line together, carried her own grief the way most seasoned shinobi did, folded small and tucked away where it would not interfere with duty, but it surfaced in unguarded moments, in the careful way she avoided a particular bend in the river where, she eventually told him, her elder cousin had died 3 summers ago in a Senju ambush that neither of them had chosen, and both of them had been forced to live with. I used to hate Senju children on sight, she admitted one gray afternoon, sitting on a fallen log while they waited out a sudden rain, water dripping steadily through the canopy above them. Not the soldiers. The children. I would see Senju scouts sometimes, young ones, barely old enough to hold a blade, and I would think, that one will grow up to kill someone I love, and I hated them before they had ever done a single thing to earn it. Do you still feel that way? Naruto asked. She was quiet a long moment, watching the rain. No, she said finally. Not since I met you, at least. You are the first Senju I have ever spent real time with instead of simply fighting. It is strange, how much easier it is to hate an idea than an actual person standing in front of you. That has always been true, Naruto said quietly, thinking of every war he had ever lived through, in this century and the one he had left behind, thinking of masked men and false gods and entire villages that had learned to hate each other over grievances buried so deep no one currently living even fully remembered how they started. Hatred survives best at a distance. It gets harder to sustain the closer you actually look at the person you are supposed to be hating. Aiko studied him with the same frank assessment she always seemed to carry, dark eyes sharp even in the gray afternoon light. You say things like that a great deal. Old, tired things, for a man who cannot be more than a few years older than I am. I have seen more of this war than you might think, Naruto said carefully, which was, in its own strange and unprovable way, entirely true. She did not press further, though the look she gave him lingered, curious and searching, the same way Mito's and Toka's had in their own respective moments, as though every woman in this era who spent enough time near him eventually sensed some deep unspoken strangeness underneath the surface of a man they otherwise recognized as Hashirama Senju. The season passed slowly, one patrol at a time, and by its final weeks something had shifted in the tree line itself, no longer contested ground bristling with mutual suspicion, but something closer to shared territory, watched over jointly, defended jointly on the 2 occasions when actual raiders from outside either clan attempted to test the border. Word of it spread through both compounds despite the uncle's grudging silence, and Naruto watched, with quiet satisfaction, as the story of the shared patrol became, gradually, less a scandal and more simply a fact of daily life, the way any sufficiently repeated truth eventually stops feeling remarkable. Mito came to visit near the end of that season, drawn by curiosity as much as by the deepening bond between their houses, and found Naruto and Aiko walking the tree line together on an ordinary autumn afternoon, easy and unguarded in a way that clearly surprised her. You did not tell me it had become this comfortable, Mito said afterward, walking beside Naruto back toward the Senju compound while Aiko returned to her own side of the border. I expected tension. Careful diplomacy. Not, she gestured vaguely, searching for the word, friendship. Is that a problem? Naruto asked, watching her carefully. Mito considered the question with the same deliberate honesty she brought to everything. No, she said finally. I think it is exactly what this needs, actually. You cannot build something as large as what you are attempting on treaties and careful words alone. You need people who have actually learned to trust each other as individuals, not simply as symbols of their clans. She glanced sideways at him, something warm and thoughtful in her expression. I find that I admire her a little. Aiko. She risked a great deal, standing up in that council hall the way I hear she did? She did, Naruto agreed. More than I think she has ever admitted to anyone since. And you, Mito said, stopping to face him fully on the forest path, autumn light filtering gold through the canopy above them. How much have you risked, Hashirama, walking into the heart of your enemy's compound season after season, trusting a peace that could still collapse at any moment? He held her gaze, thinking of everything he had already given to this fragile, impossible dream, an entire life left behind in another century, a name that was not truly his own, a body he had spent months learning to inhabit honestly rather than simply borrow, and understood, with a clarity that had been building in him since the very first night on that bloodied ridge, that the risk had never once felt optional. "Everything I have," he said simply. "It is the only way I know how to build anything worth keeping." Something in Mito's expression softened further, and she reached out, unhurried, and took his hand the way Toka had weeks earlier, fingers lacing through his with a warmth that felt, in that quiet autumn light, like its own kind of promise. "Then I intend to keep standing beside you while you build it," she said. "For as long as you will have me." "I will always have you," Naruto said, and meant it with a certainty that surprised even him, the words settling into the space between them like something already true long before either of them had fully spoken it aloud. They walked the rest of the way back to the compound in comfortable silence, hand in hand, autumn leaves drifting down around them in slow gold spirals, and somewhere behind them, past the tree line that had spent one entire season learning, slowly and carefully, how to stop being a battlefield, the first quiet foundations of an actual peace had begun, almost without anyone fully noticing, to take root. Chapter 10. When the season ended without a single life lost along the shared border, Madara called for a full council between the clans for the first time in living memory, and this time, unlike the tense, closed hall of their first meeting, both Senju and Uchiha elders gathered together in the open valley where Naruto and Madara had first spoken, a gesture Naruto understood immediately to be deliberate. Neutral ground chosen precisely because either clan could claim it as their own. "A season," Madara said, standing before the assembled elders of both clans, voice carrying easily across the grass. "One full season of shared patrol, and not a single life lost to betrayal on either side. I do not think that has happened between our clans in living memory, perhaps not in 100 years. A single season proves nothing," the Uchiha uncle said stubbornly, though even his voice had lost some of its earlier hardness. "Peace tested once is not peace proven." "No," Naruto agreed, stepping forward to stand beside Madara. "It is not proof. It is only a beginning. But I did not come here today to ask either clan to declare the war over. I came to ask something larger, and I understand it will take considerably more than one season to earn." He had rehearsed the words 100 times in his mind over the preceding weeks, turning them over the way he once turned over speeches meant to reach people who had long since stopped believing anyone could reach them at all, and when he finally spoke them aloud, standing in the open valley between two clans who had bled each other for a century, he felt the same fierce, steady conviction he had always felt at moments like this. The conviction that had carried him through every impossible fight of his old life. "I want to build a village," he said, loud enough to carry to every elder gathered. "Not a Senju fortress. Not an Uchiha stronghold. A single place, walled and defended by both our clans together, where any family willing to lay down the endless raiding could raise their children without teaching them to flinch at shadows. A place where a Senju child and an Uchiha child could grow up side by side and never once learn to hate each other simply for the crest they were born under." The valley went very quiet. Naruto could feel the weight of 100 years of grief pressing against the silence, could see it in the careful, guarded faces of elders who had lost fathers and children and entire branches of their families to this exact war, and he understood that no single speech, however carefully chosen, was going to fully dissolve that weight in a single afternoon. It was Aiko who broke the silence this time, stepping forward from the Uchiha side to stand beside him, her presence there a statement in itself that rippled visibly through both gathered councils. "I walked that tree line with him for an entire season," she said, voice clear and unwavering. "I watched him choose restraint over violence more times than I can count, when violence would have been easier, and, by the old rules any of us grew up under, entirely justified. I do not offer my trust easily. I have buried too many people to offer it easily. But I offer it to him, and to this idea, because I have seen with my own eyes exactly what he is willing to risk to make it real." Toka stepped forward next from the Senju's side, dark eyes steady, and Naruto felt something in his chest tighten at the quiet certainty in her voice as she spoke. "I have known this man since we were children. I watched him dream this exact dream a dozen times, and watched it fail a dozen times before that. This time is different. I do not fully understand why, but I have watched him prove it, season after season, choice after choice, and I am done doubting it. Mito's voice came next, carrying clearly across the valley from where she stood at the edge of the gathering, having traveled from Uzushio specifically for this council. My clan has stayed neutral in your war for 2 generations because we did not believe any Senju or Uchiha vision of peace was worth the risk of trusting. I no longer believe that. Uzushio Gakami is prepared to support this village, with sealing work and with alliance, the moment either clan is ready to build it. One by one, other voices rose from both gathered councils, some still cautious, some openly moved, and Naruto watched, with the particular ache of a man witnessing something he had spent an entire lifetime fighting to protect finally, impossibly, beginning to exist, as the tide of the valley slowly, unevenly, began to turn. It was Madara who spoke last, standing before both his own clan and the assembled Senju with an expression that had shed, somewhere over the preceding season, the last of its old guarded wariness. I have spent my whole life being told this war could never end, he said, that the Crimson Eyes and the Wood Release were simply destined to hate each other, generation after generation, world without end. I do not believe that anymore. I have not believed it since I watched a Senju heir walk into my own clan's hall, unarmed, and ask for the chance to earn our trust rather than simply demand it. He turned, meeting Naruto's gaze across the valley. I am prepared to help him build this village. Whatever it costs. Whatever it takes. The Uchiha uncle, standing rigid at the edge of the gathering, said nothing for a long moment, old grief and old caution warring visibly across his hardened face, and then, finally, with the particular reluctance of a man surrendering a fight he had genuinely believed unwinnable, he exhaled and gave a single, sharp nod. Then let it be tried, he said. Properly this time. With every safeguard either clan can devise, and every promise made held to its exact letter. If it fails, I want it clearly understood that it fails honestly, and not for lack of trying. That is all any of us can ask, Naruto said, and felt, standing in that valley beneath a sky gone gold with late afternoon light, the full and overwhelming weight of everything he had set out to build finally, after so many careful weeks, begin to take real and lasting shape. The council broke slowly, elders from both clans lingering in small clusters, speaking in low voices, some still guarded, some already animated with the particular energy of people beginning, cautiously, to imagine a future they had never once let themselves hope for. Naruto stood at the center of the emptying valley, Toka on one side, Mito arriving to stand at the other, Madara and Aiko a short distance away deep in quiet conversation with members of their own clan, and felt, for the first time since waking on that bloodied ridge into a life he had never asked for, that the strange and impossible thing he had been sent here to build was, at last, truly beginning. Chapter 11. The site chosen for the village lay in a wide, fertile basin ringed by low forested hills, fed by a clean river that ran down from the mountains and out toward the sea, land that had belonged to either clan outright and had, for that very reason, gone mostly untouched by a century of raiding. Naruto stood at the center of it on the morning construction began, watching Senju and Uchiha laborers work the same cleared ground side by side for the first time in living memory, and felt something in his chest ache with a fullness he had not expected. It looked nothing yet like the village he remembered, no great stone monument carved with faces, no gates bearing a leaf crest, only churned earth and raw timber and the first tentative markings of streets that would not exist for years yet. But he could see it anyway, the way a man sees the whole shape of a tree in the seed he holds in his palm, and the seeing of it settled something in him that had been unsettled since the very first morning he woke in this body. You are staring at empty ground like it already has walls, Toka said, coming to stand beside him, hands on her hips as she surveyed the cleared basin. It will, Naruto said. Give it time. You say that about everything lately, because it keeps being true. She laughed, low and warm, and reached over to take his hand the way she had taken to doing often in recent weeks, an easy, comfortable gesture that no longer drew a second glance from anyone in either camp. The elders have asked me to raise something with you, she said, more carefully now, glancing sideways to gauge his reaction. A formal matter. About succession, and about what this village will need once it actually stands. They want to know if you intend to marry Hashirama, and if so, who? Naruto felt something in his chest tighten, not with reluctance but with the particular vertigo of a question he had been quietly, carefully avoiding answering even to himself for weeks, because the honest answer, when he finally let himself examine it, was more complicated than any of the elders debating succession likely expected. "Why do you ask?" he said carefully. Toka held his gaze steadily, no jealousy in her expression, only the same frank honesty she had shown him from the very first day on the ridge. "Because I think you already know the answer involves more than one name, and I think you have been afraid to say so out loud because you assume it will trouble me." "It will not. I have watched you with Mito. I have watched you with Aiko, even, though nothing has happened there yet beyond a season of mutual respect. I do not need to be the only one, Hashirama. I need to know that whatever this becomes, it is built honestly, out in the open, rather than something any of us have to guess at in the dark." He studied her a long moment, this woman who had known him, or known the man whose body he wore, since childhood, and felt a rush of gratitude so fierce it nearly stole his breath. "You are certain?" "I am certain," Toka said. "This village you are building, this whole strange, impossible dream, it is not going to be built on old rules. Why should the family at its center be built on them either?" Mito found them there an hour later, having arrived that morning from Uzushio to oversee the first shipments of sealing scrolls meant to protect the new village's foundations, and when Toka, without hesitation, explained the conversation they had just had, Mito's reaction surprised Naruto more than either of theirs. "I already assumed as much," she said simply, arms crossed, though a small, genuine smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "You do not look at me the way most men look at a woman they intend to keep as a single, isolated wife locked away from the rest of the world, Hashirama. You look at everyone you care about the same way, fiercely and completely, as though there were no limit to how much of yourself you were willing to give away. I decided a while ago that I did not mind sharing that, as long as none of it was ever given carelessly." "It never will be," Naruto said, and meant it with the same complete certainty he brought to every promise he had made since arriving in this century. The formal proposal, when it finally came, was simpler than any of the elaborate ceremonies either clan had once favored, a quiet gathering at the edge of the basin where the village's first foundations were already rising, Mito and Toka standing together rather than separately, and Naruto understood, watching the two of them exchange a brief, warm glance before turning back to him, that whatever bond was forming here had already grown well beyond simply sharing his attention, into something that looked, unmistakably, like genuine friendship in its own right. "I want to build this life with both of you," Naruto said, feeling the words settle into the open air with a weight that felt, finally, entirely his own rather than borrowed from any century or any name. "Not because tradition demands an heir, and not because a village needs a symbol standing at its center. Because I do not think I could build any of this without you. Either of you." Mito reached for his hand first, red hair catching the afternoon light, wine dark eyes bright with an emotion she rarely allowed herself to show so openly. "Then let us build it," she said simply. Toka took his other hand a heartbeat later, dark eyes warm, the careful assessment she had carried since the ridge finally, fully dissolved into something unguarded and certain. "All of it," she agreed. Together, word of the arrangement spread through both camps within days, and though it drew its share of murmured disapproval from the more traditional elders on both sides, Naruto found, to his quiet relief, that most of the laborers working the new village's foundations, Senju and Uchiha alike, seemed far more interested in the shape of the walls rising around them than in the shape of the household forming at the village's future center. Peace, it turned out, made people generous with their opinions about far larger things than marriage. That evening, standing at the edge of the basin as the sun set gold and orange behind the distant mountains, Mito on one side and Toka on the other, Naruto watched the first true outline of the village take shape against the darkening sky, timber frames rising where a season ago there had been only contested, empty ground, and felt, for the first time since waking into this impossible borrowed life, something that was not merely hope but something steadier, something that felt, unmistakably, like home. "It needs a name," Toka said quietly, watching the same skyline. Naruto thought of leaves rustling in an autumn wind, of a village he had grown up loving fiercely enough to nearly die for more than once, a village that, in this world, did not yet exist at all but soon, finally, impossibly, would. Kanahagakure, he said softly, testing the name aloud for the first time in this century, feeling the shape of it settle over the basin like a promise already being kept. The village hidden in the leaves. Mito repeated the name once, quietly, as though weighing its sound against the future it was meant to carry, and then, slowly, smiled. I think that suits it, she said. I think that suits it perfectly. Chapter 12. The attack, when it finally came, did not come from outside either clan at all, and that was the part that would haunt Naruto longest afterward. It happened on a clear night 3 months into construction, the village's outer wall barely more than half raised, when a fire broke out along the eastern timber stores that supplied the ongoing build, spreading fast through dry autumn wood before the night watch could contain it. Naruto woke to the shouting and was on his feet and running before he had fully processed the words, chakra already surging as he crossed the half-finished streets toward the blaze, roots tearing up through packed earth to smother flame the way they had once smothered an entire Uchiha vanguard on a ridge a lifetime ago. By the time the fire was out, 3 storehouses lay in ruin, months of gathered lumber reduced to smoking char, and Tobirama, examining the scene with the same cold precision he brought to every crisis, found something that turned Naruto's stomach the moment his brother held it up in the torchlight. A broken practice blade, Senju make, deliberately left half buried in the ash near the point where the fire had clearly been set. Someone wants this to look like Uchiha sabotage, Tobirama said grimly. Or Senju sabotage staged to look like an accident that will still be blamed on the Uchiha the moment word spreads. Either way, someone inside these walls does not want this village to stand, and they are willing to burn it down one storehouse at a time to make certain it does not. Word reached the Uchiha side of the construction by dawn, exactly as whoever set the fire had clearly intended, and Naruto arrived at the eastern gate to find Madara already there, expression thunderous, Aiko a step behind him with her hand resting tense on the hilt of her blade. Explain this, Madara said, low and dangerous, gesturing toward the ruined storehouses. A Senju blade, deliberately left where every one of my clan would find it. My uncle is already calling a council. He is already saying this proves everything he warned us about. I know what it looks like, Naruto said, meeting his gaze steadily despite the roaring dread building in his chest. I do not believe for a moment it was ordered by anyone in Senju leadership. But I understand exactly how badly this could unravel everything we have built if we do not find the truth of it quickly. Quickly may not be quickly enough, Aiko said tightly. My clan has spent months slowly, carefully learning to trust yours again. It will take one single night like this to undo all of it. Toka arrived moments later, breathless from the run across the construction site, and the look on her face told Naruto, before she even spoke, that the situation had already begun spiraling faster than any of them could easily contain. There is more, she said. One of the night watch, a Senju scout, is missing. He was on duty near the eastern storehouses when the fire started. No one has seen him since. The silence that followed was heavy enough to feel physical, for people standing amid the smoking ruin of months of careful, patient trust building, each of them turning over the same terrible possibilities, an innocent scout caught in the crossfire of someone else's sabotage, or worse, a Senju scout who had set the fire himself and vanished before he could be caught. Proof enough for the most stubborn voices on either side to declare the entire fragile piece a doomed and naive experiment. We find him, Naruto said finally, voice steady despite the storm building behind his eyes. Before either council convenes to pass judgment on something none of us yet fully understand. We find the truth, and we find it together, Senju and Uchiha both, because if this village is going to survive its very first real test, it needs to survive it exactly the way it needs to survive every test after this one. Honestly. Out in the open. With both clans searching for the truth side by side instead of retreating back into separate corners the moment things become difficult. Madara studied him a long moment, old wariness flickering behind his eyes for the first time in weeks, and Naruto understood, watching it surface, exactly how thin the ice beneath everything they had built together truly still was, how easily one carefully staged fire could threaten to undo months of hard-won trust. Together then, Madara said finally, though the strain in his voice made clear exactly how much effort the agreement cost him. But Hashirama, I need you to understand something. If this trail leads back to your own clan, to someone acting with any kind of sanctioned authority, I do not know if I can hold my council together through that. I do not know if even I can hold myself together through that. Then let us make sure we find the truth before either of us has to find out, Naruto said, and turned toward the smoking ruin of the storehouses, chakra already rising once more as he began, carefully, methodically, to search the wreckage for whatever answers it still held, while behind him, an entire village not yet finished being born held its breath, waiting to see whether the fragile, impossible peace at its center would survive its very first true test. Chapter 13. They found the missing scout by midday, alive but bound and gagged in a shallow ravine a half-mile past the eastern storehouses, half-conscious from a blow to the head and badly frightened, and the moment he could speak clearly enough to be questioned, the truth of the fire began, finally, to unravel. 2 men, he managed, voice hoarse, Toka supporting his shoulders while Naruto knelt beside him in the ravine. Not Uchiha. Not wearing any crest I recognized. They jumped me on my rounds, took my blade, and I heard one of them say something about making sure the village burned before it ever had the chance to finish standing. Did you see their faces? Madara asked, crouched on the scout's other side, tension coiled tight in every line of his body. One of them, briefly. Older man. Scar across his left eyebrow. I do not know him, I swear it, I have never seen him in my life. Tobirama, who had been quietly examining the ravine's edges while the others questioned the scout, straightened suddenly, something sharp and grim settling over his expression. I know that description, he said. Or I think I do. There was a mercenary captain who used to run raids through this region before either of our clans claimed it, years ago, before father drove him out of Senju territory for good. He lost men and pride both in that fight. If word has reached him that a Senju and Uchiha alliance is rising here, threatening to end an entire century of profitable chaos along this border, I imagine he would have every reason in the world to want it burned down before it finished standing. A third party, Aiko said slowly, understanding dawning across her face. Someone with no loyalty to either clan, only an interest in making certain we never stop being useful enemies to each other. It fits, Naruto said, feeling something in his chest loosen slightly even as fresh fury rose to take its place, fury not at Madara's clan or his own, but at the deliberate, calculated cruelty of an outsider willing to burn an entire village's future to the ground simply to preserve a profitable war. The blade left in the ash, staged exactly where it would be found and exactly where it would do the most damage to trust between us. It was never meant to actually destroy the village. It was meant to destroy us, Senju and Uchiha turning on each other before the walls were even finished rising. Madara's jaw tightened, old wariness giving way, slowly, to something colder and more focused. Then we find him. Before he tries again. They tracked the mercenary captain's trail through the forest for the remainder of the day, Senju and Uchiha scouts working the terrain side by side with a coordination that would have been unthinkable a season earlier, and found his hidden camp just before dusk, tucked into a narrow gully a few miles beyond the construction site. A dozen hired blades gathered around a low fire, clearly settling in to watch, from a safe distance, whether their staged sabotage had done its intended work. The confrontation was brief and, to Naruto's quiet relief, nearly bloodless, roots rising from the gully floor to bind the mercenaries fast before more than a few blades could even clear their sheaths, Madara's own fire techniques scorching a clean perimeter around the camp to prevent any escape, and within the hour the scarred captain himself, along with his remaining men, stood bound and disarmed before a small gathering of both Senju and Uchiha leadership, dragged back to the very construction site he had tried to burn. You would have let 2 entire clans tear each other apart, Naruto said, standing before the bound captain in the firelight, voice low and hard in a way that surprised even him, over profit. Over keeping a war alive that has already cost this region 100 years of grief. Because a war like that is easier for a man like you to exploit than a peace. The captain sneered up at him, unrepentant even in defeat. You think that peace of yours is real, boy? It is a fantasy. Senju and Uchiha have hated each other since before either of our grandfathers were born. You are delaying the inevitable, nothing more, and I intend to still be profiting from the chaos long after your little village burns down for real. Maybe, Naruto said, or maybe you have simply never once seen what happens when two sides decide, together, that they are done being useful to men like you. He turned to Madara, who stood beside him with an expression that had, sometime over the course of the long day's hunt, settled into something Naruto had not yet seen on his face before, a kind of grim, hard-won solidarity that no staged fire or planted blade could easily unmake now. Take them to the border, Madara said to the assembled guards, and make certain every mercenary captain and hired blade between here and the coast hears exactly what happened to the last men who tried this. Let them understand precisely how badly this particular gamble failed. The bound mercenaries were marched off under guard as the fire crackled low, and Naruto found himself standing alone with Madara and Aiko at the edge of the construction site, the half-raised walls of the future village rising pale and skeletal in the moonlight around them, 3 of the original storehouses still smoking faintly in the near distance. That could have ended everything, Aiko said quietly, watching the embers. One fire, one planted blade, and 100 years of grief nearly finished the job that mercenary started. It did not, though, Madara said, and something in his voice, tired and hard-won and, for the first time since Naruto had met him, genuinely certain, carried further than the words themselves. It did not, because we chose to search for the truth together instead of retreating into separate corners the moment things became difficult. That was your idea, Senju. I want you to understand that I noticed it, and that I do not think I would have thought to suggest it myself, not yet, not with a century of old instinct still telling me to assume the worst of your clan first and ask questions only after the anger had already run its course. We are going to face more of this, Naruto said quietly, looking out over the half-built walls glowing pale in the moonlight, thinking of everything still ahead, an entire village yet to rise, an entire world of old enemies who would not simply accept its existence without testing it, again and again, in ways large and small. Not every threat to this place is going to come from outside our own history. Some of it is going to keep coming from inside it, from people on both sides who are not yet ready to let the old grudges go, and from outsiders like tonight who profit from keeping us divided. Then we keep facing it the way we face tonight, Aiko said, resolve settling clear and steady into her voice. Together. However many times it takes. Madara nodded once, firelight catching the last of the night's tension finally draining from his shoulders. Together, he echoed, and for the first time, the word carried the full weight of something he had genuinely chosen rather than merely conceded. Naruto looked out at the half-raised walls once more, thinking of everything the village still needed to become, thinking of Mito and Toka waiting for him back at the main camp, of Tobirama's careful, hard-earned trust, of Aiko's fierce loyalty and Madara's slowly thawing wariness, of an entire fragile, impossible peace that had, tonight, survived its very first true test not because it was easy, but because enough people on both sides had finally decided it was worth fighting for, together, instead of against each other. The construction resumed at dawn, storehouses rebuilt within the week with lumber donated, unprompted, by both clans in equal measure, and though word of the sabotage spread quickly through both compounds, it did not fracture the fragile trust the way the mercenary captain had clearly hoped. If anything, Naruto noted with quiet, grateful relief, it seemed to strengthen it. 2 clans who had spent a century assuming the worst of each other discovering, instead, that when it truly mattered, they were capable of standing together against a common threat rather than turning that threat into an excuse to turn on each other. Standing once more at the edge of the rising walls a week later, Mito on one side and Toka on the other, watching the sun set gold over timber frames that had, despite everything, continued steadily climbing skyward, Naruto allowed himself, finally, to believe that whatever trials still lay ahead, the foundation beneath them, built one choice at a time, had grown strong enough to bear the weight of everything still left to build. Chapter 14. Winter came early that year, the first snows settling over the half-finished walls of the new village in a hush that felt, to Naruto, like the world itself pausing to take stock of everything that had been built since the ridge, since the valley, since a season of careful, patient walking along a tree line that no longer needed defending from either side. He stood at the northern gate, still little more than raw timber framing waiting for its final gates, and watched Tobirama direct a crew of Senju and Uchiha laborers as they reinforced the foundations against the coming frost, voices calling back and forth across the site in the easy, unremarkable rhythm of people who had simply stopped noticing which crest their neighbor wore. "It is strange," Tobirama admitted, joining him at the gate once the crew had settled into their work, breath fogging in the cold air. "A year ago I would have told you this was impossible. Not difficult. Impossible. And now I stand here watching it happen and it feels almost ordinary." "That is how you know it is working," Naruto said. "The extraordinary things always start feeling ordinary eventually, once enough people decide to keep choosing them every single day." Tobirama studied him a long moment, the same careful assessment he had carried since the ridge, though it had softened over the intervening months into something closer to simple fondness. "You have never fully explained what changed in you that day," he said quietly. "I have stopped needing the explanation, I think. But I wanted you to know that I noticed, and that whatever it was, I am glad it happened, even if I still do not understand it." "Neither do I, fully," Naruto admitted, which was, in its own strange way, entirely true. "I only know I would not trade it back, whatever it cost to get here." Word arrived from Uzushio a week later that the elder Uzumaki intended to travel personally for the spring, bringing with him a delegation of sealing masters eager to begin work on the village's permanent defenses, and buried within the same message, in Mito's own careful handwriting, a second piece of news that made Naruto's breath catch when he finally read it alone that evening. She had asked her father's formal blessing to remain permanently, not merely as an envoy of alliance, but as Naruto's wife in truth, bound not simply by treaty but by her own choosing, and the elder Uzumaki, after what the letter described only as a long and searching conversation, had given it freely. Naruto sat with the letter a long while after reading it, watching the fire burn low in his quarters, feeling the full and overwhelming weight of everything this borrowed life had somehow, impossibly, grown in to settle over him like something he had not fully let himself hope for until this exact moment. He thought of his old life, of a childhood spent starving for even the smallest acknowledgement, of a village that had looked at him for years with nothing but suspicion and fear before he had finally, painstakingly, earned its trust. He thought of how strange and undeserved it felt, sometimes, to have found this much warmth waiting for him on the other side of an accident he still did not fully understand, in a body that was not his own, in a century that was not his own, and yet felt, more and more with each passing season, entirely like the life he was meant to be living. Toka found him there an hour later, and did not need to ask what the letter said to read the emotion still sitting plainly across his face. "Good news, I take it," she said, settling beside him near the fire. "The best kind," Naruto said, and handed her the letter, watching her expression shift as she read it, softening into something warm and unguarded. "Then I suppose we should begin planning properly," Toka said, folding the letter carefully and setting it aside. "A wedding. An actual one, not simply a quiet arrangement whispered about in council halls." She glanced at him, something teasing beneath the warmth in her voice. "Assuming, of course, that you intend to actually marry both of us in something resembling the same season, rather than dragging the poor woman all the way from Uzushio only to make her wait another year." Naruto laughed, the sound loosening something in his chest that had been tight since he first opened the letter. "I intend exactly that," he said. "If you are both willing." "I have been willing for months," Toka said simply. "I was only waiting for you to stop being quite so careful about asking." Spring arrived slowly that year, frost giving way to thaw, thaw giving way to the first green shoots pushing up through churned construction earth, and by the time the elder Uzumaki's delegation arrived from Uzushio, the village's outer walls stood complete for the first time, pale timber and worked stone rising in a proud unbroken circle around streets that had, over the long winter, finally begun to look like the outline of an actual home rather than simply a hopeful sketch of one. The wedding, when it finally came, was held within those walls, the first true ceremony the village had ever hosted, and Naruto stood at its center with Mito on one side and Toka on the other, surrounded by a gathering that would have been unthinkable 2 years earlier, Senju and Uchiha elders seated together without visible tension, Uzumaki sealing masters mingling freely among both. Madara and Aiko standing near the front among the honored guests, Tobirama beside them with an expression of quiet, hard-won pride that Naruto knew, better than almost anyone present, had been the longest and hardest one of all. For a man who fell out of the sky changed, somehow, in a single afternoon on a ridge, Madara said afterward, finding Naruto alone for a quiet moment amid the celebration. You have built something in the space of 1 year that neither of our fathers managed in an entire lifetime. I had help, Naruto said, watching Mito and Toka laugh together near the fire pits, Aiko and several of the younger Uchiha guards teaching a group of delighted Senju children some elaborate hand game near the wall. More help than I think I could have ever managed alone. Perhaps, Madara allowed, following his gaze. Though I suspect it took a particular kind of person to earn that much help in the first place. He was quiet a moment, something more serious settling behind his eyes. My uncle still does not fully trust this. I want you to know that. He attends today because refusing would cost him standing within our clan, not because his heart has changed. There will be more tests ahead, Hashirama. I do not think tonight's piece is the end of the story. I never expected it to be, Naruto said, meeting his gaze steadily. But I intend to keep meeting every test that comes, the same way we met the last one. Together. Madara studied him a long moment, and then, for the first time since the valley where they had first spoken, extended his hand, an old and simple gesture that carried, between the two of them, the full weight of everything they had built to make it possible. Naruto took it, firm and certain, and somewhere behind them, within walls that had not existed 2 years earlier, an entire village that would one day be called Konohagakure continued its quiet, hopeful celebration long into the warm spring night, unaware of exactly how much more it would still be asked to survive before its foundations were finally, truly secure. Act 3, Chapter 15. 2 years after the first stone of Konohagakure had been laid, the village no longer looked like a hopeful sketch waiting to be filled in. Streets ran in orderly rows between timber homes and workshops, a market square bustled each morning with traders from as far as the coast, and the training grounds Naruto had once watched laid out as bare cleared earth now rang from dawn until dusk with the shouts of children, Senju and Uchiha alike, learning the fundamentals of chakra control side by side under instructors drawn from both clans without a second thought. It still caught him sometimes, walking those streets, how ordinary it had all become, how a thing that had seemed so fragile and impossible standing in that first empty valley now felt as solid and unremarkable as the ground beneath his feet. He supposed that was the entire point. A dream, once it succeeded, was supposed to stop feeling like a dream and start simply feeling like home. The council that gathered him one autumn morning in the half-finished administration hall was larger than any he had faced since the founding itself, elders from every clan that had since chosen to settle within the village's walls, Senju and Uchiha at the center still, but Uzumaki representatives from Uzushio as well, and a scattering of smaller clans who had abandoned their old scattered holdings for the safety and promise of a walled village strong enough to protect them all. We have debated this among ourselves for the better part of a season, Kingo said, standing at the head of the gathered council, considerably grayer than he had been at the ridge but no less steady. And we are of one mind, all of us, every clan represented in this hall. This village needs a single figure at its head, not to rule as a king rules, but to hold the responsibility of its protection and its judgment above any single clan's interest. We are asking you to be that figure, Hashirama. We are asking you to become Hokage. The word settled over the hall with a particular weight, a title that had not existed a season earlier, coined in quiet council debates as something new entirely, not clan leader, not warlord, but a protector answerable to the whole of the village rather than any single bloodline within it. Naruto stood quietly a long moment, feeling the full strangeness of the request settle over him, because he had spent an entire other lifetime chasing exactly this title under an entirely different name, had bled and nearly died more times than he could easily count for the simple right to be trusted with it, and now here it was, offered to him freely, in a body that was not his own. A full generation before the boy who would one day become the fourth Hokage was even born. I did not build this village to rule it, he said finally, choosing his words with care. I built it so that no single person would ever again have to hold that much power alone, the way clan leaders held it during the war, answerable to no one but their own council and their own grief. No one is asking you to rule it alone, Madara said, stepping forward from among the gathered elders, Aiko a step behind him, the easy familiarity between them and the rest of the council a testament in itself to how far the years had carried all of them. We are asking you to be its shield. Its final word, when every other voice in this hall has argued itself to exhaustion. Someone the entire village can trust to choose its safety over any single clan's advantage, the way you have chosen it, again and again, since the day you first walked unarmed into my clan's hall and asked for the chance to be believed. Naruto looked around the gathered hall, at faces that had once regarded each other only with suspicion and grief, at Tobirama standing quietly near the back with the same guarded pride he always carried these days, at Mito and Toka near the front, both watching him with steady, unwavering confidence, and felt something settle deep in his chest. An old and familiar certainty that had carried him through an entire previous lifetime of impossible fights. Then I accept, he said. On one condition. This title does not belong to me alone, or to my bloodline after me. It belongs to whoever the village and its people trust most to protect it, whenever the time comes that I am no longer able to. Senju or Uchiha or Uzumaki or any clan that calls these walls home. Whoever earns that trust, the same way I have tried to earn it. The hall erupted into a rare, unguarded round of approval, and Naruto stood at its center, feeling the weight of the title settle over him not as a burden but as the natural continuation of a promise he had been keeping, one careful choice at a time, since the very first morning he had woken on a bloodied ridge into a life he had never asked for. That evening, walking home through streets lit gold with lantern light, Mito on one side and Toka on the other, Naruto found himself turning the strangeness of the day over in his mind, the particular vertigo of holding, once more, a title he had fought his entire previous life to earn, now handed to him freely in a body in a century that had never once asked him to prove himself the way his old life had demanded. You are quiet, Mito observed, glancing sideways at him as they walked. Just thinking, Naruto admitted. About how strange it is, sometimes, how much of this feels like coming home to a life I never actually lived, and yet somehow already knew the shape of. Toka studied him a long moment, something thoughtful behind her dark eyes. You have never fully told either of us what you meant by that, you know. Not really. You say things like it sometimes, small odd fragments, and neither of us has ever pushed you to explain them fully. Naruto felt the old familiar weight of the secret he had carried since that first ridge, the truth he had never quite found the words or the courage to share even with the two women who had built an entire life at his side, and understood, walking home beneath a sky just beginning to fill with stars, that the time for carrying it alone was drawing to its natural end. There is something I have never told either of you, he said quietly, stopping in the middle of the lantern-lit street. About what actually happened on that ridge. About who I actually was before. Mito and Toka exchanged a brief, searching glance, and then both turned back to him, expression steady, patient, entirely without fear. We are listening, Mito said simply. And so, for the first time since waking into a body and a century that were not his own, Naruto Uzumaki began, haltingly at first, and then with growing certainty, to tell the two women who had chosen to build an entire life beside him the truth of where he had actually come from, and who he had actually been. Before a strange accident of fuinjutsu and fate had carried him 100 years into a past he had only ever read about in old and fragmentary scrolls. Chapter 16. He told them everything, sitting together in the quiet of their home long after the lanterns outside had guttered low, a village called Konoha that would one day rise from these very foundations, a war that would nearly end the world 100 years from now, a fox spirit of unimaginable power that had once lived sealed inside his own body, friends and teachers and an entire life he had left behind without ever choosing to. Carried backward through time by an accident with old Uzumaki sealing scrolls he still did not fully understand. Mito listened without interrupting, her expression shifting slowly from careful skepticism to something more searching as the details piled one atop another, too specific and too strange to easily dismiss as mere fantasy, and when he finally fell silent, the small hours of the morning pressing close around them, she was quiet a long while before she spoke. A fox spirit, she said finally. Sealed inside a person. That is old fuinjutsu theory, the kind only the deepest archives at Uzushio still hold record of, ancient enough that even my father speaks of it only in careful whispers. You should not know enough about that theory to describe it as precisely as you just did, Hashirama, unless what you are telling me is true. It is true, Naruto said simply. Every word of it. Toka, who had been quietly turning the story over with the same careful, patient attention she brought to everything, finally spoke. It explains so much, she said slowly. The way you spoke about ending wars from the very first day, like a man who had already seen exactly what happens when hatred is allowed to run unchecked for generations. The way you always seem to already know the cost of things before anyone else in the room has fully understood the stakes. She studied him, something gentle settling behind her dark eyes. You have been carrying an entire life alone inside you this whole time. An entire grief, for a world none of us can ever see. I did not know how to explain it without sounding as though I belonged in an asylum, Naruto admitted. And later, once we had all built so much together, I was afraid of what it might change, if either of you ever learned that the man you had chosen was not, in the way that matters most, actually the Hashirama Senju you both grew up knowing. Mito reached for his hand, warm and certain in the dim firelight. You are wrong about that, she said quietly. You are exactly the man we both chose. Whatever name he was born with, whatever century he first drew breath in, the man sitting in front of us right now is the one who walked unarmed into an enemy's hall, who chose restraint on that ridge and every battlefield since, who has spent every single day since we met him choosing to build rather than destroy. That is who we married, Hashirama, or whoever you truly are underneath that name. Nothing about tonight changes that. Toka nodded, taking his other hand. If anything, she said, it explains why the dream held this time, when it never held before. You did not simply dream this piece. You had already lived through what happens when no one manages to build it in time. Naruto felt something loosen in his chest that had been coiled tight since the very first night on that ridge, an old and exhausting weight of secrecy finally, fully set down, and he understood, sitting there in the quiet firelit dark with the two women who had chosen to love him regardless of the strange and impossible truth of his origins, that he had never actually needed to fear this moment at all. There was one more truth he needed to share before the night was finished, one that pressed at him with a particular, tender urgency he had been quietly carrying since word had first reached him of a threat gathering beyond the village's eastern borders. He told them of Kurama, the great fox spirit who had once been sealed within him, an ancient and terrible power that history recorded, in his own original timeline, as eventually being bound into an Uzumaki woman for safekeeping, a woman whose name, in the old scrolls he had once studied, had been recorded simply as the very first Jinchuriki the world had ever known. Mito went very still as he explained it, understanding dawning slowly across her face. You are telling me that in the future you remember, I am the one who carries this fox. I do not know if it has to happen that way here, Naruto said carefully. I would never ask it of you unless you chose it freely, and fully understanding the weight of what it means. But there is a threat gathering that the village cannot yet answer, an ancient beast without a seal to bind it, wild and dangerous in ways our current defenses cannot easily contain. If we do nothing, it may eventually threaten everything we have built here. And if I choose it, Mito said slowly, I would carry a piece of the very century you came from. A power out of your own memory, bound into my own body. She held his gaze steadily, weighing the enormity of it with the same careful courage she had shown from the very first day he had met her on that seawall in Uzushio. Would it hurt me? Would it change who I am? It would be a burden, Naruto said honestly, refusing to soften a truth this large. A heavy one, carried for the rest of your life. But I do not believe it needs to change who you are, not if the bond between you and whatever you carry is built the same way everything else in this village has been built. With patience. With honesty. With the choice to see even the most fearsome power as something worth understanding rather than something to simply fear. Mito was quiet a long moment, firelight playing across her face, and when she finally spoke her voice had steadied into the same clear, certain tone she had used the day she first offered her father's alliance on the seawall. Then I choose it, she said. Not because you are asking me to, but because I understand exactly what it would mean for this village if I do not, and I have spent 2 years now building a life I intend to protect with everything I have. Naruto felt a fierce, complicated swell of pride and grief tangled together, pride at her courage, grief at the weight he was asking her to carry, and understood, watching her steady expression in the firelight, exactly why history had chosen her, across two very different versions of this same unfolding world, to become exactly what she was about to become. The sealing itself will need to be done with extraordinary care, he said. Your father's finest sealing masters, working alongside whatever I remember of the old techniques. It cannot be rushed. Then we will not rush it, Mito said simply. But we will do it soon, Hashirama. I do not intend to let this village I have helped build stand vulnerable a single day longer than it has to. Toka, who had listened to the entire exchange with quiet, thoughtful attention, finally spoke, reaching out to rest a steadying hand on Mito's shoulder. Whatever this becomes, she said, you will not carry it alone. Neither of you will. Whatever this village needs from either of you, it gets from all three of us, together, the same as everything else we have built. They sat together a long while after that, the fire burning low, the enormity of everything shared between them that night settling slowly into something that felt, despite its weight, less like a burden and more like the natural next step of a bond that had already proven, again and again, strong enough to hold whatever truth or trial was placed upon it. Naruto watched the two of them, Mito's steady resolve, Toka's quiet unwavering support, and felt, for the first time since confessing the full truth of his impossible origins, that he had not merely survived the telling of it. He had been, more fully than he had ever quite dared to hope, entirely believed. Chapter 17. The beast had been sighted twice along the eastern mountains before Naruto ever felt it for himself, vast and formless in the scattered reports that reached the village, farmers speaking of trees flattened in wide swaths overnight, of a low rumbling growl that carried for miles and sent livestock stampeding in blind panic, of a presence that seemed, according to the more frightened accounts, to radiate a kind of malice too old and too vast to belong to any ordinary creature of the forest. Naruto felt it clearly the moment he stood at the edge of the mountains himself, a chakra signature so massive and so achingly, impossibly familiar that his breath caught in his throat before he had even fully processed what he was sensing. Kurama, not the same fox, not exactly, not yet bonded to any single vessel and therefore wilder, angrier, more purely elemental than the partner he had once known across an entire shared lifetime of battles and reluctant, hard-won friendship, but unmistakably the same ancient chakra, the same overwhelming, furious presence he had carried inside his own body for so many years that its absence, since waking in this century, had felt like a hollow space he had never quite found the words to name. You are certain, Tobirama said beside him, studying the distant tree line where the disturbance had last been reported, his own considerable sensory skill already straining to parse the sheer scale of what Naruto had identified almost instantly. I am certain, Naruto said quietly. I have felt this exact chakra before. In a life I do not think I have fully explained to you yet, brother. But I promise, when this is finished I will. They approached the beast's territory 2 days later, a small company drawn from both Senju and Uchiha ranks, Madara and Aiko among them, Toka at Naruto's side, and found it finally in a wide scarred clearing high in the eastern mountains, vast and orange-furred and nine-tailed, exactly as Naruto remembered it, and yet entirely unfamiliar in its raw, unbounded fury, red eyes tracking their approach with none of the wary, grudging affection he had once earned across years of shared battles in another life entirely. You! The voice rumbled through the clearing without sound, ancient and vast, and Naruto felt something in his chest ache fiercely at the sheer familiarity of it even wrapped in such open hostility. Your chakra is wrong. It is you, and it is not you, both at once. What manner of trick is this? It is not a trick, Naruto said, stepping forward alone despite Tobirama's sharp warning behind him, holding his empty hands open and visible the way he once had, a lifetime ago, standing before this exact same fox in the ruins of a very different battlefield. It is a long story, and I promise to tell it to you properly, if you will let me. But I know you, old friend. Or I will, again, someday, if you will let that happen. The fox's massive form went very still, crimson eyes narrowing with something that was not quite recognition and not quite disbelief, ancient and wary in a way that told Naruto clearly that whatever bond they had built together in another lifetime had not yet been earned here, not in this century, not with this fox who had never once known him. No human has ever spoken to me the way you just did, Kurama said slowly, massive tails shifting behind him with barely restrained tension. Not with fear behind the words. Not with the smell of a weapon being readied. What are you? Someone who is going to ask you something no one else has probably ever bothered asking, Naruto said quietly. Not how to bind you. Not how to use you. I am going to ask what you actually want. The clearing went utterly silent, every member of the small company behind Naruto holding their breath, and the great fox studied him a long, searching moment, something ancient and weary shifting behind those vast crimson eyes. No one has ever asked me that, Kurama admitted finally, voice quieter now, some of the raw hostility bleeding slowly out of it. They come with chains. With seals meant to bind and control. They come afraid, and treat my fear of them as proof I deserve whatever cruelty they intend. I am not here to chain you, Naruto said. I am here because a threat like the one your presence represents, left wild and untethered, is going to eventually draw exactly the kind of person who wants you as a weapon, and I would rather offer you a choice before that happens instead of after. A choice, Kurama repeated, something almost bitter in the massive rumble of his voice. What choice does a creature like me ever truly have? The choice of who, Naruto said simply. Not whether you are bound, because I understand better than perhaps anyone alive exactly how dangerous your power left entirely wild eventually becomes, to yourself as much as to anyone around you. But who you are bound to. Someone who sees you as a weapon to be aimed, or someone willing to see you as a person still, however vast and strange that person might be, deserving of patience and honesty rather than fear and chains. The fox was quiet a long while, ancient eyes studying Naruto with an intensity that felt, uncomfortably, like being seen straight through to the strange and impossible truth underneath his borrowed skin, and when he finally spoke again, some of the raw fury had settled into something wearier, more considering. You speak of this as though you already know the answer, Kurama said. As though we have had this conversation before, in some life I do not remember living. Maybe we have, Naruto admitted quietly. I promise, if you give me the chance, I will explain exactly what I mean by that. But for now, I am asking you to trust a stranger with a very old, very strange feeling that you already, somehow, are not quite a stranger to me at all. Mito stepped forward then, from where she had been waiting quietly at the edge of the clearing, red hair catching the mountain light, expression steady despite the sheer overwhelming scale of the creature before her. My name is Mito, she said clearly. If you are willing, I would carry you. Not as a cage. As a partner, for as long as it takes to earn whatever trust that word actually deserves. Kurama's great head turned toward her, studying her with the same searching intensity he had turned on Naruto, and for a long, taut moment nothing in the clearing moved at all. You are not afraid, the fox said finally, something almost like surprise coloring the ancient rumble of his voice. I am afraid, Mito said honestly. But I have learned, over these last 2 years, that fear is not a good enough reason to refuse doing something worth doing. She held the fox's gaze steadily. I do not ask you to trust me today. Only to let me try to earn it, the same way this entire village was built, one patient choice at a time. The silence that followed stretched long enough that Naruto felt his own heart hammering, watching the ancient fox weigh a choice he understood, from the whole of another lifetime's hard-won friendship, was far larger and far more painful than any of the humans gathered in that clearing could easily imagine. Very well, Kurama said finally, massive form settling with something that was almost, impossibly, relief. I am tired, human. Tired of being hunted. Tired of being feared before I have ever been given the chance to be anything else. If you are offering patience instead of chains, I find that I am tired enough to accept it, and curious enough about you, the great fox added, turning his ancient gaze back to Naruto one final time, to want to understand exactly why some deep and unexplainable part of me already trusts you more than it has any right to. I promise, Naruto said quietly, feeling something in his chest ache with a fierce and complicated gratitude, you will understand everything, very soon. Chapter 18. The sealing ceremony took place 3 weeks later, deep within a chamber built specifically for the purpose beneath the village's growing central tower, its walls layered with fuinjutsu work so dense and so carefully wrought that even the assembled Uzumaki sealing masters, veterans of decades studying the old arts, spoke of it afterward with something bordering on reverence. Naruto stood at the edge of the sealing circle throughout the entire process, unable to perform the technique himself, since this particular working demanded bloodline chakra Hashirama's body did not carry, but present nonetheless, a steady point of familiar warmth that both Mito and Kurama seemed to draw quiet strength from as the elder Uzumaki and his finest sealing masters worked through the long, delicate hours of the binding. It was not painless. Mito's face, through the long night, showed the clear strain of a working this vast, sweat beating at her temples, breath coming in careful measured discipline as chains of golden chakra wound slowly, methodically around the great fox's massive form, drawing him inch by inch into a seal carved with a precision that Naruto recognized, with a private ache, as an early ancestor of the very seal that had once bound the same fox inside his own body 100 years from now. Kurama did not fight it, though Naruto could feel, even from the edge of the circle, the sheer effort it cost the ancient fox to hold himself still and trusting through a process that every deep, old instinct in him surely screamed to resist. "This is worse than I expected," the fox admitted at one point, voice strained even in the wordless way it carried across the chamber. "Not the pain. The trust. I have not extended this kind of trust to anyone in longer than I can properly remember." "You are not extending it blindly," Mito said, her voice steady despite the visible strain of the working. "I intend to prove it was worth extending. Every single day, for as long as I live." By dawn, the seal was complete, a spiral pattern settling into place across Mito's midsection, intricate and glowing faintly gold in the pale early light, and the massive form of the fox that had dominated the clearing in the eastern mountains was gone, folded now into something vast and quiet resting within her, present but no longer looming, contained but, Naruto understood clearly, not caged in the way it had feared. Mito sank slowly to her knees the moment the working finished, exhausted but steady, and Naruto was at her side in an instant, supporting her weight as the elder Uzumaki and his sealing masters began the careful work of checking the seal's integrity. "How do you feel?" Naruto asked quietly. "Full," Mito said, a tired, genuine smile crossing her face. "Not overwhelmed. Not consumed. Simply full, the way a room feels different once someone has actually moved into it rather than merely visited." She pressed a hand lightly against her own midsection, where the seal still glowed faintly gold. "He is quiet right now. Resting, I think. But I can feel him there. Not as a weight. As a presence." "She is not wrong," Kurama's voice rumbled quietly, exhausted but no longer hostile, carrying now from somewhere within Mito herself rather than echoing across an open clearing. "It is strange. I expected to hate this. I find, instead, that I am simply tired, and that for the first time in longer than I can remember, I do not feel afraid of what comes next. That is all any of us can ask for, starting out," Naruto said quietly, and felt, standing there in the pale dawn light with Mito leaning tired but steady against his shoulder and an ancient and familiar presence settling quietly within her, something in his chest ache with a complicated grief and gratitude both at once. An old friend returned to him in a form he had never expected. Carried now not within his own body but within the woman he loved, bound not by chains but by the same patient, hard-won trust that had built every other piece of the life he had constructed in this borrowed century. Word of the sealing spread through the village within days, and though it drew its share of wary murmuring from those who remembered the old fearful stories of tailed beasts as purely destructive forces, the sight of Mito walking calmly through the market square each morning, the seal's presence entirely undetectable beneath her clothing, did more to settle the village's nerves than any formal proclamation could have managed. Toka found Naruto alone that evening, standing at the edge of the training grounds watching the sunset paint the half-finished rooftops in gold, and settled quietly beside him without immediately speaking. "You have not fully told me what that fox means to you," she said finally. "I could see it, during the ceremony. The way you watched the whole working like a man reuniting with something he had lost, rather than simply witnessing a necessary sealing." "He was my partner," Naruto said quietly. "In the life I told you about. My oldest, hardest won friendship, in some ways. We fought together more times than I can count, I never expected to feel that same presence again, not in this century, not before either of us had earned the bond a second time. And now? Naruto watched the last light fade slowly over the village he had spent 2 years building, thinking of Mito resting at home with an ancient and familiar presence settling quietly within her, of Kurama's cautious, hard-won trust extended once more across an entirely different lifetime, and felt something in his chest settle into a quiet, grateful peace he had not fully expected to find this soon. Now I get to earn it all over again, he said. The same as everything else worth having in this life. One patient choice at a time. Toka studied him a long moment, something warm and understanding behind her dark eyes, and reached over to take his hand the way she so often did these days, easy and certain. Then I suppose we had better keep choosing it, she said quietly, together, the way we always have. They stood together at the edge of the training grounds a while longer, watching the last light fade over rooftops that would, in time, grow into an entire thriving village, unaware, in that quiet golden hour, of exactly how soon the fragile peace they had built would be tested once more, this time by a threat gathering not from within either clan's old grudges, but from somewhere far beyond the borders either of them had yet learned to watch closely enough. Chapter 19. The first sign of trouble arrived not as an army at the gates, but as a single dead scout found half a day's ride from the village, throat cut with a precision that spoke of considerable skill, a torn scrap of black cloth clutched in his stiffening hand bearing an unfamiliar crest, a coiled chain wrapped tight around a stylized eye. Tobirama examined the scrap for a long while in the dim light of the war hall, turning it over between careful fingers, before finally looking up with an expression Naruto had learned, over 2 years of working closely beside his brother, to associate with genuine unease. I do not recognize this crest, Tobirama admitted. And that troubles me more than if I did. There are perhaps a dozen clans and small factions scattered across the greater region whose symbols I have not personally catalogued, but very few of them field scouts skilled enough to kill one of our own before he could raise a single alarm. You think this is connected to the ceiling, Naruto said, though it was less a question than a statement, the same cold certainty settling over him that he remembered from another lifetime, the particular dread of watching a shadow organization's earliest, quietest movements begin. I think, Tobirama said carefully, that word of a village powerful enough to bind a tailed beast without losing a single life in the process is exactly the kind of story that travels fast among people who make a study of collecting power they have not earned honestly. The second sign came a week later, more alarming than the first, a failed attempt on the outer wall in the dead of night, 3 intruders moving with a silence and precision that spoke of extensive shinobi training, caught only because Toka herself had been walking a late patrol and happened to catch the faint disturbance of chakra where none should have been present. 2 of the intruders died in the brief, violent confrontation that followed. The third escaped over the wall before the alarm could fully rouse the garrison, but not before Toka managed to wound him badly enough that his blood, when Tobirama examined it afterward, revealed traces of a chakra signature unlike anything the village's sensors had catalogued before, dense and strange, layered with what one of the Uzumaki sealing masters eventually identified, after careful study, as residual fragments of extraction technique. They were not here to kill anyone, the sealing master reported grimly to the assembled council. The wound patterns, the tools recovered from the 2 who died, all of it points toward an attempt at extraction. Whoever sent them was not interested in destroying this village. They were interested in taking what Lady Mito now carries, and I suspect they intended to do it quietly enough that we would not even fully understand what had happened until it was already too late. The council hall went cold and silent at that, and Naruto felt an old, familiar fury rise in his chest, the same protective anger he had carried through an entire lifetime of watching people he loved threatened by exactly this kind of shadowy, faceless greed. Do we know who they serve? Madara asked, tension coiled tight through his voice. Not yet, Tobirama admitted. But the crest, the extraction technique, the sheer skill of the scouts sent to test our defenses, all of it suggests an organized faction, not simple mercenaries. Someone with resources. Someone patient enough to study this village for weeks before attempting anything so bold. Mito, seated near the front of the council with a hand resting protectively over her midsection, spoke into the tense silence with a calm that Naruto recognized, with fierce pride, as the exact same steady courage she had shown facing Kurama himself in that mountain clearing weeks earlier. Then we prepare properly, she said. I did not accept this burden to become an easy target for whoever thinks they can simply steal it away in the night. She is right to be angry, Kurama's voice rumbled quietly, audible now to the full council since the ceiling, carrying a note of old, weary recognition that made Naruto's stomach tighten with a dread he understood better than anyone else present. I have felt hunters like this before. In whatever strange way I remember things that have not yet happened to me. Organizations that see beasts like myself as nothing more than components to be harvested for someone else's ambition. If they are truly what I suspect, this will not be their only attempt. It will simply be their first. Naruto felt the full weight of that warning settle over him, an old and terrible echo of a threat he had once spent years of his previous life fighting, an organization built entirely around the collection and exploitation of tailed beasts, and understood, with a grim clarity that chilled him far more than the dead scout or the failed extraction, that whatever force was testing Konoha's defenses now might well be the earliest root of a danger he had once believed himself lucky to have already outlived. We increased the watch, he said finally, voice steady despite the storm building behind his eyes. Doubled patrols, sensor barriers reinforced at every gate, and I want every clan within these walls briefed honestly on the threat, not simply given vague warnings to be careful. This village was built on the principle that people protect each other better when they understand exactly what they are protecting each other from. And Mito, Toka asked, glancing toward her with open concern, what of her safety specifically? She does not leave these walls without an escort from this day forward, Naruto said, and though Mito's expression flickered with the particular frustration of a fiercely capable woman being told to accept protection she had not requested, she did not argue the point, understanding, as clearly as anyone in the hall, exactly what was now at stake. Aiko, who had remained quiet through much of the council's discussion, finally spoke, dark eyes sharp with the same fierce resolve she had shown standing before her own clan's council years earlier. Whoever they are, they chose the wrong village to test, she said. We have already proven, more than once, that we do not simply fracture the moment something threatens us. We investigate. We adapt. We meet the threat together, the same way we have met every threat since the day the first stone of this village was laid. Madara nodded, something hard and determined settling across his features. Then let us find them before they find another opening to try again, he said. I will have my own clan's trackers working alongside yours by morning, Tobirama. Whatever crest that scrap of cloth belongs to, someone in this region has surely encountered it before. We simply need to ask the right questions in the right places. The council broke slowly, plans already forming for the increased patrols and the investigation to come, and Naruto lingered afterward in the emptying hall with Mito and Toka, watching the last of the elders file out into the cooling evening air. You are thinking about something you have not told us, Toka observed, studying him carefully. Something about your old life. I can see it on your face. Naruto was quiet a long moment, weighing exactly how much of the old, terrible truth to share, before finally deciding, the same way he had decided to share the whole of his story weeks earlier, that honesty had never once failed him in this village, even when the truth was frightening. In the life I left behind, he said slowly, there was an organization very much like what we might be facing now. Built entirely around hunting and extracting tailed beasts for a single, terrible purpose. It cost the world I came from more grief than I can easily put into words. If this is truly its earliest root, reaching back 100 years further than I ever knew to look for it, then we are not simply facing a rival faction testing our defenses. He met Mito's steady gaze, feeling the full weight of what he was about to say settle heavily in his chest. We may be facing the very beginning of something that, left unchecked, could eventually threaten far more than this single village. The hall went quiet at that, the weight of the warning settling over all three of them, and Mito, after a long moment, reached out and took his hand with the same fierce, unwavering resolve she had shown facing every trial since the day she first offered her father's alliance on that seawall in Uzushio. Then we do not let it become that, she said simply. We stop it here. Now. Before it ever has the chance to grow into whatever terrible thing you remember it becoming. Naruto held her gaze, feeling the old familiar fire of purpose settle deep into his chest, and understood, standing there in the quiet emptying hall with the two women who had built an entire life beside him and an ancient friend now resting quietly within one of them, that whatever shadow was gathering beyond the village's borders, he was not facing it the way he once had. Alone and uncertain in a world that had taken years to finally believe in him. This time, he was facing it surrounded by everything he had already, patiently, impossibly built. Chapter 20. The trail Madara's trackers and Tobirama's sensors pieced together over the following weeks led, eventually, to a hidden camp deep in a stretch of contested wilderness 3 days east of the village, tucked into a narrow ravine system that had clearly been chosen for its natural defenses. And the sheer scale of what the joint scouting party found there, reported back in hushed, urgent tones, told Naruto immediately that whatever they were facing ran considerably deeper than a single opportunistic faction. Dozens of tents, the lead scout reported, kneeling before the assembled council with a hastily sketched map. Well organized, well supplied, and flying no single clan's banner, only that same coiled chain crest we found on the failed intruder. Whoever leads them has resources enough to keep that many people fed and armed in wilderness this remote, which suggests backing from somewhere considerably larger than the camp itself. A staging ground, Tobirama said grimly, studying the map. Not their true base. A forward position, close enough to watch this village and plan further attempts. Naruto felt the old cold certainty settle over him again, the particular dread of recognizing a pattern he had once spent years of his previous life learning to fear. We cannot simply wait for them to try again, he said. Every failed attempt teaches them more about our defenses. The longer this continues, the more prepared their next attempt will be. Then we do not wait, Madara said, already moving toward the war table where the map had been spread. We take the fight to them, before they finish learning enough to succeed. The council debated long into the night, and by dawn a plan had taken shape, a combined strike force drawn from both Senju and Uchiha ranks, Aiko's trackers guiding the approach, Tobirama's sensory skill screening for hidden defenses, Madara and Naruto himself at the center of the assault, and Toka commanding a secondary force position to cut off any retreat toward the deeper wilderness beyond. Mito, despite her own considerable skill and her fierce insistence that she be allowed to fight, remained behind within the village's most heavily warded chamber, guarded by a full company of the garrison's finest, a decision that had taken the better part of an hour of careful, difficult argument to settle, Naruto finally winning it only by pointing out, gently but firmly, that Kurama's safety mattered more to the entire village's future than any single battle, and that the wisest use of her considerable strength was to remain exactly where the enemy could not easily reach her at all. I do not enjoy being kept safely out of the way, Kurama grumbled, the fox's voice carrying quietly through Mito's own as she reluctantly agreed to remain behind. But I understand the logic of it well enough not to argue further. Go, then. Finish this quickly. I find, strangely enough, that I am invested in the survival of this particular collection of stubborn humans rather more than I expected to be. The strike came at dawn 2 days later, the combined Senju and Uchiha force descending on the hidden ravine camp in a coordinated assault that caught its occupants badly off guard, sentries overwhelmed before they could raise a full alarm, and for a brief, fierce span of chaos the camp dissolved into close, desperate fighting. Naruto's would release tearing through improvised barricades. Madara's fire techniques scorching clear lines through the enemy's scattered attempts at organized resistance. Tobirama moving through the chaos with the cold, precise efficiency that had made him, in another lifetime entirely, one of history's most feared shinobi. It was in the deepest heart of the camp, past the last ring of scattered defenders, that Naruto finally found the figure clearly commanding the entire operation. A tall man in dark robes marked with the same coiled chain crest, standing calm and unbothered amid the collapsing chaos of his own camp, as though the battle raging around him were merely an inconvenience rather than a genuine threat. Hashirama Senju, the man said, voice carrying an unsettling, cultivated calm. I confess I did not expect you to bring the fight to us quite this soon. Most villages take considerably longer to grow suspicious enough to act. Who are you? Naruto demanded, chakra rising, wood already coiling defensively around him. A servant of a cause considerably older than the crest on my robes, the man said, unbothered, and considerably more patient than a single failed camp is going to inconvenience. You have won this skirmish, Senju. I will grant you that much freely. But you should understand, before you allow yourself too much comfort in this victory, that this camp was never anything more than a single scouting effort, one small thread in an ambition considerably larger than the fate of any one hidden village. Something cold settled in Naruto's chest at the words, an old and terrible familiarity he recognized from an entire lifetime of fighting exactly this kind of patient, sprawling threat. What ambition? He demanded. The man's expression, calm throughout the entire exchange, shifted finally into something that looked, unmistakably, like genuine and unsettling amusement. The world is full of beasts like the one your wife now carries, he said. 9 of them, scattered and largely wild across every corner of this world, waiting for someone patient enough to gather them all. You have interrupted one small piece of a very long collection, Senju. I would not mistake tonight's setback for anything resembling an ending. Before Naruto could press further, the man's form dissolved in a burst of displaced chakra, some manner of substitution or transportation technique Naruto did not recognize, leaving nothing behind but empty, collapsing tint canvas and the fading echo of a warning that settled over Naruto with a dread far heavier than the battle itself had managed to provoke. The strike force secured the ravine camp within the hour, its remaining occupants either captured or scattered into the surrounding wilderness, and Naruto stood alone amid the wreckage as the last of the fighting settled into quiet, turning the stranger's final words over and over in his mind with a growing, cold certainty that whatever organization he had once fought against in another lifetime entirely had, impossibly, already begun taking root here, a full 100 years earlier than any record he had ever studied suggested it should exist. Madara found him there a short while later, expression grim despite the clear tactical success of the strike. You look like a man who won a battle and lost something considerably larger in the process. I think we only found one small piece of something much bigger, Naruto admitted quietly. An organization hunting every tailed beast scattered across this world, patient enough to plan across years, maybe decades. If that is true, this was never going to end with a single camp in a ravine. Madara studied him a long moment, old wariness and hard-won trust warring plainly across his features. Then we prepare for a longer fight than any of us expected, he said finally. The same way we have prepared for everything else, Hashirama. Together, Naruto looked out over the smoking ruin of the ravine camp, thinking of Mito waiting safely behind the village's warded walls, of Kurama's ancient, weary warning, of an entire shadow organization that history, in the life he had left behind, had once cost the world more grief than he could easily put into words, now apparently already stirring a full century earlier than he had ever imagined possible. Together, he agreed quietly, and turned back toward the long road home, toward a village that had already survived so much, and toward a threat that he understood, with cold and certain dread, had only just begun to reveal the smallest fraction of its true and terrible shape. Chapter 21. Mito was waiting at the gate when the strike force returned, having refused, despite every argument the garrison commander could muster, to remain in the warded chamber a single hour longer than the battle itself required, and the moment Naruto crossed through the gate she crossed the distance between them at a near run, checking him over with the fierce, thorough efficiency of a woman who had spent the last 2 days imagining every possible way the assault could have gone wrong. You are unhurt, she said, more statement than question, though relief still colored every word of it. Unhurt, Naruto confirmed, and found himself, despite the grim weight of everything the enemy commander had told him, genuinely glad simply to be standing in front of her again. Though I have considerably more to tell you than I would like. I already felt some of it, Kurama's voice rumbled quietly, carrying through Mito with the particular weariness of an ancient being confronting an old and familiar dread. The chakra signature that vanished at the end of your fight. I know that particular flavor of technique, or something enough like it to trouble me deeply. Whoever that man serves, they are not simple mercenaries, Naruto. I have felt organizations like this reaching for beings like myself before. In whatever strange, half-remembered way I carry knowledge of things that have not yet fully happened to me in this life. They gathered the full council again that evening, and Naruto relayed the enemy commander's warning in full, watching the weight of it settle over the assembled elders in slow, spreading waves, the understanding that whatever threat they had just repelled represented only the smallest visible edge of something considerably larger and more patient than any single hidden village could easily prepare for alone. 9 beasts, Tobirama said slowly, turning the number over with the same careful precision he applied to every strategic problem. If this organization intends to gather all 9, scattered as widely as such creatures likely are, that suggests an ambition spanning decades at minimum, possibly longer. Which means, whatever comfort we might take in tonight's victory, we have not defeated an enemy. We have, at best, delayed one small piece of a plan that was never going to be stopped by a single ravine camp. Then we do not simply defend against it, Naruto said, feeling the old, familiar shape of a much longer fight settling over him, one he understood now, with grim clarity, he had perhaps never truly left behind at all, only met 100 years earlier than expected. We get ahead of it. If there are other tailed beasts scattered across this world, wild and bonded the way Kurama once was, then the kindest and safest thing we can do, for them and for everyone who might otherwise come to harm from either their wildness or someone else's greed, is to find them first. To offer the same choice we offered Kurama, before this organization ever gets the chance to offer them chains instead. The council went quiet at the sheer scale of what he was proposing, and Madara, studying him across the table with an expression that had settled, somewhere over the preceding 2 years, into genuine and steady respect, finally spoke into the silence. You are proposing this village take on a burden considerably larger than its own borders, he said slowly. 8 more beasts, scattered across a world we have barely begun to properly map, each one a potential ally or a potential catastrophe depending on how carefully the work is done. I am proposing exactly that, Naruto confirmed. Not because it will be easy. Because I have already seen, in the life I left behind, exactly what happens when no one does this work in time. I would rather spend the coming years finding these beasts as partners than spend some future decade fighting them as weapons in someone else's hands. Aiko, who had remained quiet through much of the council's deliberation, finally spoke, dark eyes thoughtful. It would take considerable diplomacy, she said. Trust built the same slow, patient way we built trust between our own 2 clans. It would take years, possibly longer. Then we have years, Naruto said simply. We have already proven, more than once, that this village does not build anything worth having quickly. We build it patiently, one choice at a time, the same way we built everything standing behind these walls right now. The council's discussion stretched long into the night, plans beginning to take rough shape, envoys to be dispatched, allies to be sought among the smaller clans scattered across the wider region who might know something of the other beasts' locations, and by the time the hall finally emptied, Naruto understood, with a certainty that felt both daunting and strangely welcome, that the fight he had once believed himself lucky to have already survived in another lifetime had, impossibly, found him. Again, a full century earlier than history had ever recorded it beginning. He found Mito and Toka waiting for him afterward in the quiet of their home, both watching him with the same steady, unwavering support that had carried him through every trial since the founding of the village itself, and felt, settling into the warmth between them, a fierce and grateful resolve that no shadow organization, however patient or however ancient its ambitions, was going to easily unmake. You are thinking about all 9 of them, Toka said quietly, studying his face in the low firelight. Every single beast scattered somewhere out there, wild and hunted the same way Kurama once was. I am, Naruto admitted. It is a larger fight than I think any of us fully expected to be facing this soon. But I do not think it is one we can afford to walk away from, not now that we understand what is actually gathering beyond our borders. For what it is worth, Kurama rumbled quietly, I do not think you have much choice in the matter regardless. Whatever this organization is building toward, it will not simply stop because one ravine camp burned. You have already made an enemy of it, human, whether you intended to or not, the moment you offered me a choice instead of chains. Mito reached for his hand, steady and certain despite the daunting weight of everything the evening had revealed. Then we face it the same way we have faced everything else, she said. Together. However long it takes, however far it carries us beyond these walls. Naruto held her hand, and Toka's beside it, and felt the old familiar fire of purpose settle deep and steady into his chest, the same fire that had once carried him through an entire lifetime of impossible fights in a world 100 years removed from this one, and understood, sitting together in the quiet firelit warmth of the life he had built here, that whatever vast and patient shadow was gathering somewhere beyond the borders of everything he had constructed so carefully, he was not facing it alone, uncertain and unbelieved, the way he once had. This time, he was facing it surrounded by everyone who had ever chosen, patiently and completely, to believe in him. Chapter 22. The first envoy left Konohagakure a month later, a small, careful party led by Aiko herself at her own insistent request, tasked with quietly gathering word of the other scattered beasts across the wider region while giving no outward sign of the village's true purpose. And Naruto stood at the western gate to see her off with a weight in his chest that surprised him with its sudden, unexpected depth. "You do not need to look quite that worried," Aiko said, adjusting the strap of her travel pack with brisk efficiency. "I have survived considerably more dangerous assignments than a quiet information-gathering mission." "I know," Naruto said. "I am worried anyway. That organization has already shown it is patient and well-informed. If they learn what this envoy is truly searching for, then I will be careful," Aiko said, cutting him off gently but firmly, "the same way I was careful walking that tree line beside you for an entire season, back when neither of our clans believed a Senju and an Uchiha could manage a single conversation without it ending in bloodshed." She studied him a moment, something warm and steady behind her dark eyes. "You built something impossible once already, Hashirama. I do not intend to let fear of what might go wrong stop me from helping you build whatever comes next." He watched her small party disappear into the tree line beyond the gate, and felt Madara come to stand quietly beside him, watching the same empty road with an expression that mixed pride and worry in equal measure. "She has never been easy to argue out of a decision once she has made it," Madara said, something fond beneath the dry observation. "I imagine you have noticed that by now." "I have," Naruto agreed, managing a small smile despite the lingering weight in his chest. "It is one of the things I admire most about her." Madara glanced sideways at him, something considering in the look. "You have grown fond of her." "More than simple respect for a valued ally." Naruto did not deny it, because he had stopped denying such things to himself or to the people who mattered most in his life somewhere over the preceding 2 years, and Madara, watching his silence with the particular sharp perception he had honed across a lifetime of reading subtle truths in a world that rarely offered them plainly, simply nodded once, unsurprised. "She has grown fond of you as well," Madara said. "I have known her long enough to see it clearly, even if she has not yet said as much aloud. Whatever that becomes, in time, I do not think either my clan or yours will find much cause to object anymore. Not after everything the two of you have already built together, one careful season at a time." They stood together a while longer at the gate, watching the empty road, and Naruto found himself thinking, not for the first time, of how strange and undeserved this entire borrowed life continued to feel, a village rising steadily behind him, an ancient friend settled safely within the woman he loved, ties of genuine trust and growing affection stretching now between two clans who had spent a century certain such things were impossible. And somewhere beyond the tree line, a woman risking her own safety to help him meet a threat that reached back, impossibly, from a lifetime he had never expected to carry with him into this one. That evening, standing once more at the edge of the village he had built with his own 2 hands and the patient, hard-won trust of everyone who had chosen to stand beside him, Naruto watched the lanterns kindle one by one across rooftops that stretched now further than the eye could easily follow in the gathering dusk, and allowed himself, despite the shadow gathering somewhere beyond the borders of everything he had built, a quiet moment of genuine, grateful peace. Whatever the coming years demanded of him, whatever vast and patient enemy was still gathering strength somewhere beyond his sight, he understood, standing there in the fading golden light, that he no longer faced it as a boy starving for a single person willing to believe in him. He faced it as a man surrounded, finally and completely, by everyone he had ever hoped to protect, and everyone who had chosen, in turn, to protect him back. It would have to be enough. He intended to make certain that it was. Act 4. Chapter 23. The search for the scattered beasts began in earnest that winter, and Naruto learned quickly that it was nothing like the war he remembered fighting in his old life, where the tailed beasts had already been captured, sealed, and weaponized by the time he ever crossed paths with most of them. Here, in this raw and unmapped century, there were still wild things, some little more than local legend, glimpsed rarely enough that entire regions built superstition around a shadow moving through distant hills rather than any confirmed sighting. Aiko's first report reached the village 2 months into her journey, carried by a hawk trained to fly the long distance from the coastal regions she had been quietly investigating, and it named a beast the local fishing villages called only the sea serpent, a creature with 2 tails that surfaced during storms and had, according to at least 3 separate accounts, once dragged an entire fleet of raiders beneath the waves rather than allowed them to reach shore. 2 tails, Tobirama noted, studying the report at the war table. If the pattern holds, that would make it considerably less dangerous than Kurama, but no less worth reaching before this coiled chain organization manages to find it first. I want to go, Naruto said, and felt Toka's sharp glance from across the table before she had even spoken. You are the Hokage now, she said. You cannot simply vanish from the village for months at a time chasing beasts across the coastline, however much you might want to. I know, Naruto admitted, the weight of the title settling over him with a familiar, complicated heaviness. Which is why I am not going to go alone, or unsupervised, or without a plan for the village while I am away. But I do not think this is a task I can simply delegate entirely either, Toka. I am the only person alive who understands, from direct experience, exactly what it costs a beast to be captured and chained rather than offered a genuine choice. If we are going to do this work honestly, some of it has to be done by someone who remembers what the alternative actually looks like. Toka studied him a long moment, old worry and old respect both visible in her expression, and finally exhaled, some of the tension easing from her shoulders. Then you take Madara with you, she said. Not simply for the additional strength, though that matters too. Because this village needs to see, clearly and often, that its Hokage and its most trusted Uchiha ally move through the world together, side by side, the same way they have from the very beginning. Madara, seated nearby, inclined his head in agreement before Naruto had even finished considering the suggestion. I have wanted to see more of this world beyond our own borders for some time, he admitted. And I trust very few people enough to make that journey worthwhile. You happen to be one of them, Hashirama. The council settled the arrangements over the following days, Tobirama assuming direct oversight of the village in Naruto's absence, a role he accepted with the same quiet, capable steadiness that had made him, across 2 very different lifetimes now, one of history's most reliable administrators, and by the time the small traveling party finally set out toward the coast, Naruto found himself standing once more at the edge of everything he had built, feeling the particular ache of leaving behind a home that had, somehow, grown large enough to genuinely miss. Mito walked with him to the gate, one hand resting lightly over the seal at her midsection, expression steady despite the worry she could not entirely hide. Kurama says he can feel the sea serpent's chakra signature already, faintly, even from this distance, she said. He says it feels frightened. Cornered, almost, the way he felt himself before you found him. It is not a pleasant feeling to remember. Kurama's voice rumbled quietly through her, carrying a note of genuine, hard-won empathy that Naruto recognized, with a private ache, as an echo of exactly the kind of growth he had once watched the great fox undergo across an entire different lifetime of shared battles. Tell it, when you find it, that the choice offered to me was real. That may matter more than any other single thing you say. I will tell it, Naruto promised, and pressed a brief, warm kiss to Mito's temple before turning to join Madara and the small party waiting at the gate, feeling the particular bittersweet weight of a man leaving behind everything he loved in order to protect it more fully. The journey to the coast took the better part of 3 weeks, cutting through territory that grew steadily less familiar the further they traveled, small scattered settlements giving way to genuine wilderness, and Naruto found himself, more than once during the long quiet evenings around their traveling fire, deep in conversation with Madara about matters considerably larger than the mission at hand. You never fully explained, Madara said one such evening, firelight flickering across his face, what it was like. The war you told me about, months ago, when you finally trusted me enough to share the truth of where you actually came from. Naruto was quiet a moment, turning the memory over carefully. It was the worst thing I have ever lived through, he admitted finally. Worse than anything either of our clans experienced, even at the height of the fighting here. An entire world nearly ended, because too many old grudges were allowed to fester for too many generations before anyone found the courage to try what we have already built here instead. And you believe building this differently, this early, changes that outcome? I have to believe it, Naruto said. Otherwise none of this means anything beyond simply delaying the same tragedy by 100 years. He looked across the fire at Madara, feeling the full weight of a friendship he had once, in another lifetime, believed entirely impossible to build with this particular man. You were the reason it all went wrong, in the world I remember. Not entirely your fault, I understand that more clearly now than I once did, watching how patiently your uncle worked to poison every chance either of our clans was given at genuine peace. But the rift between Senju and Uchiha, in that other world, eventually cost more lives than I can easily count. Madara absorbed this in silence for a long moment, firelight playing across features that had, over 2 years of hard-won friendship, grown as familiar to Naruto as almost anyone in his old life had once been. Then I am glad, he said finally, that whatever accident of fate carried you into this century instead, gave both of us the chance to become something other than what history apparently once required of us. So am I, Naruto said quietly, and meant it with the whole of his heart. They reached the coastal region 3 days later, and it was Aiko who met them at the edge of the fishing village she had been working from, expression bright with relief and something warmer still at the sight of Naruto crossing the last stretch of road toward her. You actually came yourself, she said, and though her tone carried its familiar dry edge, the warmth beneath it had grown, over 2 years of steady correspondence and careful, patient courtship, into something neither of them bothered pretending was simply friendship anymore. I told you I would, the day you left, Naruto said, closing the last of the distance between them. You tell a great many people a great many things, Aiko said, though she was already reaching for his hand, the old careful distance between them long since dissolved into something easy and certain. I have simply learned, over time, that you are one of the rare few who actually means every single word of it. Chapter 24. The Sea Serpent, when they finally found it 3 days later, proved considerably more elusive than its two-tailed classification had led Naruto to expect, a long, sinuous shape glimpsed only in flashes beneath storm-churned water, surfacing briefly during the worst of the weather before vanishing again into depths no ordinary fisherman dared follow. It only shows itself during storms, Aiko explained, standing with Naruto and Madara at the edge of a cliff overlooking the churning gray sea. The local villagers believe it summons the weather itself, though I suspect it is closer to the truth that it simply feels safest hunting and moving when the water is too violent for anyone to follow. Frightened, Naruto said quietly, remembering Kurama's warning. Not summoning storms. Hiding inside them. They waited 3 more days for weather severe enough to draw the creature to the surface, and when the storm finally broke, wind howling in off the sea with a violence that sent every sensible fisherman scrambling for shelter, Naruto stood alone at the edge of the cliff, chakra rising to meet the wild, frightened presence he could feel churning somewhere beneath the storm-lashed waves, while Madara and Aiko held the shore behind him, ready to intervene only if the encounter turned dangerous. The serpent surfaced close enough to see clearly for the first time, vast and pale, twin tails lashing against waves twice the height of a man, and Naruto felt the full weight of its fear radiating outward the moment its ancient, wary eyes fixed on him, a creature that had spent its entire existence being hunted, feared, blamed for every disaster that struck the coast whether it had caused them or not. Human, the creature's voice rumbled through the storm, water and wind both, ancient and raw with a wariness that made Kurama's own initial hostility seem almost gentle by comparison. You are not the first to seek me out. The others who came before you came with chains and cages. I do not intend to be caught a second time. I am not here to chain you, Naruto called out over the howling wind, standing his ground despite the storm battering against him. I know what it is to be feared before anyone bothers asking what you actually want. I carried a fox with 9 tails inside my own body once, in another life, another century entirely. I know exactly how it feels to be treated as a weapon before anyone considers treating you as a person. The serpent went still amid the churning waves, ancient eyes narrowing with something that was not quite trust but was, Naruto understood with quiet relief, no longer purely hostile either. You carry his scent, it said slowly. The nine-tailed one. I did not think any human could carry that particular chakra signature and still be standing, let alone offering words instead of chains. He is sealed now, Naruto said. Not chained. Sealed with his consent, into a woman who offered him patience instead of cruelty, and who has spent 2 years proving that offer was genuine rather than simply words. He held his ground against the wind, voice steady despite the storm. I am asking you the same question I once asked him. Not whether you will be bound, because I understand, better than most, exactly how dangerous your power left entirely wild eventually becomes to yourself as much as to anyone around you. I am asking who you would choose to be bound to, if the choice were genuinely yours to make. The serpent studied him a long, storm-lashed moment, ancient wariness warring visibly with something that looked, impossibly, like cautious hope. There is an organization, it said finally, voice lower now, more careful. I have felt them searching these waters for months. Patient. Methodical. They do not offer choices. I have watched what happens to creatures like myself who are caught by such hunters, in whispers carried across distant seas by others of my kind. It is not a fate I intend to accept quietly. Then let me offer you something different before they find you first, Naruto said. I cannot promise you an easy life. I can promise you a genuine choice, and people willing to earn your trust patiently rather than simply demand it. The storm raged on around them for a long while longer, the serpent weighing the offer with the particular caution of a creature that had survived this long precisely by trusting nothing and no one. And when it finally spoke again, some of the raw wariness had settled into something wearier, more considering. There is a woman in this fishing village, it said slowly. The one who leaves offerings at the tide line each morning, not out of fear, but out of something that felt, the few times I studied her closely enough to notice, considerably more like genuine respect. If a choice is truly mine to make, I would choose her, if she is willing. Naruto felt a fierce swell of relief at the answer, understanding immediately, with quiet gratitude, exactly who the creature meant, and turned to find Aiko already smiling, having clearly anticipated exactly this outcome from her weeks of careful observation before Naruto and Madara had even arrived. Her name is Suzu, Aiko called out over the dying wind, the storm already beginning to settle as the immediate tension of the encounter eased. The daughter of the village elder. She has spoken of the creature with more curiosity than fear since the day I first arrived, and I suspected, watching her, that the feeling might well be mutual. They found Suzu at the edge of the village that evening, a young woman with sea-weathered hands and steady, curious eyes, and when Naruto explained, as carefully and honestly as he could, exactly what the serpent was offering, she did not hesitate the way he half expected. I have watched that creature save this village more times than the elders ever bothered acknowledging, Suzu said simply. Storms it could have let drown our boats, it instead seemed to guide safely to shore. I always suspected there was more intention behind its presence than simple chance. If it is truly offering me its trust, I would be honored to earn it properly. The sealing, performed with careful guidance from the Uzumaki sealing knowledge Naruto had brought with him and confirmed, wordlessly but unmistakably, through Kurama's own quiet approval carried across the distance to Mito and relayed back through the traveling party's own sensor support, took place 3 days later on the same storm-battered cliff, and when it finished, Suzu rose from the sealing circle with the same tired, steady wonder Mito had once shown, a presence settling quietly within her that felt, by every account she gave afterward, less like a burden and more like the arrival of an old and long-awaited friend. 2. Naruto said quietly that evening, standing with Madara and Aiko at the edge of the now calm sea, watching the last light fade gold over water that no longer churned with either storm or fear. 7 more scattered somewhere across this world, and an organization patient enough to be hunting every single one of them the same way they hunted Kurama. Then we had best keep moving, Madara said simply, and Naruto, feeling the fierce, steady resolve of the small circle gathered around him, found himself, despite the daunting scale of the work still ahead, entirely certain that whatever it demanded of them, they would meet it the same way they had met everything else, together. Chapter 25. Word from the village reached them a week later, carried by an exhausted messenger hawk whose urgency was clear from the moment it landed, and Naruto's stomach dropped the instant he unrolled the small scroll bound to its leg and recognized Tobirama's tight, controlled handwriting, the kind his brother only used when a situation had grown serious enough to demand absolute clarity under pressure. The Uchiha uncle, the message explained, had used Naruto's extended absence to press his old grievances before the council with renewed force, arguing that a Hokage who could vanish for weeks chasing beasts across distant coastlines while leaving the village's defense to others was no Hokage at all, and had gathered enough support among the more traditional voices of both clans to force a formal vote of confidence, scheduled to take place within the month. He is not wrong to question it, Madara said grimly, reading over Naruto's shoulder. Not entirely. A Hokage who is rarely present is a legitimate concern, whatever the actual merit of the mission that keeps him away. I know, Naruto said, feeling the familiar weight of competing responsibilities settle heavily across his shoulders. But I cannot simply abandon this search either. Every beast we find and offer a genuine choice to is one less beast that organization can eventually weaponize against everyone we love. Aiko studied the message a long moment, something thoughtful behind her sharp gaze. Then perhaps the answer is not choosing between the two entirely, she said. You have already found 2 beasts in a matter of months, Hashirama, with a party of only 3. If you return now, presented Suzu and her new bond as proof this work is bearing genuine fruit, and proposed a structure where trusted envoys, rather than the Hokage himself, undertake the bulk of future searches, you might satisfy both concerns at once. Naruto considered the suggestion carefully, recognizing in it the same patient, practical wisdom Aiko had shown from the very first council hall where she had risked her own standing to argue for his original offer of peace. You are suggesting I build this search the same way I built the village itself. Not through my own singular effort, but through people I trust extending that same effort outward. Exactly that, Aiko confirmed. You cannot be Hokage and Soul Beast Hunter both, not indefinitely. But you can be the one who proves the work is possible, and then trust others, myself included, to carry it forward while you attend to the village that needs you closer to home. They turned back toward Konohagakure within the day, Suzu and her newly sealed companion traveling with them as living proof of the mission's success, and the journey home passed in a haze of careful strategy, Naruto and Aiko refining, evening after evening around their traveling fire, exactly how such a structure might work. A small standing order of trusted envoys drawn from multiple clans, dedicated specifically to locating and offering genuine choice to the remaining scattered beasts, answerable to the village council rather than to any single clan's ambition. The council vote, when it finally convened 3 weeks later, proved considerably more contentious than Naruto had hoped, the Uchiha uncle pressing his case with the same hard, weathered conviction he had brought to every argument since the earliest days of the founding. Joined now by several Senju elders who shared his concern that a Hokage's first duty must always be the village standing directly before him rather than threats still gathering somewhere beyond the horizon. You ask us to trust that a threat none of us have fully seen justifies your continued absence, the uncle said, standing before the full council with the same hard, unyielding posture he had carried since the very first meeting in his own clan's dark hall years earlier. Meanwhile our children grow up without a Hokage present to guide this village through its daily governance. I do not question your intentions, Hashirama. I question your priorities. Then let me answer both concerns honestly, Naruto said, rising to address the full council with the same steady conviction that had carried him through every trial since the Ridge. I propose a standing envoy corps, drawn from every clan within these walls, dedicated specifically to the search I began this season. I will not personally lead every mission going forward. I will remain here, where this village needs me, and trust the people who have already proven themselves, again and again, capable of carrying this work forward in my place. He gestured toward Aiko, standing quietly near the front of the gathered council. Aiko Uchiha has already proven herself more than capable of this work, having located and prepared the ground for the very success we bring home today. I would ask the Council's blessing to formally establish this envoy corps under her leadership, answerable to this Council as a whole rather than to my office alone. The proposal drew a long, considering silence, and it was Toka, rising from her own seat near the front, who finally broke it, voice carrying clearly across the hall. I have watched this man build one impossible thing after another over these last 4 years, she said. A village where Senju and Uchiha children play together without fear. A peace that has held longer than any treaty in living memory. I do not think it wise to doubt him now, simply because the scale of what he is building has grown to include threats beyond our own borders. Slowly, gradually, the tide of the council's mood began to shift, old grievances aired and weighed and one by one, set carefully aside in favor of the practical wisdom of the compromise on offer, and by the time the vote finally concluded, the envoy corps had been approved by a wide enough margin that even the Uchiha uncle, though clearly still unconvinced in his heart, could do little more than accept the council's collective judgment with the same weathered, grudging respect he had shown. Every prior test of the peace he had never fully trusted. You have won this round, he said to Naruto afterward, alone in the emptying hall, something almost approving beneath the old hardness of his expression. I want you to understand, Hashirama, that my doubts are not born of malice. I have simply watched too many promises break in my lifetime to trust easily, even now, even after everything you have built. I understand that better than you might think, Naruto said quietly. I do not need you to trust me blindly. I only ask that you keep watching, the same way you always have, and judge this village by what it actually does rather than what either of us fears it might become. The old man studied him a long moment, something that might have been the beginning of genuine respect flickering behind his weathered eyes, and then, without another word, gave a single sharp nod and turned to leave, and Naruto stood alone in the quiet hall, feeling the particular exhaustion of a man who had just won a fight he had never wanted to have to fight at all, understanding, with the same clear-eyed certainty that had carried him through every trial before this one, that the peace he had built would need defending, again and again, not only from enemies beyond the walls but from the slow, patient erosion of doubt within them. Chapter 26. The envoy corps grew quickly over the following months, drawing volunteers from every clan within the village's walls, and Aiko threw herself into its leadership with the same fierce, patient dedication she had once brought to a single season of walking a contested tree line, training each new envoy personally in the careful art of approaching a frightened, wild power with patience instead of force. Naruto, true to his word, remained closer to the village through that season, and found, to his own quiet surprise, a particular satisfaction in the steady, unglamorous work of governance, settling disputes between clans still learning to fully trust each other. Overseeing the slow expansion of the village's walls to accommodate families still arriving from the wider region drawn by word of a place where old grudges no longer decided a person's fate at birth. It was Tobirama who first brought him the report that shattered the season's fragile calm, arriving at the administration tower with an expression grave enough that Naruto set aside the trade dispute he had been mediating the moment his brother appeared in the doorway. An envoy party went missing 3 days ago, Tobirama said without preamble. 6 days out from the village, tracking a lead on a beast rumored to dwell in the northern mountains. They missed their scheduled check-in by 2 full days before we grew concerned enough to send trackers after them. Naruto felt the old cold dread settle over him immediately. And the trackers found? A campsite, abandoned in haste. Signs of a struggle. And this. Tobirama held out a scrap of dark cloth, and Naruto's stomach tightened at the now familiar sight of a coiled chain wrapped around a stylized eye. The council convened within the hour, and Naruto found himself standing once more at the head of a hall gone tense with the particular fear that comes from an enemy proving, decisively, that a threat once repelled had never actually retreated far at all. They took them alive, Aiko said grimly, having rushed back from the envoy corps' training grounds the moment word reached her. That is the only explanation for a struggle that left no bodies behind. Whoever leads that organization wants something from my people beyond simple elimination. Interrogation, Madara said, voice tight with barely restrained anger. They will want to know how many beasts we have already secured, how our sealing methods work, everything that might help them either recover Kurama and Suzu's companion, or prevent us from reaching any of the remaining 7 before they do. Naruto felt the full weight of responsibility for the missing envoy settle heavily across his shoulders, understanding with grim clarity that the very corps he had proposed to protect the village's stability had, in trying to expand the search, walked directly into the patient trap their enemy had clearly been waiting to spring. "We find them," he said, voice hard with a resolve that brooked no argument. "Whatever it costs. I will not let this organization believe for a single moment that taking our people comes without consequence severe enough to make them regret it." The tracking took the better part of a week, Tobirama's sensory skill and Madara's own considerable tracking ability combining to follow a trail their enemy had clearly tried to obscure, leading finally to a fortified compound built into the side of a remote northern mountain, considerably more substantial than the ravine camp they had destroyed months earlier, walls of dark stone rather than hastily erected tents. And Naruto understood immediately, studying the scale of it from a concealed ridge above, that they had finally found something considerably closer to the organization's true heart rather than another disposable outlying camp. "This is not a scouting post," Madara said quietly, studying the fortification through the pre-dawn gloom. "This is a genuine stronghold. Whoever commands it has resources considerably beyond what we destroyed before." "Then we do not attempt a full assault without a proper plan," Naruto said, forcing the same cold, careful calculation he had once brought to an entire lifetime of impossible battles to bear on the fury still burning in his chest. "Our people are almost certainly being held somewhere inside those walls. A reckless strike risks their lives more than it risks the enemy's." They spent 2 full days observing the compound's patterns before finally settling on an approach, a small infiltration team led by Naruto and Madara together, moving under cover of a moonless night, while Aiko commanded a secondary force position to create a diversion at the compound's main gate the moment the infiltration team signaled they had located the prisoners. The infiltration itself proved harder one than Naruto had hoped, the compound's interior defended by shinobi whose skill matched, in places exceeded, anything either the Senju or Uchiha forces had faced in recent memory, and it was only Naruto's own considerable wood release, deployed with a careful, ruthless precision he had spent 4 years honing, that finally cleared a path deep enough into the compound's lower levels to locate the cells where the missing envoys were being held. They found all 6 alive, battered and exhausted but unbroken, and the fierce relief that swept through Naruto at the sight of them safe was tempered almost immediately by the sight of the figure waiting calmly in the shadowed corridor beyond the cells, dark robes marked with the familiar coiled chain crest, the same unsettling, cultivated calm Naruto remembered from the ravine camp months earlier. "Hashirama Senju," the man said, unbothered by the chaos of the ongoing infiltration around him. "I confess I expected you to come yourself, eventually. Patience, it seems, is not a virtue either of us particularly shares when the people we care about are threatened." "Release my people and step aside," Naruto said, chakra rising, wood already coiling defensively around him, "and I might let you leave this compound with something resembling your life intact." The man's expression shifted into that same unsettling amusement Naruto remembered all too well. "A generous offer," he said, "though I suspect you already know I have no intention of accepting it." His hand moved in a gesture too fluid to fully track, and the corridor around them began, ominously, to hum with the particular resonance of a technique Naruto recognized, with a cold chill of dread, as something considerably more dangerous than anything they had faced in this fight so far. "Whatever you are about to attempt," Naruto said, feeling the full weight of the coming confrontation settle over him like a physical blow, "I promise you, it will not be enough." Chapter 27. The technique, when it finally unleashed, proved to be a binding seal considerably more sophisticated than anything Naruto had encountered in this century, chains of dark, corrosive chakra erupting from the stone floor itself, and he threw himself sideways with a speed born of instinct honed across 2 entire lifetimes of battle, feeling one of the chains graze past close enough to sear the edge of his sleeve. Madara moved in the same instant, fire technique lancing across the corridor to sever 2 more of the chains before they could fully close, and the freed envoys, weakened but far from helpless, scrambled clear of the collapsing cell block toward the corridor's far exit, where Aiko's diversionary force had, by the sound of the distant fighting, finally breached the compound's main gate. "Get them out," Naruto called to Madara, already moving to place himself between the robed man and the retreating envoys. "I will handle this." "You will not handle it alone," Madara said, already moving to flank the enemy from the opposite side rather than retreating, and Naruto felt, even in the chaos of the moment, a fierce swell of gratitude for a friendship that had grown, over 4 years, into exactly the kind of unshakable loyalty he had once believed this particular man capable of only in the abstract. The fight that followed tested both of them in ways few battles since the founding of the village had managed, the robed man's chains proving frustratingly resistant to both wood release and fire technique alike, corroding through Naruto's carefully grown barriers with an unsettling speed that spoke of considerable specialized study, and it was only the combined pressure of both attackers working in careful, practiced coordination that finally forced the man to retreat step by grudging step, back through the compound's collapsing corridors. You fight well, for men who should have simply accepted defeat the moment I revealed my true technique, the robed man admitted, breathing harder now, some of his earlier calm finally cracking under the sustained pressure of the assault. I begin to understand why my superiors consider Konohagakure a genuine threat rather than simply another village to be quietly harvested. Who are your superiors? Naruto demanded, pressing the advantage, wood coiling tight around the last of the man's scattered chains. What is this organization actually building toward? The man's expression, even cornered and clearly losing the fight, carried a flicker of something that looked, unsettlingly, like genuine pity. You still do not understand the scale of what you have stumbled into, he said. This compound is nothing. A single outpost among dozens scattered across every corner of this world, gathering resources and information toward an ambition that has been patiently building for longer than either of your clans has even existed in their current form. You have won today. You have not won anything close to the war. Then tell me where to find the true heart of it, Naruto said, voice hard with a resolve that had carried him through every trial since the ridge. Tell me now, and I will grant you the same mercy I once offered the beast whose power you covet so badly. A chance to walk away from this. The man studied him a long, considering moment, some final calculation working visibly behind his eyes, and then, with a sudden burst of displaced chakra that Naruto recognized, with grim frustration, as the same transportation technique that had allowed his predecessors escape months earlier, the robed man vanished, leaving behind nothing but a scrap of torn dark cloth and, tucked beneath it, deliberately left or simply dropped in the chaos of his escape, a small, weathered map marked with a series of locations Naruto did not immediately recognize save for one, circled in dark ink, bearing a name that struck him with the particular cold certainty of recognizing an old and terrible piece of history rediscovered 100 years before its proper time. A hidden valley, deep in territory even the oldest clan records left largely unmapped, marked simply with a single word in careful, deliberate script. Amigakure. Naruto stood staring at the map for a long moment, feeling the full weight of what that single circled name might mean settle heavily over him, an entire terrible history he had once lived through in another lifetime entirely, threatening now to take root a full century before it should have ever existed at all. Madara found him there amid the settling dust of the collapsed corridor, expression grim despite the clear tactical victory of the rescue itself. You recognize that name, he said, not quite a question, reading the particular stillness in Naruto's posture with the same sharp perception that had made him, across two very different lifetimes, one of history's most formidable readers of other people's hidden truths. I do, Naruto admitted quietly. In the life I left behind, that name belonged to a village that would one day be ruled by a man whose ambitions cost the world more grief than almost anything else I ever fought against. If this organization is already establishing roots there, a full century before I ever expected such a thing to exist, then whatever we thought we were facing before tonight was only the smallest, faintest shadow of what is actually gathering. Aiko arrived moments later, the last of the freed envoys secured and the compound's remaining defenders either captured or scattered, and studied Naruto's grave expression with the same fierce, steady concern she had shown from the moment she first risked her own standing in her clan's council hall years earlier. Whatever this is, she said quietly, we do not face it tonight. Our people are exhausted, several of them injured, and this compound has already yielded everything it is likely to yield without considerably more careful planning than we currently have time for. Naruto studied the map in his hand a long moment, feeling the full weight of an entire terrible future pressing against everything he had built here, and finally, with visible effort, folded it carefully and tucked it away, understanding, with the same clear-eyed resolve that had carried him through every trial since the ridge, exactly what would need to come next. You are right, he said quietly. We go home. We heal. We plan properly, with the full weight of this village and everyone within it standing behind whatever comes next. He looked out over the collapsing ruin of the compound, feeling the old, familiar fire of purpose settle deep and steady into his chest despite the dread the map's single-circled name had stirred in him. But we do not have the luxury of pretending this ends here. Whatever is gathering in that valley, we are going to need to face it, fully and completely, before it has the chance to grow into whatever terrible thing history once told me it eventually became. The journey home passed in tense, exhausted quiet, the rescued envoys recovering slowly under Aiko's careful watch, and Naruto spent much of it turning the map's single-circled name over and over in his mind, an old and terrible piece of history he had once believed himself lucky to have already survived, now rising to meet him a full century before its proper time, in a world he had spent 4 years patiently, carefully building into something he refused to let any shadow, however ancient or however patient, tear back down. Chapter 28. The village received them home with the particular mix of relief and grim purpose that Naruto had come to recognize over 4 years, as the true measure of how deeply Konohagakure had come to understand itself, not as a place untouched by hardship, but as a place that met hardship together rather than allowing it to fracture the bonds so carefully built between its people. Mito was waiting at the gate, one hand resting protectively over the seal at her midsection, and the moment she took in the grim set of Naruto's expression, she understood, without needing to ask, that whatever had happened at that northern compound carried weight considerably heavier than a simple rescue mission. I felt something shift. Kurama's voice rumbled quietly through her the moment they were alone that evening, the great fox's ancient awareness apparently sensitive enough to register even the distant echo of the map's terrible implications. A weight settling over you that was not there when you left. Tell us what you found, Naruto. Whatever it is, I suspect it is considerably larger than a single rescued envoy party. He told them everything, the fortified compound, the robed man's chilling calm, the map with its single-circled name, and watched the weight of it settle slowly over both Mito and Kurama in turn. Amigakure, Mito repeated slowly, testing the unfamiliar name. You believe this organization is establishing its true foundation there? I believe it is more than establishing a foundation, Naruto said quietly. I believe, if the pattern holds anything like the history I remember, that whatever grows in that valley over the coming years may become the single greatest threat this world has ever faced, considerably larger than anything either of our clans fought during the war that first brought us together. Then we do not wait for it to fully grow before we act, Kurama said, ancient voice carrying a note of grim, hard-won resolve. I have felt this pattern before. In whatever strange, half-remembered way I carry knowledge of things not yet fully happened. Organizations like this thrive on patience, on being allowed to grow unnoticed and unchallenged until they are too large to easily uproot. You have already proven, more than once, that you understand exactly how dangerous that patience becomes if left unanswered. The full council convened 3 days later, and Naruto laid out everything before the gathered elders, the map, the organization's clear ambition, the terrible weight of history he had once lived through and now feared repeating a full century before its proper time, and watched the hall settle into the particular grave silence that came only when every person present understood, fully and completely, the true scale of what was being asked of them. You are proposing this village prepare for a conflict considerably larger than anything we have faced since the founding, Tobirama said slowly, studying the map with the same careful, methodical precision he brought to every strategic problem. Not a single hidden compound. An entire organization, patient enough to have already begun establishing roots and territory none of our current alliances extend to. I am, Naruto confirmed. And I understand the weight of what I am asking. But I would rather this village spend the coming months preparing fully for a threat we understand clearly, then wait until that threat has grown large enough to catch us as unprepared as it nearly caught our Anva party. Madara rose from his seat, expression grave but steady, the same hard-won resolve Naruto had come to rely on across 4 years of genuine, tested friendship settling clearly across his features. Then we prepare, he said simply. Not alone, the way either of our clans once faced every threat before this village existed. Together, the same way we have faced everything since the day I first walked unarmed into a valley to meet a Senju heir who offered peace instead of chains. One by one, the council's voices rose in support, old caution giving way, slowly and deliberately, to the same hard-won unity that had carried Konohagakure through every trial it had faced since its founding, and by the time the meeting finally concluded, plans had already begun taking shape, expanded training for the envoy corps, reinforced defenses along the village's borders, careful diplomatic outreach to neighboring clans and settlements who might yet become allies against the threat that, Naruto understood with grim clarity, would not remain confined to a single hidden valley for very much longer. That evening, standing once more at the edge of the village he had built with 4 years of patient, hard-won trust, Mito on one side and Toka on the other, Aiko arriving to join them fresh from overseeing the envoy corps' expanded training regimen, Naruto looked out over rooftops that stretched now further than the eye could easily follow in the gathering dusk, and felt the full weight of everything still ahead settle over him. Daunting and vast, and, despite it all, strangely welcome. "You are thinking about the valley again," Toka observed, studying his face in the fading light. "I am," Naruto admitted. "But I am also thinking about everything standing here beside me. 4 years ago, I woke up on a bloodied ridge in a body that was not my own, certain I had lost everything I had ever known. I did not expect to find this. Any of it." He gestured toward the village spreading out before them, toward the women standing beside him, toward an entire community built one patient, hard-won choice at a time out of nothing but stubborn hope and a refusal to let old hatred win the last word. "Whatever is gathering in that valley," Mito said quietly, reaching for his hand with the same fierce, unwavering resolve she had shown facing every trial since the seawall in Uzushio, "it is going to find this village considerably harder to break than it expects." "Considerably harder," Kurama agreed, ancient voice carrying a note of genuine, hard-won pride. "You built something here worth defending, human. I do not intend to let anyone, however patient or however ancient their ambitions, tear it back down without a fight considerably fiercer than they are prepared for." Naruto stood at the edge of the village a long while longer, watching lanterns kindle one by one across rooftops that held, within them, everything he had ever hoped to build and everyone he had ever hoped to protect, and understood, with the same clear-eyed certainty that had carried him through every trial since the ridge, that whatever the coming confrontation demanded of him, he was facing it exactly the way he had faced everything else in this improbable, hard-won life. Not as a boy who had once starved for a single person willing to believe in him. As a man surrounded, finally and completely, by an entire village that had chosen, together, to become exactly the kind of home worth fighting for. Chapter 29. The months that followed the northern rescue passed in a steady, purposeful rhythm, the village's preparations advancing with the same patient, hard-won unity that had carried it through every trial before this one, and Naruto found himself, more than once during those long busy weeks, quietly grateful for the particular kind of peace that comes not from the absence of danger, but from facing it surrounded by people who had already proven, again and again, that they would not simply scatter when tested. Aiko had taken to spending increasing time within the village itself as the envoy corps' training intensified, and Naruto found their evenings together growing into something that felt, more and more, like the natural continuation of a bond that had been quietly building since the very first season they had walked a contested tree line together, two people from opposing sides of an old war learning, one careful conversation at a time, how to trust each other completely. "You have not asked me yet," she said one evening, the two of them walking together along the village's eastern wall as the last light faded gold over the training grounds below, "though I suspect you have been considering it for rather longer than you have let on." Naruto glanced sideways at her, feeling a familiar warmth settle into his chest despite the daunting weight of everything still gathering beyond the village's borders. "Considering what, precisely?" "Do not play coy with me, Hashirama Senju," Aiko said, though the dry edge in her voice carried unmistakable fondness beneath it. "I have watched you build a life with Mito and Toka both, openly and honestly, exactly the way you told my clan's own hall you intended to build everything else in this village. I do not think it has escaped either of us that whatever exists between the two of us has long since grown past simple friendship and careful alliance." "It has," Naruto admitted, stopping to face her fully on the quiet wall walk. "I have been waiting, I think, for the right moment, though I am beginning to suspect there may never truly be a perfect one, not with everything still gathering in that valley." Then stop waiting for perfect, Aiko said simply, and ask me anyway. He studied her a long moment, this woman who had risked her own standing before her entire clan's council years earlier to give his fragile proposal a chance, who had walked beside him through storms both literal and political, who had earned, through 4 years of patient, fierce loyalty, a place in his heart he had not fully allowed himself to name until this exact moment. Aiko Uchiha, he said quietly, I would be honored to build the rest of this life with you, the same way I have built it with Mito and Toka. Not because tradition demands it, and not because this village needs another symbol of unity between our clans, though I understand it will surely be read that way regardless. Because I do not think I could imagine facing whatever comes next without you standing beside me. Aiko's careful composure, so steady through every trial Naruto had ever seen her face, finally cracked into something unguarded and genuinely moved, and she reached for his hands with a certainty that answered the question before she had even spoken the words aloud. Then yes, she said simply. I have been ready to say it for longer than I think either of us has been willing to admit. Word of the engagement spread through the village within days, and though it drew, as Naruto had expected, its share of murmured commentary from the more traditional voices on both sides, the sheer, unremarkable ease with which most of the village received the news told him, with quiet satisfaction, exactly how far the old grudges had genuinely faded over 4 years of patient, deliberate trust-building. Even the Uchiha uncle, when word reached him, offered only a resigned, weathered shrug and a muttered observation that he supposed, at this point, nothing this village did should surprise him any longer. Madara found Naruto alone on the training grounds a few days later, expression carrying the particular warmth of a man watching 2 people he cared for deeply find genuine happiness together. I confess I saw this coming rather before either of you seemed willing to admit it to yourselves, he said, settling beside Naruto at the edge of the field. I am glad of it, Hashirama. Truly. My clan has lost so much to old hatred over the generations. It does my heart good to watch it gain something like this instead. She makes me a better version of whoever I am becoming in this life, Naruto said honestly. The same way Mito and Toka do, each in their own way. I did not expect, waking on that ridge 4 years ago, that I would find this much genuine happiness on the other side of an accident I still do not fully understand. Fate has strange ways of balancing its ledgers, I suppose, Madara said, something thoughtful behind the observation. Whatever cost that accident carried, wherever it carried the man you once were, it seems to have brought something worth having in exchange, to considerably more people than simply yourself. They sat together in comfortable silence a while longer, watching the training grounds empty as evening settled over the village, and Naruto found himself, despite the daunting shadow still gathering somewhere in a distant hidden valley, filled with a quiet, steady gratitude for exactly how much this improbable, borrowed life had grown into something worth every risk it had demanded of him. The wedding itself, held within the month in the same simple, unadorned style that had marked his ceremony with Mito and Toka years earlier, drew a gathering considerably larger than either prior celebration, the full breadth of the village's growth over 4 years made visible and the sheer diversity of faces gathered to witness it, Senju and Uchiha, and Uzumaki and a dozen smaller clans besides. All standing together beneath banners that bore, increasingly now, not any single clan's crest, but the simple, unifying symbol the village itself had adopted, a stylized leaf that Naruto had proposed, quietly, in the earliest days of the founding, and that had since grown into something the entire community had come to claim as genuinely, collectively their own. Standing at the center of that gathering, Mito and Toka on either side, Aiko before him with the same fierce, steady resolve that had first drawn his admiration in a dark council hall years earlier, Naruto felt the full weight of everything he had built settle over him not as a burden, but as the truest measure of a life he had never expected to find on the other side of a bloodied ridge and a body that was not his own. Whatever waited in that distant valley, whatever ancient and patient ambition was still gathering strength beyond the horizon, he understood, standing there surrounded by everyone who had chosen, again and again, to believe in the impossible dream he had carried across 2 entire centuries, that he would face it exactly the way he had faced everything else, not alone. Never again alone. Chapter 30. The scout arrived 3 weeks after the wedding, half-starved and travel-worn from a journey that had carried her further from the village's borders than any Envoy Corps mission attempted before, and Naruto met her personally at the gate the moment word reached him that she had returned from the long, careful reconnaissance mission he had quietly authorized in the aftermath of the Northern Rescue. I did not get close enough to see much, the scout admitted, accepting water and a warm cloak from the attendants who had rushed to meet her, but I saw enough to confirm the valley is no longer empty wilderness. There are structures rising there, Hokage. Considerable ones, built with a speed and coordination that suggests resources far beyond a single hidden compound. Did you see who commands it? Naruto asked, feeling the old cold dread settle over him once more. Only from a great distance, the scout said. A figure who moved among the workers with clear authority, though I could not make out more than a general impression. What troubled me more, Hokage, was the banner flying above the central structure. A design I did not recognize from any of our reports. Rain, falling across a stylized eye. Naruto felt something in his chest go cold and still, an old and terrible recognition surfacing from an entire lifetime he had once believed himself lucky to have already survived, a symbol he remembered all too well from a war that had nearly ended the world he came from, now rising here, a full century before it had any right to exist. He gathered Mito, Toka, and Aiko that evening, along with Madara and Tobirama, and relayed the scout's report in full, watching the weight of it settle over each of them in turn. You recognize that banner, Madara said quietly, reading the particular stillness in Naruto's expression with the same sharp perception that had made him, across years of hard-won friendship, one of the few people able to see straight through Naruto's careful composure to whatever truth lay beneath it. I do, Naruto admitted. And I am afraid, if I am right about what it means, that whatever we have prepared for so far has not fully prepared us for the scale of what is actually gathering in that valley. Then we prepare further, Kurama rumbled quietly through Mito, ancient voice carrying the same hard, weary resolve it had carried since the very first day it chose trust over chains. I have felt this pattern building for months now, human, in whatever strange half-memory I carry of things not yet fully happened. I do not think this is a threat that waits patiently for us to finish preparing at our own comfortable pace. Toka reached for Naruto's hand, steady and certain despite the daunting weight of the report they had just received. Then we do not wait for it to come to us, she said. We have already proven, more than once, that this village does not simply brace and hope when a threat gathers beyond its walls. We meet it, together, on our own terms rather than theirs. Naruto looked around the small circle gathered in the quiet lamplight, Mito's steady resolve, Toka's fierce practicality, Aiko's hard-won loyalty, Madara's unshakable friendship, Tobirama's careful, methodical strength, and felt, despite the cold dread the scout's report had stirred in him, the same fierce certainty that had carried him through every impossible fight of 2 entire lifetimes now. Then we finish preparing, he said quietly, and when we are ready, we go to that valley ourselves, not to wait for whatever is gathering there to come finish what it started with our Envoy Corps, but to end it, fully and completely, before it has the chance to grow into anything closer to the tragedy I once knew. The council that convened the following morning moved with a new, focused urgency, plans for a full expedition beginning to take shape, alliances quietly sought among neighboring clans and settlements who had watched Konohagakure's rise with growing respect over 4 years and now, faced with word of a genuine and gathering threat, proved considerably more willing to lend their strength than old suspicion might once have allowed. Naruto spent the following weeks in constant motion, training alongside the Envoy Corps, refining strategy with Tobirama and Madara long into countless evenings, and finding, in the quiet hours between, moments of genuine peace with Mito, Toka, and Aiko that he understood, with growing clarity, mattered more than ever precisely because of the uncertain danger waiting beyond the horizon. Standing once more at the edge of the village on the eve of the expedition's departure, the whole of Konohagakure spread out behind him in the gathering dusk, lanterns kindling one by one across rooftops that held, within them, for years of patient, hard-won peace. Naruto felt the full weight of everything still ahead settle over him, daunting and vast, and understood, with the same clear-eyed certainty that had carried him through every trial since the ridge, that whatever waited in that distant valley, he would not face it as the boy who had once starved for a single person willing to believe in him. He would face it as a man who had built, against every impossible odds, an entire world worth defending, and who intended, with everything he had left to give, to make certain that world endured. Mito found him there as the last light faded fully into night, Toka and Aiko a step behind her, and the four of them stood together a long while in comfortable, unhurried silence, watching the village settle into its evening rhythms, distant laughter carrying up from the market square, the steady rhythm of the night watch beginning its rounds along walls that had, over 4 years, grown thick and sure enough to weather almost any storm. Whatever happens in that valley, Mio said finally, I want you to remember something, Hashirama. You did not build this alone, and you will not face what comes next alone either. Every person within these walls, every clan that chose to lay down its grudges and build something new instead, carries a piece of what you started on that ridge 4 years ago. Whatever this organization believes it is preparing to face, it has badly underestimated exactly how much strength an entire village can carry when it has genuinely learned to stand together. She is not wrong, Kurama added quietly. I have lived a great many lives, in whatever strange way a being like myself measures such things, and I have rarely felt anything quite like the strength this particular collection of stubborn, hopeful humans has built together. Whatever waits in that valley, human, I do not think it has any true understanding of what it is about to face. Toka pressed close against his side, warm and steady in the cooling night air. We leave at dawn, she said. Together, the way we have faced everything since the ridge. Aiko nodded, dark eyes fierce and certain in the gathering starlight. Together, she echoed. However far that valley carries us, and whatever it costs to finish what we have started. Naruto looked out over the sleeping village one final time, feeling the full weight of everything he had built settle into something that was, despite the danger still waiting beyond the horizon, unmistakably and entirely peace, and turned, finally, to walk home with the 3 women who had chosen, again and again, to build an impossible life beside him. Toward one last quiet night before the dawn that would carry them all toward whatever waited in the Valley of Rain. Behind them, the village slept on undisturbed, secure within walls raised not merely from timber and stone but from 4 years of patient, hard-won trust between people who had once believed such trust impossible, and Naruto carried that certainty with him through the quiet hours of the night, a steady, grounding warmth against whatever uncertain dawn was still to come. Act 5, Chapter 31. The expedition set out at dawn exactly as promised, a carefully assembled force drawn from every corner of the alliance Naruto had spent 4 years building, Senju and Uchiha Shinobi marching side by side beneath the village's simple leaf banner, joined by contingents from Uzushio's finest sealing masters and volunteers from a half-dozen smaller clans who had watched Konohagakura's rise with growing respect and now, faced with a threat large enough to matter to the whole region, proved willing to lend their considerable strength to the cause. Naruto rode at the column's head with Madara at his side, Tobirama commanding the rear guard with his usual meticulous care, and Mito, Toka, and Aiko positioned throughout the formation in roles suited to their particular strengths, Mito's sealing knowledge and Kurama's ancient awareness providing critical intelligence on any hostile chakra signature they encountered. Toka's tactical instincts sharpening the column's defensive formations, Aiko's envoy corps scouting the terrain ahead with the same patient thoroughness that had once won her a beast's trust on a storm-battered coastline. The journey to the valley took the better part of 2 weeks, cutting through territory that grew steadily wilder and less familiar with each passing day, and Naruto found himself, during the long quiet evenings around the traveling camp's fires, turning over every fragment of memory he still carried from the life he had left behind, searching for anything that might help them face what waited ahead with greater understanding than blind courage alone could provide. You have grown quieter as we've traveled, Toka observed one such evening, settling beside him at the edge of their camp while the rest of the column bedded down for the night. I recognize the particular way you go quiet, Hashirama. It usually means you are wrestling with something you have not yet found the words to share. I am trying to remember everything I can about the man I believe leads whatever we are about to face, Naruto admitted. In the life I left behind, he was known by a different name, in a different century, leading an organization that eventually caused more grief than almost anything else I fought against. If he is truly present here, a full century before he has any right to exist, then I do not fully understand what that means. only that it terrifies me more than almost anything else has since I first woke on that ridge. Toka studied him a long moment, something steady and fierce behind her dark eyes. Then we do not face him with your old fear alone, she said. We face him with everything this village has built since that ridge. An alliance strong enough to have seemed impossible 4 years ago. A family bound together not by old obligation but by genuine, chosen love. Whatever he was in the life you remember, he has never faced anything quite like what is marching toward that valley right now. Naruto felt something in his chest loosen at her words, the old cold dread easing, if not fully dissolving, into something steadier and more resolute. You are right, he said quietly. I keep measuring this fight against the one I already lived through, forgetting that everything about this world has already diverged so far from what I once knew. She is not wrong to remind you of that. Kurama's voice rumbled quietly through the camp, carrying from where Mito sat nearby tending the fire. I have watched you build something in this century that I do not believe existed in whatever version of history you carry inside you, human. Whatever waits in that valley, it is not facing the same world it once conquered, or whatever grim fate you fear it accomplished in your memory. It is facing this one. Ours. The column reached the outer edges of the valley's territory 4 days later, and Aiko's scouts, moving ahead with careful, practiced stealth, returned with reports that confirmed the earlier scouts' findings and considerably more besides. A fortified settlement rising within the valley's sheltering walls, structures built with clear purpose and organization, and, most troubling of all, a network of outlying watch posts that suggested the organization's leadership had anticipated, with unsettling accuracy, exactly the kind of expedition Konohagakure had eventually assembled to challenge them. They know we are coming, Madara said grimly, studying the scouting reports spread across the war table erected at their forward camp. Which means whatever confrontation waits for us in that valley, it will not be the element of surprise that carries us through it. Then we rely on something they cannot easily counter, Naruto said, feeling the old familiar clarity of purpose settle over him despite the daunting scale of what lay ahead. Not surprise. Unity. Every person in this column already trusts the person marching beside them. Senju and Uchiha and Uzumaki and every smaller clan among us. Trust built over years rather than manufactured for a single battle. Whatever this organization has built in that valley, I do not believe it has built anything resembling that. The council of commanders gathered around the war table nodded in grim agreement, and as the sun set over the valley's distant, watchful walls, painting the sky in the same deep gold Naruto remembered from countless sunsets over Konohagakure's own rooftops, he felt the full weight of everything the coming days would demand of him settle into something he had carried before, across 2 entire lifetimes now, and understood. With the same clear-eyed resolve that had carried him through every trial. Since the ridge, that he was as ready as 4 years of patient, hard-won preparation could possibly make him. Tomorrow, they would learn exactly what waited for them in the Valley of Rain. Aiko found him a final time before the camp settled fully into its watchful, uneasy rest, and sat beside him at the edge of their small fire without immediately speaking, content simply to share the quiet weight of the evening together. Whatever tomorrow brings, she said finally, I want you to know that these 5 years have been the best of my life, Hashirama, valley or no valley. Whatever happens, I do not regret a single choice that carried me here, to this fire, beside you. Neither do I, Naruto said quietly, reaching for her hand in the firelight. Whatever waits for us tomorrow, we face it having already built something worth every risk it demanded of us to get here. They sat together a long while longer, the camp settling slowly into its watchful rest around them, and Naruto found himself, despite the daunting uncertainty of the dawn still to come, filled with a quiet, steady gratitude that no ancient threat, however vast or however patient, could easily diminish. Chapter 32. The outer watch posts fell quickly the following morning, the combined alliance force overwhelming each isolated position before its defenders could raise a coordinated alarm, and Naruto felt a cautious relief at the speed of the advance, tempered by the growing certainty that such an easy beginning likely meant considerably harder resistance waited closer to the valley's fortified heart. That certainty proved accurate by midday, when the column's advance guard, moving through a narrow pass that formed the valley's natural gateway, met the first genuine resistance of the campaign, A force of black-robed shinobi considerably more numerous and considerably better coordinated than anything the earlier scouting compounds had fielded. Chains of corrosive dark chakra lashing out from concealed positions along the pass's steep walls with a coordinated precision that spoke of extensive, disciplined training. Shield formation, Tobirama called out over the chaos, his voice carrying with the same cold, precise authority that had made him, across two very different lifetimes, one of history's most reliable battlefield commanders, and the Alliance force responded with the practiced coordination of soldiers who had spent months training together under exactly this kind of pressure. Uchiha fire techniques scorching clear lines through the ambush while Senju would release rows and defensive walls along the pass's most vulnerable flanks. Naruto fought at the column's center, with dragons coiling protectively around the advancing formation, redirecting the worst of the enemy's chain techniques away from the Alliance's more vulnerable support elements, and felt, even in the chaos of the battle, a fierce pride at watching Senju and Uchiha shinobi fight not merely alongside each other but as a single, unified force. Instincts honed across years of shared training rather than merely shared circumstance. Aiko led a flanking maneuver that finally broke the ambush's cohesion, her envoy corps scouts working the pass's upper ledges with a stealth and precision that caught the enemy's concealed positions from angles their coordinated defense had clearly not anticipated, and within the hour the pass stood clear, its defenders scattered or captured. The Alliance force pressing forward with only minor casualties despite the ferocity of the initial resistance. It was in the pass's clearing beyond, as the column paused to regroup and tend its wounded, that Naruto first felt it, a chakra signature so vast and so unsettlingly familiar that his breath caught in his throat, distant still but unmistakable, radiating from somewhere deep within the valley's fortified heart. I feel it too, Kurama's voice rumbled through Mito, carrying a note of genuine, ancient dread that Naruto had rarely heard from the great fox even at the height of their shared battles in another lifetime entirely. That is not an ordinary chakra signature, human. That is something considerably closer to what I remember of a true Otsutsuki bloodline, vast and layered in ways no ordinary shinobi's chakra should ever carry. Naruto felt the old cold dread from the ridge return in full force, understanding with growing certainty exactly what kind of power they were truly marching toward, and gathered his commanders quickly to share the grim revelation. An Otsutsuki bloodline, Madara repeated slowly, absorbing the weight of the term with the same careful gravity he brought to every strategic revelation. You are certain. Kurama is certain, Naruto said. And I trust his judgment on this more than almost anything else. If the organization's true leader carries power on that scale, then whatever forces we have already faced were never meant to defeat us. They were meant to test us, to give their leader a clear measure of exactly what strength stands against him before he ever needs to personally intervene. Toka's expression hardened with grim resolve. Then we do not walk further into this valley unprepared for exactly that confrontation, she said. Whatever plan we settle on for the final approach, it needs to account for a threat considerably beyond anything an ordinary shinobi force, however skilled, can easily counter. The council debated long into the afternoon, and by its conclusion a careful plan had taken shape. The bulk of the Alliance force would press forward to secure the valley's outer settlements and free whatever captives the organization held there, while a smaller, more specialized group, Naruto, Madara, Mito, Toka, and Aiko together, would advance directly toward the fortified heart where the vast chakra signature continued to radiate, patient and watchful, as though its bearer already understood exactly who was coming for him and felt no particular urgency about the confrontation to come. You understand, Tobirama said quietly, drawing Naruto aside as the final preparations were made, that if this truly is Otsutsuki-level power, even the 5 of you together may not prove sufficient. I understand, Naruto said. But I also understand that whoever this is, however vast his power, he has built his entire organization around patience and manipulation rather than open confrontation. That suggests, to me, a kind of arrogance that assumes he will never actually need to fully exert himself against anyone brave or foolish enough to challenge him directly. I intend to make him regret that particular assumption. Tobirama studied him a long moment, old worry and old trust both plainly visible in his expression, and finally, with the same reluctant, hard-won faith he had extended to every impossible plan Naruto had proposed since the very first council after the ridge, gave a single sharp nod. Then go, he said. And come home. This village has already given enough to this war across 4 years of patient building. I do not intend to let it lose you to whatever waits at the heart of that valley. I do not intend to be lost, Naruto said quietly, and meant it with the same fierce, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every impossible fight of 2 entire lifetimes now, and turned to join the small party already gathering at the pass's edge, ready to advance toward whatever final confrontation the Valley of Rains still held in store. Chapter 33. The Heart of the Valley. When the small party finally reached it as evening fell and a fine, steady rain began sifting down from clouds that seemed to gather nowhere else across the surrounding countryside, revealed itself to be a structure considerably more ancient than anything the organization's newer fortifications had suggested, weathered stone towers rising from the valley floor in patterns that Naruto recognized, with a chill of dread, as bearing architectural echoes considerably older than any shinobi clan's current era of history, foundations that felt, walking among them, as though they predated even the oldest legends either the Senju or Uchiha clans still told around their fires. He was waiting for them at the center of the ancient courtyard, exactly as Naruto had somehow known he would be, a tall figure whose eyes, even in the falling rain and gathering dusk, carried an unmistakable and unsettling pattern of rippling rings that Naruto recognized immediately from an entire lifetime of history he had once believed himself lucky to have survived without ever facing directly. You have grown quite the following, Hashirama Senju, the man said, voice carrying easily across the rain-soaked courtyard, calm and measured in a way that made Naruto's skin crawl with old, familiar dread. I confess I did not expect a single ridge encounter with a wild power to eventually grow into an entire alliance capable of marching an army to my very doorstep. Who are you? Naruto demanded, chakra rising, the small party spreading instinctively into a defensive formation around him. A question with a considerably longer answer than this evening likely allows for, the man said, something almost wistful beneath the calm. You may call me Katsuro, if a name matters to you at all. I have worn a great many names across a great many years, considerably more than you might expect from a man who should, by any ordinary measure, have died of old age generations before either of our current centuries began. Naruto felt the full weight of that admission settle over him with growing dread, understanding, with a certainty he desperately wished he did not possess, exactly what kind of power allowed a man to speak so casually of outliving centuries. Otsutsuki, he said quietly. Something that might have been genuine surprise flickered across Katsuro's composed features. You recognize the name, he said. That is considerably more than I expected from a Senju heir in this particular century. Tell me, Hashirama, or whatever name you were truly born under, how does a man from this era come to know a lineage that should not be common knowledge for at least another 100 years? I know a great many things that should not exist yet, Naruto said, holding his ground despite the storm of dread building in his chest. Including exactly what organizations like yours eventually cost the world, if left unchallenged long enough to grow into their full ambition. Katsuro studied him a long, considering moment, rain sheeting steadily down around them both, and then, slowly, something that looked almost like genuine respect settled across his ancient, weathered features. You have seen it, he said quietly. Whatever future I am building toward here, you have already witnessed some version of it, somewhere, somewhen. That explains a great deal about the particular clarity with which you have opposed me at every turn, considerably more effectively than any ordinary shinobi commander of this era should have managed. Then you understand exactly why I cannot let you continue, Naruto said. Whatever ambition you are building toward, I have already seen where it leads. An entire world nearly broken beyond repair. Generations of grief stacked atop generations more, all because one man believed his own vision of order was worth any cost required to enforce it. Katsuro's expression shifted, something colder and more resolute settling beneath the earlier calm. Order, he said, testing the word with clear disdain. You mistake my purpose, Hashirama. I do not seek order for its own sake. I have watched this world tear itself apart across war after endless war, clan against clan. Grief compounding grief, for longer than you can easily imagine. I gather the tailed beasts not to weaponize them against you, but to remove the single greatest source of that endless conflict from the world entirely, to bind their power somewhere it can never again be fought over by petty, warring clans who understand nothing of the true cost of what they are fighting for. Naruto felt a complicated pang of something that was not quite sympathy, understanding, with grim recognition, the particular shape of a man who had witnessed genuine tragedy and drawn from it a conviction that only total control could prevent its repetition, a pattern he had seen echoed, in various forms, across an entire lifetime of fighting men who believed their own vision of peace justified any cruelty required to achieve it. I understand that grief, Naruto said quietly. I have felt it myself, more times than I can easily count. But the beasts you are hunting are not simply weapons to be removed from the world's chessboard. They are people, Katsuro. Frightened, wary people who have spent their entire existence being hunted by men exactly like you, offered nothing but chains when all they ever truly wanted was the same choice any person deserves. A pretty sentiment, Katsuro said, though something in his composed expression flickered briefly, with what might have been genuine uncertainty. But sentiment does not prevent the next war, Hashirama. Only total removal of the temptation ever truly does. Then let me show you a different answer, Naruto said, feeling the old, familiar fire of purpose settle deep and steady into his chest despite the vast and ancient power radiating from the man before him. One built not on removal and control, but on patience, and trust, and the simple, stubborn choice to believe that even the most fearsome power can become an ally rather than a weapon, if only someone is willing to offer it the chance. Katsuro studied him a long, rain-soaked moment, something old and weary and genuinely conflicted working behind those rippling, ancient eyes, and then, slowly, his expression hardened back into the same cold resolve it had carried since the confrontation began. You believe that because you have been fortunate enough, so far, to have your patience rewarded, he said quietly. I envy you that fortune, genuinely. But I have seen too much, across too many centuries, to risk this world's fate on a hope that fragile. I am sorry, Hashirama Senju. I truly am. But I cannot allow you to interfere with what I have spent longer than you can easily comprehend building toward. Behind him, Naruto felt Mito, Toka, Madara, and Aiko settle into position without needing to be told, for people who had each chosen, across years of patient, hard-won trust, to stand exactly where they now stood, and drew strength from their steady presence the same way he always had, understanding that whatever the ancient figure before him believed about the fragility of hope, he had never once faced a bond quite like the one now arrayed against him. The ancient chakra Naruto had felt radiating from the man since their first approach finally, fully surged, the rain around them seeming to bend and gather toward Katsuro's raised hand, and Naruto felt the full weight of the confrontation he had traveled 2 weeks and 4 years of hard-won preparation to finally face settle, at last, fully and completely, upon him. Chapter 34. The battle that followed tested Naruto and his small circle in ways nothing since the founding of the village had come close to matching, Katsuro's ancient power manifesting in forms that defied every conventional shinobi technique Naruto had studied across 2 entire lifetimes. Chains of gathered rain crystallizing into blades sharp enough to cut through even Madara's densest fire barriers. Gravity itself seeming to bend and warp around the ancient figure's raised hand in ways that sent even Toka's precise, disciplined strikes glancing harmlessly aside. He is toying with us, Aiko called out, breathing hard as she rolled clear of a crystallized rain blade that had nearly caught her across the ribs. Every strike we land, he absorbs or redirects before it can do real damage. Then we change the fight he expects, Naruto called back, already reaching for the deep, vast chakra reserve this borrowed body carried, feeling it surge in answer with the same startling ease it had on that first ridge 4 years earlier, wood erupting from the ancient courtyard's rain-slick stones in a rising wall of tangled roots and branches, not merely defensive this time but deliberately, carefully shaped, coiling and multiplying with a speed and complexity Naruto had never before attempted, drawing on every ounce of the reservoir's considerable depth. Katsuro's composed expression flickered, genuine surprise breaking through the ancient calm for the first time since the confrontation began, as the rising forest began to actively constrain the very rain he had been drawing upon, roots and branches weaving a canopy dense enough to blunt the gathering storm's fury, forcing his crystallized blades to contend with solid wood rather than open, unobstructed air. Now, Kurama's voice rumbled through Mito with fierce, ancient urgency, and Naruto felt the great fox's own considerable chakra surge forward to join his, not replacing his own strength but layering alongside it, an old and familiar partnership reasserting itself across an entirely different lifetime, the combined force of two entire-tailed beasts' worth of power, one borrowed from Hashirama's own vast reserves and one willingly offered by an ancient friend who had chosen trust over chains, driving back Katsuro's gathering storm with a force that finally, visibly, staggered the ancient figure's composed stance. Impossible, Katsuro said, genuine shock coloring his voice for the first time. That chakra signature, layered within your own, I recognize that presence. The nine-tailed one. But it should not answer to you willingly, not unless. Unless he chose it, Naruto said, pressing the advantage, with dragons coiling tight around the ancient figure's retreating steps. The same way every beast you have ever hunted only ever wanted the chance to choose for themselves, rather than have that choice stolen from them by someone who decided, from a position of considerable and unearned power, that he understood their fate better than they did. Madara joined the assault from the flank, fire technique lancing through gaps in the wooden canopy with precise, coordinated timing, and Toka pressed from the opposite side, her blade finding purchase against Katsuro's staggered guard for the first time in the entire confrontation, drawing a thin line of blood across the ancient figure's forearm that seemed, in the falling rain, to shock him more deeply than the wound itself likely warranted. You bleed, Aiko observed, breathing hard but steady, circling to complete the encirclement. For all your centuries and all your ancient power, you bleed exactly the same as any of us. Katsuro's expression, cracked open now by genuine surprise and the first real fear Naruto had seen from him since the confrontation began, shifted slowly into something more complicated, old grief and old conviction warring visibly behind those rippling, ancient eyes. You do not understand, he said, voice carrying less of its earlier calm authority now. I have watched this exact scenario before, across centuries you cannot imagine. Alliances built on hope and trust, standing exactly where you stand now, certain they had found the answer that would finally hold. I have watched every single one of them eventually fracture, fail, and fall back into the exact same grief-soaked warfare I am trying to spare this world from experiencing again. Then you have never watched one succeed, Naruto said, feeling the full weight of everything he had built across 4 patient, hard-won years settle into his voice with unshakable conviction. Because I am not simply hoping this alliance holds, Katsuro. I am living inside it. I have watched Senju and Uchiha children grow up together without ever learning to hate each other for the crest they were born under. I have watched a fox who spent his entire existence being hunted choose, freely and completely, to become a partner rather than remain a weapon. I have watched this exact courtyard, and everyone standing in it beside me, prove, again and again, that patience and honest trust succeed considerably more often than centuries of grief have apparently taught you to believe. The ancient figure was quiet a long moment, rain still falling steadily around the wreckage of the confrontation, and something in his composed, weathered features finally, visibly cracked, old certainty giving way, however reluctantly, to genuine uncertainty. Perhaps, he said finally, voice quieter now, stripped of its earlier commanding authority, I have simply never before faced anyone patient enough, or fortunate enough, to prove me wrong. Chapter 35. The rain eased slowly as the confrontation's fury settled into something quieter, Katsuro standing amid the wreckage of his own gathered storm with the particular stillness of a man reconsidering, for the first time in what he had claimed were centuries, everything he had built his life around, and Naruto lowered his own defensive stance carefully, understanding, with the same instinct that had guided him through every difficult negotiation since the ridge, that whatever came next would be decided by words rather than further violence. I am not asking you to simply abandon everything you have built here, Naruto said quietly, wood receding slowly around them as the immediate danger of the confrontation faded. I understand the grief that drove you to it, even if I believe, completely, that the answer you chose was the wrong one. But I am asking you to consider a different path forward. Release whatever beasts you still hold captive within this valley. Let them choose for themselves, the same way Kurama and Suzu's companion were allowed to choose. And let this organization's ambition end here, tonight, before it grows into whatever terrible shape I once watched it become in another lifetime. Katsuro studied him a long, considering moment, ancient eyes carrying a weariness that went considerably deeper than the physical exhaustion of the battle they had just fought. You ask me to undo the work of centuries in a single evening, he said. That is not so simple a thing as you make it sound, Hashirama Senju. I am not asking for simple, Naruto said. I am asking for the same thing I have asked of every enemy this village has ever faced. A chance to choose something different, before the cost of not choosing grows too large to easily undo. The ancient figure was quiet a long while, rain finally tapering into a fine, settling mist, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried a note of genuine, weary consideration that Naruto had not expected to hear from a man who had, moments earlier, seemed entirely certain of his own righteous purpose. There are 3 beasts held within this valley's deeper chambers, Katsuro admitted finally. Bound, I confess, with considerably less patience than the choice you speak of offering. I had told myself their suffering was a necessary cost, weighed against the greater suffering I believed I was preventing. I find, standing here now, that I am considerably less certain of that calculation than I was this morning. Then let us free them, Naruto said. Together, if you are willing. Let me show you, directly, exactly what kind of choice they deserve, rather than simply asking you to trust my word for it. Something in Katsuro's ancient, weathered expression shifted, old conviction finally, fully cracking into something that looked, unmistakably, like genuine hope fighting very hard not to be hope after centuries of hardened certainty. Very well, he said quietly. I will show you the chambers. But I want you to understand, Hashirama Senju, that if this choice you speak of proves as fragile as every other hope I have watched fail across my long, long years, I reserve the right to reconsider everything we discuss here tonight. That is more than fair, Naruto said, and meant it completely, understanding, with the same patient clarity that had carried him through every impossible negotiation of his borrowed life, that trust extended to a man who had spent centuries convinced of his own righteous cruelty would need to be earned slowly, carefully, the exact same way every other bond in this improbable life had been earned. They found the 3 captive beasts deep within the ancient structure's lower chambers, bound in seals considerably crueler than anything the sealing at Konohigakure had ever employed, and Naruto felt a fierce surge of protective anger at the sight of their obvious suffering, tempered immediately by the careful, patient work of beginning to undo what centuries of cruelty had wrought. Mito and the Uzumaki sealing knowledge she carried proving invaluable in the delicate, painstaking process of releasing bonds that had clearly never been designed with any intention of ever being reversed. The first beast released, a creature of stone and moss that the old records apparently called simply the mountain turtle, regarded its liberators with the same wary, hard-won caution Kurama had once shown on that mountain clearing years earlier, and when Naruto offered it the same simple, honest choice he had offered every beast since, watched, with quiet, fierce satisfaction, as centuries of cultivated fear slowly, cautiously began to soften into something that looked, unmistakably, like the beginning of trust. By the time all 3 captive beasts had been freed and offered their genuine, unforced choice, dawn had begun breaking pale and gold over the valley's ancient stone towers, and Katsuro stood watching the entire process unfold with an expression that had shifted, gradually and unmistakably, from wary skepticism into something considerably more complicated, old grief finally. Fully meeting a different possibility than the one he had spent centuries convinced was the only answer available to him. I do not know what becomes of me now, he admitted quietly, as the last of the freed beasts settled into a careful, cautious conversation with Aiko about where it might choose to make its new home. I have spent so long building toward a single, terrible certainty that I am not sure I remember how to build toward anything else. Then start the same way I did, Naruto said quietly. One patient, honest choice at a time. Chapter 36. The dismantling of the organization's remaining structure took the better part of a month, Katsuro himself, to the considerable and lingering surprise of the Alliance's assembled commanders, choosing to remain and assist in the careful, deliberate process of undoing everything his centuries of patient ambition had built, guiding Naruto's forces to hidden caches of intelligence. Scattered outposts still unaware of their leader's change of heart, and most valuably of all, records detailing the rough locations of the remaining scattered-tailed beasts still unaccounted for across the wider world. For remain unfound, Katsuro reported to the assembled council on the valley floor, standing now not as a captive but as something closer to a reluctant, still adjusting ally, scattered across territories considerably more distant than anything your envoy corps has yet attempted to reach. I will not pretend the work of finding them, and offering them the same genuine choice you have shown me tonight, will prove simple. But I find, having witnessed it firsthand, that I no longer believe it impossible. Naruto studied the old, ancient figure a long moment, understanding, with the same patient clarity that had guided him through every difficult trust built across 4 years of careful work, that whatever redemption Katsuro was reaching toward would take considerably longer than a single valley's liberation to fully prove genuine, but recognizing, too, the particular courage it took for a man convinced of his own righteousness across centuries to finally, publicly admit the possibility of having been wrong. Then we will need considerable patience for that work too, Naruto said. The same patience that built everything standing behind me in this valley tonight. The Alliance force began its long journey home within the week, the freed beasts traveling with them, each already beginning the same careful, patient process of finding a human partner willing to earn their trust that Kurama and Suzu's companion had undergone months earlier, and Naruto found himself watching the long column wend its way back toward Konohagakure across the same territory they had crossed with such grim purpose only weeks earlier, filled with a complicated, hard-won relief that felt, after everything the valley confrontation had demanded of him, more deeply earned than almost anything else in his entire borrowed life. Word of the victory reached the village well ahead of the returning column, carried by swift messenger hawks, and the welcome that greeted them at Konohagakure's gates 2 weeks later exceeded anything Naruto had expected, the entire village turning out in a celebration that stretched from the gates all the way through the market square. Senju and Uchiha and Uzumaki and every smaller clan besides gathering together not merely to welcome home their returning warriors, but to celebrate the fuller, deeper truth the victory represented, that the patient, impossible dream Naruto had first proposed in the quiet valley 4 years earlier had proven strong enough, in the end, to weather even the most ancient and daunting threat the world had yet thrown against it. Tobirama met them at the gate with an expression of relief he did not bother trying to hide, pulling Naruto into a brief, fierce embrace that spoke more clearly than any words could have of exactly how deeply his brother had feared this particular homecoming might never come. "You are unhurt," he said, echoing Mito's own words from months earlier, relief evident in every syllable. "Unhurt," Naruto confirmed, "and considerably more grateful to be standing here than I think I have ever fully expressed to you, brother." The formal council that convened 3 days later to hear the full account of the valley's confrontation stretched long into the evening, and by its conclusion, Katsuro himself, present now as a cautious, still tentative guest rather than either prisoner or enemy, had been extended a careful, provisional welcome to remain within the village's protective walls while the slower, harder work of proving his changed convictions continued. An arrangement that drew, predictably, its share of wary murmuring from the more traditional voices among the gathered elders, tempered considerably by the visible presence of 3 newly freed and increasingly trusting tail beasts standing as living proof of exactly what the valley confrontation had actually accomplished. "You have built something remarkable here," Katsuro admitted to Naruto that evening, the two of them standing together at the edge of the training grounds as the village settled into its familiar evening rhythms around them. "I confess I do not fully understand, even now, how a single accident of fate carried a man from a century I cannot yet fully imagine into this particular body, at this particular moment, with exactly the knowledge and conviction necessary to build something I spent centuries convinced was simply impossible." "I do not fully understand it either," Naruto admitted honestly. "I have stopped needing to understand it, I think. I have simply chosen, every single day since I woke on that ridge, to build the best version of this life I possibly could, with whatever strange and unearned gift of a second chance I had been given." Katsuro studied him a long moment, something that looked, unmistakably, like genuine and hard-won respect settling across his ancient, weathered features. Then I find myself grateful, he said quietly, that whatever fate carried you here, chose this particular century to do it in. Chapter 37. Not every remnant of Katsuro's old organization proved as willing to accept the valley's peaceful resolution as its former leader, and the trouble, when it finally surfaced some 6 weeks after the Alliance forces' triumphant return home, arrived in a form Naruto had quietly feared since the moment Katsuro first agreed to remain within Konohagakura's walls. A splinter faction, composed of the organization's most zealous former lieutenants, men and women who had built their entire identities around Katsuro's original vision of total, controlled order, struck at a small envoy outpost near the village's northern border under cover of a moonless night, and though the outpost's defenders held out long enough for reinforcements to arrive, the attackers made their intentions unmistakably clear before retreating into the surrounding wilderness, a message left carved into the outpost's outer gate condemning Katsuro as a traitor to everything the organization had once stood for, and promising considerably worse should Konohagakure continue sheltering him. The council convened within the hour of the report reaching the village, and Naruto watched Katsuro's composed, weathered features carry a particular grief through the entire proceeding, old guilt settling visibly over a man who had spent centuries convinced his cause justified any cost, only to now watch that same cause turn its violence against the very people who had extended him an unearned second chance. "This is my doing," Katsuro said quietly, once the council's initial shock had settled into more focused strategic discussion. "Those lieutenants learned everything they know of patience and ruthless conviction from watching me lead for considerably longer than any of you have known me. I should have anticipated that abandoning the cause so suddenly, however genuinely I believe in the choice I made, would provoke exactly this kind of response from those who remained convinced of the old vision. Hindsight does not undo what has already happened," Tobirama said, not unkindly, studying the outpost's damage report with his usual careful precision. "But it does inform what happens next. You know these lieutenants better than any of us, Katsuro. Their habits, their likely hiding places, their particular vulnerabilities. If you are genuinely committed to the choice you made in that valley, this is precisely the moment to prove it." Katsuro studied the assembled council a long moment, something resolute settling behind his ancient, weathered eyes. "Then I will help you find them," he said. "Not merely to prove my own sincerity, though I understand why that matters to this council. Because I bear real responsibility for whatever harm they intend to cause, and I do not intend to hide behind this village's protection, while others pay the price for choices I set into motion centuries before any of you were born." The hunt that followed took the better part of a month, Katsuro's intimate knowledge of his former lieutenant's methods proving invaluable in narrowing the search, and Naruto found himself working alongside the ancient figure through long weeks of careful tracking and patient negotiation, coming to understand considerably more of the genuine, complicated grief that had driven the man to spend centuries convinced that total control was the only answer to a world he had watched tear itself apart. "More times than he could easily bear. I lost people too, once," Katsuro admitted one evening, the two of them sharing a quiet fire at the edge of their traveling camp while the rest of the search party rested nearby. "Long before any of the history you carry inside you, Hashirama Senju. An entire community, gentle and hopeful in ways I had genuinely believed might finally hold, torn apart by exactly the kind of endless, grief-compounding warfare I have spent centuries since trying to prevent from ever happening again." "I am sorry," Naruto said quietly, meaning it fully. "I do not say this seeking your sympathy," Katsuro said, though something in his weathered expression softened slightly at the honest sentiment. "I say it because I want you to understand that my old conviction was never born of cruelty for its own sake. It was born of grief, calcified over centuries into something I mistook for wisdom rather than what it actually was, a wound I had simply stopped allowing myself to properly feel. Grief does that sometimes," Naruto said. "Convinces us that the only way to prevent it from happening again is to control everything tightly enough that loss becomes impossible. I understand that instinct better than you might expect. I have simply learned, across an entire lifetime of watching that kind of control eventually fail anyway, that the only real answer is the harder, slower one. Trust, extended patiently, and rebuilt every time it breaks, rather than abandoned the first time it proves fragile." Katsuro was quiet a long while, firelight playing across his ancient features, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried a note of genuine, hard-won gratitude. I believe I am beginning to understand why fate chose this particular century, and this particular village, to prove that lesson true, he said. I only regret it took witnessing it firsthand, rather than trusting it sooner, to finally set aside a conviction I should have questioned considerably earlier. They located the Splinter faction's hidden camp 4 days later, tucked into a remote mountain valley considerably smaller and less fortified than the organization's former stronghold, and the confrontation that followed proved, to Naruto's quiet relief, considerably less costly than he had feared, Katsuro's own presence and genuine, visible remorse doing more to fracture the lieutenant's resolve than any show of force alone could have managed, several surrendering outright the moment they recognized their former leader standing alongside the very alliance they had been taught to consider an enemy. You would stand with them, one of the remaining lieutenants spat, refusing to lower her blade even as her companions began, one by one, to surrender around her. After everything we built together, Katsuro. After everything you taught us to believe. I taught you a lesson born of my own unhealed grief, Katsuro said quietly, stepping forward with his hands open and empty, the same gesture Naruto had once offered a wild and frightened fox on a mountain clearing years earlier. I was wrong, Sana. Not about the grief being real. About the answer I built from it. I am asking you now to consider a different one, the same way this village once offered me the chance to consider it. The standoff stretched long and tense, but ultimately, faced with her own dwindling support and the genuine, visible sincerity in her former leader's voice, the lieutenant lowered her blade, and the Splinter faction's threat dissolved, not through overwhelming force, but through the same patient, hard-won principle that had carried Naruto through every trial since the ridge, the stubborn, unlikely conviction that even the most hardened conviction could be reached, given honest patience and a genuine offer of a different path forward. They returned to Konohagakure a week later, the threat fully resolved, and Naruto found himself, standing once more at the village's gates with Katsuro beside him, feeling a quiet, complicated satisfaction at watching an old and terrible history he had once feared repeating itself instead bend, slowly and deliberately, towards something considerably kinder than anything he had witnessed in the century he had left behind. Thank you, Katsuro said quietly, as the gates opened to receive them. For the second chance you offered me in that valley, and for trusting me enough to prove it was genuine, even after everything my old choices nearly cost this village. You earned it, Naruto said simply. The same way everyone in this village has earned every ounce of trust it took to build it. One patient, honest choice at a time, the surrendered lieutenants, including the woman named Sana, were brought before the council in the weeks that followed, and Naruto watched with quiet interest as Katsuro himself argued, patiently and at considerable length, for a path of gradual reintegration rather than harsh punishment, drawing on the same principle that had once been extended to him in the rain-soaked courtyard of his own ancient stronghold. They followed a conviction I taught them to hold, Katsuro told the council, standing before elders who had, over the preceding weeks, grown considerably more comfortable extending him the benefit of genuine doubt. I do not believe punishing them for a lesson I myself have only recently unlearned serves this village's stated principles. I would ask instead that they be given the same chance I was given. Supervised. Careful. Earned slowly. But given nonetheless. The council's debate over the proposal stretched long into the evening, old caution weighing carefully against the accumulating evidence of exactly how thoroughly Katsuro's own transformation had proven genuine, and by its conclusion, a provisional agreement had been reached. The surrendered lieutenants would remain within the village under careful watch, contributing what skills they possessed toward productive ends, given the same patient opportunity to prove a changed conviction that Katsuro himself had been extended in that ancient, rain-soaked courtyard months earlier. Sana, for her part, approached Naruto directly some weeks after the council's decision, finding him alone at the edge of the training grounds on a quiet evening much like any other. I did not expect to be given this chance, she admitted, some of her earlier hardness visibly softened by weeks spent watching the village's daily life unfold around her. I have watched carefully, since my arrival, for the trap I was certain must be hidden somewhere beneath all this professed patience and trust. I confess, I have not yet found it. There is no trap, Naruto said simply. Only the same offer this village has extended to everyone who has ever walked through its gates seeking it honestly. A genuine chance to build something different than whatever brought you here in the first place. Sana studied him a long moment, something cautious and considering behind her wary eyes, and then, slowly, gave a small, genuine nod. Then I believe I would like to try, she said, and Naruto felt, watching her walk back toward the village's evening lights, the same quiet, fierce satisfaction he had felt watching every other impossible trust take root and grow across 9 long, patient years of building this improbable, hard-won home. Chapter 38. 5 years after the Valley of Rain finally fell quiet, Konohagakure had grown into something Naruto still found himself marveling at on quiet mornings, walking streets that stretched now well beyond the boundaries of that first hopeful basin, past training grounds where children of a dozen different clans grew up together without ever once learning to measure a friend's worth by the crest stitched into their collar. Past the market square that hummed each day with trade drawn from every corner. Of a region that had, gradually and unmistakably, come to see this village not as a threat to be feared, but as the steady, trusted center of an entire alliance built on exactly the patient principles it had been founded upon. He stood now at the edge of the training grounds on a warm spring morning, watching a small crowd of children practice the fundamentals of chakra control under the watchful eye of instructors drawn, as always, from every clan the village called home, and felt a particular, quiet pride swell in his chest at the sight of 2 small figures near the front of the group. A boy with dark Uchiha hair and unmistakable Senju stubbornness already visible in the set of his jaw, and a girl with Mito's deep red hair who had, from her very first steps, shown an unmistakable affinity for the same vast, warm chakra reservoir that had once grown an entire forest out of bare stone on a bloodied ridge a lifetime ago. They are getting better every week, Toka said, coming to stand beside him, watching their son work through the same basic exercises with the fierce, focused concentration he had inherited, unmistakably, from his mother. Kingo's grandson tells me our boy has already started outpacing children twice his age. He gets that from you, Naruto said, smiling. He gets the stubbornness from you, Toka corrected, though the warmth in her voice made clear exactly how little she minded the inheritance. Mito joined them a few minutes later, one hand resting, as it so often did, over the seal at her midsection where Kurama's ancient, steady presence still rested, patient, and increasingly fond of the growing family that had, over 5 years, come to feel as much his own as anyone's. She worries too much about the boy's competitive streak, Kurama observed dryly, voice carrying its familiar warmth through Mito's own tone, though I confess I find myself rather fond of it. Reminds me of someone else I know. I have no idea what you could possibly mean, Naruto said, laughing, and felt Mito's shoulder settle warm against his own as they watched their children continue their morning practice. Aiko arrived last, fresh from the Anvo Corps' latest briefing, carrying news that had, over the preceding years, become a steady and welcome part of the village's ongoing story, another beast located, another careful, patient choice offered and accepted, another small piece of an old and terrible history quietly, deliberately rewritten into something considerably kinder than the world Naruto had once known. 6 now, she reported, settling beside them with the same fierce, steady satisfaction she brought to every successful mission. Katsuro's old records proved more valuable than I think even he expected. 3 more scattered still, but the pattern holds. Patience, offered honestly, tends to be met with trust in return. Naruto watched his family gathered together at the edge of the training grounds, 3 women who had each chosen, in their own way, to build an impossible life beside him. Children who would grow up in a world that had never once demanded they choose sides in a war their grandparents' generation had believed unwinnable, an ancient fox spirit turned steady, patient friend, and a former enemy who had, against every expectation, become something closer to a cautious, hard-won ally, and felt the full weight of everything this borrowed, impossible life had grown in to settle over him not as a burden, but as the truest measure of everything he had ever hoped to build. He thought, sometimes, of the boy he had once been in another century entirely, starving for even the smallest acknowledgement, fighting an entire lifetime of battles to prove himself worthy of a trust that had always, eventually, been given freely once he finally earned it. He did not know, Even now, exactly what strange accident of fate, an old Fuinjutsu had carried that boy's soul backward through 100 years of history into a body and a life that were never meant to be his. He had stopped needing to fully understand it. He had simply chosen, every single day since waking on that bloodied ridge, to build the best version of this impossible second chance he possibly could. Looking out now over a village that stretched further than the eye could easily follow, filled with people who had learned, patiently and completely, that old hatred did not have to be inherited simply because it had once been given, Naruto understood, with the same quiet, steady certainty that had carried him through every trial since that very first morning, that whatever else remained still to be built, whatever trials still waited somewhere beyond the horizon, he would face them exactly the way he had faced everything else in this hard-won, patient life. Surrounded by everyone he had ever hoped to protect, and everyone who had chosen, in turn, to protect him back. Madara found him there later that same afternoon, having ridden in from the eastern district where he now oversaw much of the village's expanding diplomatic outreach, a role that suited him, Naruto had come to realize over the years, considerably better than the endless warfare he had once been born into expecting as his only inheritance. He carried with him, as he often did these days, a small bundle of correspondence from clans and settlements scattered across the wider region, each one a small, unremarkable testament to exactly how far the peace they had built together had managed to spread. Another 2 settlements have asked to send representatives for the Autumn Council, Madara reported, settling onto the low wall beside Naruto with the easy familiarity of a friendship that had, over 9 years now, weathered more trials than either of them had ever expected to survive together. It seems your reputation for patient stubbornness has finally outrun even my own clan's old reputation for suspicion. Our reputation, Naruto corrected, smiling. None of this stands on my patience alone, Madara. You know that better than almost anyone. Madara studied the training grounds a long moment, watching his own 2 children, born to Aiko's younger cousin in a union that had, itself, become another small and unremarkable thread in the ever-widening tapestry of bonds this village had made possible, practicing their own basic forms alongside Naruto's children with the easy, unself-conscious familiarity of cousins who had simply never once been taught to see each other as anything but family. I still think of the boy I was before that valley where we first spoke, Madara admitted quietly. Certain that hatred was simply an inheritance, passed down like a birthright neither of us had any real power to refuse. I do not think I ever properly thanked you, Hashirama, for proving that particular certainty wrong. You do not need to thank me, Naruto said. You did the harder part yourself. I only offered a door. You were the one brave enough to actually walk through it, against everything your own upbringing had taught you to fear on the other side. They sat together in comfortable silence a while longer, watching the afternoon light stretch long and gold across the training grounds, and Naruto found himself, not for the first time, marveling at the particular, quiet miracle of a friendship that history, in the life he had left behind, had once recorded as ending in the deepest tragedy either of their clans had ever known. Here, in this borrowed, hard-won second chance, it had become instead the truest proof of everything he had set out to build. Tobirama joined them as evening began to settle, still carrying the same careful, methodical bearing that had guided the village's daily governance for 9 years now, a role he had grown into with a steadiness Naruto suspected history, in whatever form it had once recorded him, would have recognized immediately. The eastern granaries report their best harvest yet, Tobirama said, settling beside them with a rare, unguarded ease that had taken years to fully emerge from beneath his old careful reserve. Whatever else this valley's resolution accomplished, it seems to have finally convinced the last of our neighboring settlements that trading with us carries more benefit than raiding us ever did. You say that like it still surprises you, Naruto said, smiling. A little, Tobirama admitted. I do not think I have ever fully stopped being surprised by how much this village has grown beyond what either of us imagined possible. That first morning you told me you intended to grow a forest to protect us from an entire Uchiha vanguard. He glanced sideways at Naruto, something warm and unguarded settling into his usually careful expression. I am glad, brother, whatever strange fate carried you to that ridge 9 years ago, that it carried you specifically. I do not think this particular dream would have survived long enough to become any of this, in less patient or less stubborn hands. Naruto felt something settle warm and complete in his chest at the words, understanding, with the same quiet gratitude that had carried him through every trial since that very first morning, exactly how much this hard-won brotherhood had come to mean to him across 9 years of shared, patient building. As the sun finally set fully behind the western hills, painting the whole of Konohagakure in the same deep gold light Naruto remembered from 100 quiet evenings before this one, Mito came to find him at the training ground's edge, their daughter's small hand held in her own, the girl's eyes bright with the particular exhausted satisfaction of a child who had spent an entire day proudly mastering something new. She held her first proper wood-release technique today, Mito said, unable to fully hide her own proud smile. Smaller than anything you managed on that ridge, of course, but unmistakably the same gift. Naruto knelt down to meet his daughter's eager, beaming face, feeling the full weight of everything this impossible, borrowed life had grown in to settle over him one final time, not as a burden, but as the truest measure of a promise he had made to himself on a very different battlefield, in a very different lifetime. That he would spend whatever strength he had left making certain the people who came after him would never have to fight the same lonely, hard-won battles he once had. Show me, he said, and watched, with a father's fierce and complete pride, as she did. The children finished their evening play as the last light faded gently over rooftops that held, within them, an entire world worth defending, and Naruto walked home that night, Mito and Toka and Aiko at his side, their children's laughter carrying warm and unhurried through streets that had, over 9 patient years, grown from a hopeful sketch of bare cleared earth into a home worthy of everything he had once dreamed it might become. Ready to spend one more ordinary, extraordinary day building. The same stubborn, hopeful promise he had carried, against every impossible odds, all the way from a bloodied ridge to this quiet, thriving evening, one small, patient, hard-won choice at a time. Thanks for listening.